system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I
All right, good morning, everyone. We're here on case 23 CF 858, State of Florida versus Spencer Pearson. Who would I have appearing on behalf of the State of Florida?
Good morning, Your Honor. Defendant. Good morning, Judge Sarah Thomas.
Good morning to both of you. And on behalf of the defense?
Good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Kaczurgis, and present with me is my partner, Elizabeth Betsy White, as well as Hannah Blythe Donovan.
All right, good morning to all of you. And for the record, Mr. Pearson is also present before the court. We are here for a sentencing hearing. Mr. Pearson was previously before the court. At that time, he had entered a plea of guilty to counts 1, 3, and 5 of the information. It was 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder with a weapon, 1 count of aggravated battery causing serious bodily injury with a weapon. The court had entered a order for a pre-sentence investigation. Both sides received a copy of the pre-sentence investigation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and address that first. Any objections or exceptions from anything contained on the pre-sentence investigative report? Let's start with the state.
Not from the state, Your Honor.
All right, from the defense.
Not really an objection or an exception. There's just a few things, I think, in terms of housekeeping, if we could clarify
All
before
right.
we begin. At the time this was prepared, it had a amount of time in custody and at 399 days. When it was originally prepared, I don't believe the probation officer took into account that Mr. Pearson was arrested while at UF Shands Hospital in Jacksonville. My review of the file reflects that a arrest warrant was issued on June 5, 2023, 2 days after the incident that brings us all together. My calculations, rudimentary as they are, reflect that with an arrest date, because I believe the warrant was executed the same day, with an arrest date of June 5 until today, Mr. Pearson would have 536 days credit.
Stated the objection to
No, Your
that
Honor.
amount.
No.
So 536 days would be the total amount of credit time as of today that Mr. Pearson is entitled to. All right. Anything else that you want to address on the pre-sentence investigative memo?
No, Your Honor.
All right. As to the guidelines, let's discuss that. I believe in the pre-sentence investigation, they had indicated 227.25 months was the bottom of the guidelines. Is that correct, Steve?
That's correct, Your Honor. That converts to approximately 18.93 years at a minimum.
All right, and that is the bottom of the guidelines up to life in prison on counts 1 and 3. The maximum on count 5 would be 30 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And defense, do you stipulate and agree that the calculation of 227.25 months is accurate, and are you stipulating to the scoring of the victim injury points as they've been calculated by the state attorney's office?
We so stipulate. I would like to advise the court, which I'm sure you're aware, we've also filed a motion, defendant's motion for downward departure, and I'm alerting to that the court to reminding the court of that on the front end as we're taking testimony. It'll factor into the court's ruling on the motion for downward departure. Specifically, What we're seeking, the grounds for the departure that we're seeking under 921-0026 are the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminal nature of the conduct or to conform that conduct to the requirements of law or substantially impaired pursuant to subsection 2C. Secondly, that the defendant requires specialized treatment for a mental disorder that is unrelated to substance abuse or addiction or for a physical disability, and the defendant is amenable to treatment, and that's under subsection 2D. Third, the offense was committed in an unsophisticated manner and was an isolated incident for which the defendant has shown remorse under subsection 2J. And at the time of the offense, the defendant was too young to appreciate the consequences of the offense under subsection 2K.
And the court had previously received defense's memorandum requesting a downward departure. I'm going to address that next. The court received numerous filings in this case over the course of the last few days. It did receive a filing by the state attorney's office that consisted of numerous letters. The court has read and received and read all of those letters. Additionally, the court received, I believe, 8 filings, if I'm not mistaken, from the defense. I believe it was a total of 8, consisting of numerous letters, reports, doctor's reports, school records, transcripts, I believe, of a couple of depositions, as well as obviously the defense's memorandum requesting for downward departure. I have read all of those documents as well, with the exception of there was a link that was provided to video, I believe, of some football activities. The court was unable to open that link. However, my understanding is you plan to present that here today. Is that
We
correct,
do.
Mr. Kuchergis?
Yes.
All right. So the court has reviewed everything that has previously been submitted. Any matters we need to address as it pertains to any of those issues?
As it relates to the flash drive we brought for the video, per agreement with the state, we're going to use the same computer, so I may need a brief recess before that gets played, and that would be played in conjunction with his father's testimony. So I may need a brief recess just to get technology straight before we begin that.
All right, just let me know when we need to take that break.
You bet.
Any other matters that we need to address as to any of the filings? Was there any, I believe there was some mention about one of the filings being confidential?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is going to ask, one, that the court strike or not consider Exhibit 18, and I believe in addition to the ones previously that counsel had asked to be held confidential, that one will be held the same moving forward. And I'll address it again in argument if it's argued, if it's brought up by defense.
Mr. Kuchergis?
I concede to that being kept confidential and under seal. I don't intend to get into the content of that exhibit's text messages amongst various people. We do object to the striking of the exhibit. The grounds therefore, I don't intend to really get into that in today's proceeding. We've said what we needed to say about it in the sentencing memorandum, but as the court has undoubtedly read, the time that the crime was taking place, and you'll hear more in the way of psychological testimony relating to Mr. Pearson, he was being ostracized by his peer group at the time leading up to the offense, and that exhibit and its contents reflect the communications amongst his peer group about him, and to think that he was not experiencing that ostracization that was discussed explicitly behind his back, wasn't feeling that as that was occurring, is incredulous. But it was offered to show the ostracization of Mr. Pearson, and I don't really intend to get into it further today.
All right, I'm going to grant the state's request to keep those confidential. I believe they contain cell phone numbers, etc., sensitive information pertaining to underage witnesses, so I'm going to grant that request.
Very good.
All right. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor, I guess just if we're putting our arguments on the record for now, yes, and I'm asking the court to disregard them in consideration of mitigation, simply because the messages that are contained in there are with out this defendant's knowledge, and I understand Mr. Katurgis' argument, but he did not specifically have any knowledge of what is said in there, so therefore it cannot directly impact on his state of mind at any point, and so that's why we're asking you not to consider that.
All right, thank you. All right, how many witnesses did you want to call? I believe we were going to, I know we have some folks, doctors that are have been called away at this point, and they're going to be, we have to call them a little bit later out of
Yep.
order, Ms. Dunn.
Yep.
So how do you want to proceed at this time?
The state has the case agent, Detective Haas, that I can put up first to lay
All
out
right.
the factual background of the case.
That'd be fine.
And if I may, there is going to be a patchwork of things taken out of order. And for the record, I believe the state and I are in agreement to that procedure.
Yep.
I understand. Okay. All right, you have your detective, is he here?
I do, Your Honor. The state would call Detective Hannah Haas.
All right, if you come forward, so that's witness stand, please. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right. Counsel, your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective. If you would, please state your name and spell that last name for the record, please.
Yes, ma'am. It is Hannah Haas, Haas.
How are you employed?
I am currently assigned to the Major Crimes Unit at the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office as a detective.
How long have you been with the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office?
Just over 3 years.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, ma'am. I worked for the Bradford County Sheriff's Office for approximately 12 years prior to transferring.
And if you could scoot it a little bit closer. What were your roles with the Bradford County Sheriff's Office?
I started out as a 911 dispatcher, and within that time, I became a sheriff's deputy and then worked in the criminal investigations unit for general investigations and then promoted to supervisor.
And with St. John's, how long have you been in the Major Crimes Unit?
Almost 2 years.
And so you were in that capacity in June of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
The incident that we're here occurred June 3rd. It was a Saturday. So are you working on a Saturday or are you on call?
I'm on call.
Okay. When did your agency start to receive calls about an incident that had occurred at Chubby's restaurant in Ponte Vedra?
At approximately 4:30 p.m.
Describe what deputies encountered when they arrived on scene.
When deputies arrived on scene, they observed 4 persons injured in a grassy area between the Chubby's parking lot and A1A. They also observed multiple witnesses on scene as well as fire rescue assisting those persons.
Okay. So EMS, some of EMS had actually gotten there first before law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
Those 4 persons that were injured, can you identify them all for the record, please?
Yes, 17-year-old Madison Schemitz, Madison's mother, Jacqueline Roger. We also have the bystander who stopped the incident, Kennedy Armstrong, and then we have the defendant, Spencer Pearson.
So did you get called out to this scene by patrol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What time do you get there, and what is the scene like? What's going on when you arrive?
I got there at approximately 6 p.m., received a phone call about 5 p.m. When I arrived on scene, our victims and the defendant had already been transported to the hospitals. The scene was secured by crime scene tape, and there was witnesses standing by waiting for interviews.
All right. And at this time, Detective Haas, I'm going to display on the screen some photographs and just ask you to kind of describe what we're looking at and the vantage point of these images.
So here's Mr. Chubby's wings. It's at 150 Valley Circle in Ponte Vedra. This is the north side of the building in the parking lot. This is the same vantage point of the north side view of the parking lot.
Okay. And that highway or street that you see at the top of the photo, which road is that?
That'll be A1A.
And as we sort of move around the building, what do you note of evidentiary value in the photos?
The white Jeep and the black Tahoe are both Madison and Jacqueline's.
Okay. The white Jeep belonged to who?
Madison Schemitz.
And the black Tahoe?
Jacqueline Roger.
Her mother. Okay. So this is just another vantage point, kind of standing on that sidewalk. Is that on the east side?
It is on the east side of the building.
All right. And do you see another vehicle of interest in this image?
Yes, the gray Chevrolet is going to be the defendant's vehicle that he traveled there in.
Okay, the truck off to the
Yes.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what vantage point are we looking at here?
Now we're looking towards Mr. Chubby's wings. This is the grassy area on which the deputies observed our victims and defendant injured. And then we have Madison Schemitz' white Jeep and the black Tahoe that belongs to Madison's mother, Jacqueline, and Spencer Pearson's vehicle being the gray Chevrolet truck.
You were out at the scene. From the vantage point of A1A, can these vehicles be seen?
Yes.
And again, what's being depicted by the little green markers in this photo?
So we're showing the location, evidence where the blood was from our victim and the defendant in the grassy area, clothing that was used to render aid to the victims, and then additionally the knife that was used.
And where is the knife at this point in the process? What was it being marked by?
Being marked by the green placard, and it is still lying in the grassy area where Spencer was.
And I believe there's an orange cone as well marking
Yeah.
it.
Yes, sir.
This is just an up close of some of the blood evidence that was seen at that point.
Yes.
This is sort of two images of that knife that was marked, first by the cone and then second by photo marker 13. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the knife that was collected in this case?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. And so you arrive on scene. Do you get obviously briefed by patrol and take a look around with other detectives?
Yes, ma'am. We completed the interviews, took a look around, got with our forensics, started taking in evidence.
At some point, did you or other members of your agency obtain video surveillance from Chubby's as part of your investigation?
Yes, Detective Malka obtained the surveillance video from Mr. Chubby's wings.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Chubby's just have one camera, or did they have multiple angles and things?
There was multiple angles,
Both inside and outside?
inside and outside.
Did was a compilation video put together by your agency in like a timeline format?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. Before we show that, I'm just going to get some general things out from you about what is going to be in the video. This is a screenshot essentially of the video. What area are we looking at here?
We're looking at the dining area inside Mr. Chubby's wings. And if you look, there's Madison and her friend Chloe. They arrived first. And also at the table is Jacqueline and Chloe's mother, Casey.
Okay. Is it this table down here on the ground on the black carpet there with, I believe, 4 females you can see?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll get a better picture of it here in a little bit. So Madison and her friend, you've gone back and watched, the entirety of the video. Madison and her friend Chloe arrived first at Chubby's
Yes, ma'am.
in Madison's vehicle.
Yeah, in Madison's vehicle.
And then Madison's mom and Jacqueline arrive and join them.
Yes.
to eat.
Yes, ma'am.
What time does the defendant walk into Chubby's?
The defendant walks into Chubby's at approximately 3:37 p.m.
And what does he do generally while he's in there? What did your investigation show?
Well, the video will begin with Spencer, the defendant, arriving in the north part of the parking lot in the building. And he pulls in and then puts it in reverse and pulls around to the front, passing Madison and Jacqueline's vehicles. Once he's parked, he walks in at about approximately 3:37. Once he's in, he then walks over to the bar area, sits at a high top table with a view of Madison and her friends and family, then orders mozzarella sticks. After that, Spencer then goes to the restroom and then returns at 4:16.
So he returns to his table at 4:16. And then what time do Madison and her group leave the restaurant approximately?
You'll then see Madison, Chloe, and Jacqueline get up and start to leave the building at 4:29.
And then shortly thereafter, what happens?
And then the video shows the defendant leaving the table, exiting the building, and chasing down Madison and striking her multiple times.
Okay. For the record, I'm now going to play this video and I may ask you a few questions as we start. You can see a timestamp in the top left corner on a lot of these. Is this the defendant initially pulling into the north side of the building that you referenced?
Yes, ma'am.
So we can see a little better. Can you just describe each of the parties by the clothes they're wearing?
Yes, Chloe is wearing a gray shirt with a bag around her shoulders. Madison is in the black t-shirt and shorts on her phone in the middle next to her mother, Jacqueline, who's wearing an orange tank top, shorts. And then to the left of her is Chloe's mom, Casey, wearing a dress.
You see coming into the camera.
You'll see the defendant walking to the bar area, to the high top table, and then take a seat.
This is a different angle of the same thing.
Yes.
This skips to a certain part where you talked about the timing of about 4:14. He's getting up and going where?
He's going to the restroom.
You see him. This is again a different angle right here. That when on the video it becomes obvious that the women in the restaurant, Madison and family, see him.
Yes, Madison's very surprised and immediately looks at her mother.
Approximately 4:16 is when he takes a seat back there, Craig.
Yes, sir.
Now, I think in time, just so the record's clear, we skipped ahead to about 4:26. Is 4:26? Is that right? 16:26.
Yes, sir.
You can see at that high top, you can still see the white hat up there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Of the defendant. Does anyone at this table ever get up and approach the defendant or
No,
speak to him in any way?
No, they do not.
They appear to be looking outside the front windows of the restaurant at that point, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do they leave the restaurant without interacting with him?
They do walk outside of the restaurant without interacting.
Should that entire, both parties leaving from that angle, and now I think we're flipping back to the, when Madison and her family leaves just from this angle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. They're seen outside speaking to a staff member of the restaurant for a minute, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Jacqueline was explaining the situation in pain.
Karen, can I pause this? So, hold on 1 minute. I was trying to pause it because of the noise, Your Honor. I'm sorry, and I think I messed it up. Get back to. Start all over again. Your Honor, I'm going to do this a different way. I apologize. I stopped it because of the noise in the back. Just a minute. I'll just pull it up. Madison, you'll see one person get involved first. Who is that?
That would be Kennedy Armstrong.
With her mother.
And her mother, correct, yes ma'am.
I believe her mother is first, and then Kennedy.
Her mother will be coming around the corner first to intervene, in which she is also injured, and then Kennedy will come across the parking lot and tackle the defendant off of Madison and her mother.
Your agency began to receive many 911 calls, correct? Not just one.
No, multiple.
And it's obviously hard to see any of the parties that are down at this point, but you're aware after Kennedy Armstrong knocks him off of the two women, there's another male that gets on top of Mr. Pearson in an attempt to get the knife away.
Yes
And
ma'am.
that's a different person than Kennedy Armstrong.
Yes ma'am.
Okay. So obviously, evidence at the scene is collected. You're doing your investigation. What is the image that I'm displaying on the screen now? Obviously not on scene, but where is that taken?
Yes, and our evidence took the photograph while on scene, if I believe correctly, of Spencer's knife.
Okay. All right, that was collected at that photo marker 13.
Yes.
Okay. And after you spent some time on scene, did you respond to a hospital anywhere?
Yes, ma'am. I responded to the hospital where Jocelyn was taken to.
At some point in your investigation that night, I believe, did you receive some belongings that the hospital turned over from the defendant?
Yes, Detective John Newman met me at the hospital and handed me over the belongings that were taken by the defendants. Yes, I'm sorry.
Or into the mic, okay. And did you go through those belongings either there at the hospital or back at the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am. Prior to packaging the belongings, we were going to package them on scene at the hospital and then take them and put them into evidence. Prior to packaging, we located an item in his pocket.
Okay, in like a shorts pocket?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that item?
That item was a sharpening block.
For a knife?
Yes, ma'am. It is known to use to sharpen a knife.
All right. And so Detective Haas, obviously victims are badly injured, but are you eventually able to do interviews with Ms. Roche and Ms. Schemitz?
Yes, I was able to speak with Ms. Roger for a little while that Saturday on June 3rd, and then I spoke to Madison Monday on June 5th.
Were you able to sort of get a background timeline as to who the person, the defendant, was to her and just a history of the relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did you find out as far as like how Madison knew the defendant and when had they been together?
They had dated prior to and had a breakup in April of 2023,
Okay. And when did they begin dating?
the year before, for approximately 8 to 9 months, I believe. Less than that.
And so, I believe we've got it on the screen here, they began dating in October of 2022,
Yes, ma'am.
broke up in April of 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Ms. Schemitz indicate to you that they had a cordial breakup, or at least initially?
She initially thought it was a cordial breakup, and then it did not continue to be that way.
And just generally describe what started happening between the defendant and Ms. Schemitz after she broke up with him in April.
The defendant started to what appeared to be stalk the victim, Ms. Schemitz. Left notes on her vehicle, was following her around, making her uncomfortable, sending text messages, creating fake social media accounts, harassing her, causing issues at school as well. One of the last things that was discussed was when the defendant created a fake TikTok account.
I'm going to get to that one in just a minute, okay? Before we get there, prior to that, are you aware of a photograph that the defendant sent her where he was either attempting to commit suicide or let her know he was going to commit suicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you describe that photo, and then what did she and her mother do in response to getting that photo?
Once they received the photo of what appeared to be the defendant trying to take his life with a tie, they immediately contacted the defendant's parents to intervene, and then they were able to do so.
So when you say like with a tie, like as in to hang himself?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But they immediately reached out to his family, let them know that he had sent that, and they intervened?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. And then, again, he, as a result of that attempted suicide, he went to the hospital. I believe he was Baker active for a few days.
Yes, ma'am. I believe it was involuntary.
Okay. And he left her alone for a short period of time, but then did it pick back up again?
Yes, ma'am. It did.
All right. Is that when sort of the fake social media account started to come into play?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you got this history from both Madison and her mother. Were you able to review her phone later and kind of corroborate if some of those things occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to corroborate that those things did in fact occur?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm going to highlight one in particular, and I'm going to change the screen up there to let you know what I'm displaying. Can you just describe first here, you received these screenshots from Madison, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what is this?
This is a fake TikTok account that is labeled as Jeffrey. However, the account belongs to Spencer Pearson.
And by fake, you just mean it's not the one that like Madison knew him to use while they were together?
Yes, ma'am.
It's another account.
Additional, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then that middle screen, what is that for the people that don't know TikTok's interface? What is he doing there?
So with TikTok, you can like and comment on videos and other comments that are posted. And here it shows that Jeffrey, our defendant, had liked comments, commented on a couple posts, and also tagged some of Madison's friends.
Okay. So before we talk about the comment where he tagged her, where you see it begin yesterday and some of the activity this, for the record, account Jeffy, Jeffy, is doing, he's actually going and finding where she's commented on other TikTok videos, and then he's interacting with her comments. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. By liking them or?
Yeah. You have to go into the actual TikTok to be able to see who commented. You have to be looking for it.
Okay. And then this one at the top that I'm going to kind of bring up to the screen, again, for those who don't know how TikTok sort of uses, what is the Jeffy account that the defendant created doing here?
So in the TikTok that is displayed to the right, he goes into a comment and tags Madison Schemitz, Ethan Bolts, and Maddie, her friend, and an additional person, and states, "Y'all gonna get yours."
Do you know what date this was sent to Madison on TikTok?
No, ma'am, I don't. Correction, I apologize. That was sent to her on Monday, May 29th, 2023.
Okay. So just a few days prior to the stabbing at Chuck.
Yes, ma'am.
And we talked about some of the evidence you were able to see in Madison's phone. Did your agency seize and attempt to search the defendant's phone for any evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that successful?
We were able to get a partial download, but not a full download. Digital forensics wasn't able to get a full download due to not having the passcode, and still today they hadn't been able to get a full download of the phone.
Okay, so limited data, if anything, unless you have the password,
Yes,
or
ma'am.
can crack through that password.
Yes,
forensically.
ma'am.
Okay. And that hasn't been successful to date?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No further questions for this witness?
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Detective Hawks.
Good morning, sir.
When you began your testimony, you were talking about 4 people injured at the scene when you were being dispatched there to what I'm just going to refer to as Mr. Chubby's as opposed to the address. Are you
Yes.
tracking me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned there was 17-year-old Madison Schemitz.
Yes, sir.
How old was Spencer Pearson?
At the time, 18 years old.
And do you know how far removed from his 18th birthday he was?
No, sir.
Okay. Fair enough. Did you prepare the arrest warrant affidavit?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you ever come to learn he was born in August?
Through the investigation, I did. Yes, sir.
Okay, and this was June 3rd,
Yes, sir.
so roughly 9 months removed from his 18th birthday?
Yes, sir.
When we watched the video, and let me back up. In your role as lead detective, you're kind of supervising or aware of the overall investigation, even though you may not perform every function. People are keeping you abreast as to what happens because you're the lead detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For events like this today where you may have to testify about a case you worked.
Yes, sir.
Now, when we watched that video, when Mr. Pearson came in to park the truck and then relocates it to the, I think you said the east side of Mr. Chubby's?
Yes, sir.
To the south of that area where he parked, to the south end of the business, there's no escape, is there?
No, sir.
Okay. So Mr. Pearson relocated his vehicle from a spot that would have been easier to exit had he wanted to do so than where he ultimately parked the car.
Yes, sir.
And we saw pictures of blood evidence there. This scene was rather gory, was it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 4 people had been stabbed or cut.
Yes.
Are you able to tell whose blood is who at arriving at 6 o'clock?
Not at the time, no, sir. Not without seeing them in place.
Okay, so the blood that we saw, it could have been Madison? Could have been, is that a guess?
Yes, sir.
Miss Roget,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Armstrong,
Yes.
or Mr. Pearson?
Yes.
We don't know.
No, sir.
Because it's true by virtue of the dispatch that Mr. Pearson was in.
Yes, he was.
Did you have an understanding how that injury took place?
Yes, sir.
And I'm
Was-
specifically referring to Mr. Pearson.
Yes. For Mr. Pearson, it was self-inflicted, and even on some of the 911 phone calls, they had stated that he was actively cutting his neck.
And in the investigative reports of which you're familiar,
Yes, sir.
witnesses described it as Mr. Pearson slowly and a number of times slicing his throat, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware of the nature of the injuries he ultimately suffered?
No, sir, not at the time.
Okay. Subsequently, were you able to learn the nature of his injuries?
Not to the extent, but vaguely, knowing that he wasn't able to speak directly after the incident.
Okay. And you were made aware that the cut to his throat impaired his ability to speak?
Yes, sir.
Do you have knowledge of whether it lacerated his trachea?
I believe it did, but I'm not sure without looking at a report.
Fair enough.
Yes, sir.
When you responded to, is it Memorial Hospital where Ms. Schemitz was?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Roger was there?
Yes, she was.
And you conducted a sworn interview of Ms. Roger, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And in that interview, prior to certainly this incident, but even before the breakup between Madison and Mr. Pearson, was it your understanding that Ms. Roger and the Pearson family generally tended to get along?
Yes, yes, sir.
And indeed, before the relationship ended, Ms. Roger described Mr. Pearson to you before the breakup and the wind down of the relationship.
Yes, sir.
She described to you, and I quote, "And he was a fantastic kid, very polite, great family, picked her up for church on Sundays. He is an introvert, she is not." That's what Ms. Roger told you about Mr. Pearson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had described Mr. Pearson taking a seat at that high top table in the establishment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I don't know how well it got captured on that video, but just to round it out in testimony, when you enter the restaurant, there was the table to the left where Madison, Miss Roger, and their friends were seated, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you have to walk up a little bit of steps, I think it's 3 to be exact, to get to the elevated bar area that has bar stools around the bar and high tops located around it as well.
Yes, sir.
And you said that Mr. Pearson took a seat in view of where the ladies were sitting.
He took a seat at a high top table that was in view. Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever been to the restaurant?
No, sir. Not inside.
You've never sat at that table?
No, sir. I did not.
In watching the video, you would agree with me that there's not only the wall that is a barricade from the upper bar area, but there's even a little bit of a covered glass partition above that wall.
Yes, sir. Based on the video.
Okay. And the video is captured from the ceiling in the corner,
Yes, sir.
kind of a bird's eye view of the establishment.
Yes, sir.
But you've never been in and inspected the scene in the interior from the corner where he was sitting, behind the wall and behind the divider, to determine whether he could see these ladies when he was seated at the high top.
No. No, sir. I did not.
Okay. And so as we sit here today, you really don't know whether he had eye shot while he was seated at that position in the corner behind the dividers or not.
No, sir. Not without sitting in this position.
And you never did that.
No, sir.
When Mr. Pearson got up to use the bathroom now, he would have been walking in an area, presumably had he looked, where he could have seen them.
Yes, sir.
In the video, do you see him looking towards the table when he's walking to the restroom?
Yeah, I don't recall.
When he returns from the restroom, Mr. Pearson that is, he goes around the backside of the bar, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
On the far western end of the interior of the restaurant.
Yes, sir.
And he couldn't have seen the table from that vantage point, correct?
I'm not sure without being inside.
Fair enough. And then, indeed, when he did return to the seat from the restroom and sat down, Ms. Dunton stated you could see the hat of the defendant, the top of it.
Yes, sir.
Because even from that bird's eye view in the corner, you couldn't see his face sitting at the high top. You could only see his hat, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in addition to the divider, later in that video, we see a bunch of tall trophies that look like kids winning championships or something, stacked up behind the hostess stand, kind of in the line of sight, if you will, behind the divider, correct? Trophies?
Yes, sir. They're there.
And then tragically, we watch these ladies and Mr. Armstrong get injured.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you're assigned the case, and in the modern era generally, isn't it true that law enforcement would like to get access to people's cell phones?
Yes,
It
sir.
contains a lot of data,
Yes, sir.
a lot of communication.
Yes, sir.
It's a good source of an investigative tool for a lady such as yourself.
Yes, sir.
So undoubtedly, when you're on the scene collecting the property, we've heard about the sharpening stuff.
Yes, sir.
You're looking for Mr. Pearson's cell phone.
Yes, sir.
Did you find it at the scene?
It was not at the scene.
Okay. And the scene, and I'm using that term broadly, Mr. Chubby's, the parking lot, the grass, the sidewalk, anywhere in that area, you did not recover a cell phone from Mr. Pearson.
No, sir, we did not.
Okay. Now, Mr. Pearson, after he parked the car, as we saw in the video, he never returned to that vehicle, did he? His truck.
No, sir.
Okay. That vehicle never left the parking lot until it was seized and taken into custody by your agency, the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir.
There was a search warrant obtained for Mr. Pearson's truck.
Yes, sir.
And I don't recall, were you party to the execution of that warrant?
Yes, sir, for the vehicle.
Okay. So when the vehicle was searched, once again, you're probably on the lookout for a cell phone, are you not?
Yes.
Okay. When you searched the vehicle for a cell phone, did you find one?
No, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Pearson, when he was transported from the scene, are you aware how he was transported?
I was not.
Okay. And you weren't made aware that he was life flighted to?
I was made aware that Madison was. I was not at the time made aware that Spencer was.
Okay. Were you ultimately made aware that he was life flighted to UF Shands Hospital?
Yes, sir, I am now.
Okay. So as we sit here today, you are aware that due to the nature of his injuries, he required life flight transportation as well.
Yes, sir.
And just to round that out, when we're talking about life flight, that means a helicopter. He's not in the back of an ambulance. They get him airborne, just as they did Miss Schemitz, because of the critical nature of their injuries.
Yes, sir.
There was a concern both of those young people were going to die, was there not?
Yes, sir.
The nature of both their injuries was such that there was a serious concern that one or both of them may die.
Yes, sir.
Madison, from the injury she sustained at the hands of Mr. Pearson stabbing her, I believe it was approximately 17 times. Is that the final tally on that?
Approximately, but the Dr. Hyde would be able to describe that better.
Understood. And we've described how the injuries to Mr. Pearson were characterized by witnesses, correct?
Yes, sir.
Slowly and several times slicing across the front of his throat.
Yes, sir.
In any event, when Mr. Pearson gets transported to the hospital, UF Shands, they collect all of his property in the course of the transport, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that property was ultimately turned over to you or one of your colleagues, was it not?
Yes, sir.
Was there a phone there?
No, sir.
So you didn't recover his phone from the scene, his vehicle, and it wasn't taken with him via transport?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, the phone was collected, however. Was it not?
Yes, sir, it was.
A search warrant was issued for Mr. Pearson to acquire his phone as well as a computer, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And do you know how or when and where the phone was obtained, Mr. Pearson?
Detective Kapelka, I believe, went and obtained the cell phone and the computer from their residence in Ponte Vedra.
Okay. When Detective Kapelka went to the residence with the warrant, Mr. Pearson's father surrendered those items pursuant to the warrant, correct?
He did.
And are you aware of any conversation that may have taken place between Detective Kapelka and Mr. Pearson's father, Dan Pearson?
No, sir, not without reviewing his supplement.
Okay. I have it if we need to, but let me try to cut to the chase.
Sir.
Were you made aware that Mr. Pearson, Dan Pearson, Mr. Pearson's father, had relayed to Detective Kapelka that he had taken the phone from him several days prior?
Yes, sir, I was aware of that.
So it would appear at the time of these crimes that apparently for several days prior, Mr. Pearson did not have any ability to, for lack of a better term, track the movements of Ms. Schemitz.
Yes, sir, based on the phones that the parents had.
Okay. And those are the only phones of which we're aware.
That we're aware, yes, sir.
Now, and you had mentioned that there was a partial download of Mr. Pearson's phone, so you couldn't get a complete recovery.
Yes, sir.
In that partial download, there was no evidence of him tracking her on June 3rd, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir. There was not.
And you said you haven't been able to access the phone because there was, you didn't have the password.
Yes, sir.
Passcode.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Was a request ever made to Mr. Pearson for the passcode?
Don't believe there was one directly made to Mr. Pearson.
Or anyone else on his behalf?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Was a motion to compel a passcode ever filed to try to penetrate the phone and get the access to its contents?
No, sir.
So you had the phone, and there was potential legal mechanisms to gain access, those just weren't taken.
Yes, sir.
In addition to Mr. Pearson attempting to take his own life on June 3rd, 2023, you were made aware of, and how were you made aware of his prior attempt at suicide by hanging himself?
Through Madison and Jacqueline.
They were aware of that
Yeah.
circumstance?
Yes, sir, they were.
Okay. Law enforcement make any effort to gain the records of his hospitalization or attempted suicide on that prior occasion?
No, sir, we did not.
I may have one moment here. Detective Haas,
Yes, sir.
when we were reviewing that TikTok, I understand that was May 29, 2023,
Yes, sir.
6 days or so prior than the incident.
Yes, sir.
It was a comment, and I'm old, I'm not familiar with TikTok, so if I'm using the wrong vernacular, please set me straight.
Yes, sir.
But it was, the comment was appended to a video, was it not?
Yes.
Did you review the video that the comment was appended to?
No, sir.
Okay, so you don't know what the subject matter of that video was?
No, sir. Due to us not pursuing any threats or harassment charges, there was no follow-up done with the TikTok comment.
Not even to put it in context in what?
No, sir, just based on what Madison had given us and explained to us and what we reviewed.
Very good. Detective Haas, I don't believe I have anything further.
Yes, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, this witness be excused. Thank you, ma'am. You are free to go.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
State, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, we haven't heard from the next doctor, so you're ready for that.
All right.
Yeah, as I said, we're going to
I
have a
understand.
patchwork going today.
Okay.
Your Honor, the defense would like to call Dan Pearson.
All right. Sir, if you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Go ahead and have a seat. Mr. Kacherkis, your witness.
Good morning. If you can, try to speak into the microphone.
Sure.
So that the court can hear you.
Okay.
Testimony. Can you state your name for the record?
Daniel Clark Pearson.
And what is your relation to the defendant, Spencer Pearson?
I'm his father.
And is he your only child?
No. He's one of four.
You have 3 other children, and as I understand it, and may lead here for a second, you have 2 older children older than Mr. Pearson, and 1 son younger than him,
I
correct?
do, correct.
What do you do for a living?
I am a merchandiser for a wholesale company.
There's various purposes for testimony here today, and so I want to back up and just generally ask you, where did your family come from before moving to the Northeast Florida area?
We came from Keller, Texas, just outside of Dallas.
And how old was Spencer when that move was made?
He was going into the 5th grade, so 10, 11 years old.
5th grade. Did Spencer have a difficult time with that move at that age?
I believe he did. Spencer didn't show a lot of emotion. He would just kind of go with the flow, so to speak. He's very quiet, reserved, but nothing stuck out really as it was something that was catastrophic to him.
What kind of kid was he?
He was very quiet, gentle kid. He was loved his family. He was never in trouble. He went through school with no problems. We never had to worry about him. But very quiet. He was anxious. There were some times where, we had to deal with some anxiety issues. Nothing major, nothing that we didn't think he could get through. But just an overall great kid.
You've had the unfortunate circumstance of viewing the crimes captured in
Yeah.
the film. Had your son engaged in any violent behavior, and I'm not talking about that nature, but any kind of violent behavior towards others prior to the events that we saw here today?
Never.
Needless to say, I take it he'd never been arrested before.
No.
Had no criminal history whatsoever.
No.
And so you're raising him up through age 18, believed him to be a kind, gentle, good kid.
Absolutely.
Now, Your Honor, I probably should have asked for a brief recess before Mr. Pearson, but I may have to take one in the middle, and I apologize.
All right.
To get some technology saved. Did your son play sports?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Over the course of his young life, what did he play?
A lot of football, a little bit of soccer, and quite a bit of baseball as well.
Okay. As time went by, did you focus on one sport more so than others?
Yes, football.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may, can we have a brief recess so that I can...
We'll take a 10-minute recess.
Court's in recess.
Mr. Petragis, you may continue with your direct examination of this witness.
Thank you for the brief research. Mr. Pearson, I was asking, your son had kind of narrowed his competitive sports down to football by the time he had graduated, towards the end of his high school, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in connection with this case, you put together a montage video of some of Spencer's footage playing football, and just to put a finer point on that, when did Spencer begin playing tackle football?
At the end of age 6.
So at age 6.
Mm-hmm.
And when did he stop playing tackle football?
18.
Okay, and that would have been his senior year in high school?
Correct.
And at age 6, I've got 3 sons, I should know this, but at age 6, you're roughly what, second grade?
Sounds about right.
Okay. So from second grade all the way through senior year in 12th grade, 10 years he's playing tackle football. Yes?
10 to 12 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
6 to 18, 12 years.
Yeah, correct.
And you put a video together, a montage, if you will, of various clips of Spencer playing football over the course of his lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, it's a brief video.
It's about 2 minutes, I
It's a
believe.
couple of minutes with that, with the urgency of time. This is what we could come up with, but there's lots more.
Okay. And I know you didn't have a counter for every time he was playing and hit his head playing football, but were you able to estimate the number of contacts to his head over the course of his career?
Yes, I calculated roughly 10,000, just over 10,000 hits.
And how did you make that calculation?
Well, I did a calculation of the number of games, number of practices, which included spring football as well, all the way up through Pop Warner, Little League, Pop Warner, middle school, high school, and then calculated the number of events during the week, a couple of practices until you got into a higher age group where they were pretty much practicing every day, every week. And I averaged at 15 hits an event, which
Per practice?
per
game?
game,
Yeah.
which is very conservative, but that got me to a number we could talk about.
Approximately 10,000.
Correct.
And I know at least towards the end of his career, what position did Spencer play?
Towards the end of his career, it was mostly defensive end and some special teams.
Okay. Defensive end, you're on the line.
Correct.
You're making contact usually with one's head almost every play.
Yes, you are.
And then special teams, the opposing teams are at a distance, running at one another, and larger collisions can happen in that.
Correct. And he usually does both kicking and receiving.
You've had the opportunity to review this montage before court here today, correct? You
I
put it
have.
Together.
Yes.
And with the court, I would like to play that montage for the court. I think it's 2 minutes, 11 seconds.
Any objection? You may proceed.
Now, that was just 2 minutes out of a 12-year career, correct?
Yeah.
Towards the middle of that video, there appeared to be a rather large, what I think is a left defensive tackle and team in a red uniform.
Yeah,
You remember that game?
I do.
Spencer played for Ponte Vedra High School, correct?
Correct.
Right. In that video, that's for whom he was playing, correct?
I'm sorry.
He was playing for Ponte Vedra when that large.
That's correct, yeah.
Do you recall who they were, Ponte Vedra was playing on that?
I believe it was Middleburg.
Okay. Do you remember that left tackle that he had to go against that game?
I do.
What were his biometrics?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
He was over 300 pounds.
Okay. Sounds like Division I material. Okay. In that video, Spencer and that gentleman exchange a blow where Spencer buckled, and then the next clip, Spencer's getting up and hits the quarterback in a head-to-head shot. Are you tracking me, Mr.
Yes, I am.
Is that the same play?
It was.
In the course of Spencer's career that were substantiated, how many times did he suffer a concussion that had been diagnosed or he was put in protocol?
We know of 2.
Know of 2. Did you have concerns of a parent? Do you remember when concussion protocols started in the course of his career?
High school.
Okay, so in junior high, Pop Warner, there was no concussion protocol.
There was not.
Meaning, well, what is that? What is a concussion protocol?
Well, in simple terms, the trainer does not allow them to play. They give them paperwork on what to do, what not to do. They have to be in, stay away from using your phone, be in a darker area, and of course, getting checked on by a doctor.
Okay. And so Spencer went through that twice in high school.
Correct.
They didn't have that in junior high or Pop Warner.
Did not.
Did you have concerns that he may have suffered other concussions for which they went undiagnosed or for which he was not placed in protocol?
I would assume he did.
Okay. Did he ever relay to you symptoms of a concussion
Uh,
from those 2?
Every once in a while. I mean, Spencer was not very verbal with that. He kept it to himself, but he would complain of headaches sometimes.
Was there another incident, I believe when you were in Texas, when he was a small child, for which he sustained a head injury?
Are you talking about football or
No,
just?
I'm talking about an event around the pool, as I understand.
Yeah, we had gotten a new pup, and we were in the backyard around the deck, and the pup was going wild and took out his legs, and he fell back and hit his head.
Back of his head?
Correct.
On a pool deck?
On a pool deck.
What was the surface of that movement?
It was concrete pavers.
Do you know did you take him to be examined after that?
I don't recall. I know we were concerned, and we monitored him very closely, and but he seemed pretty normal.
Did you begin noticing a change in your son as he was progressing through school?
I saw a change in Spencer his junior year, coming out of COVID.
When you say coming out of COVID, are you talking about the pandemic generally, or did?
He had COVID specifically.
So
He had,
when he's specific-
when he would, yes, he missed a lot of football, or a couple of weeks of football, because he had COVID, and then after that, he just seemed, he was closed off during that time period, and he just seemed a little more depressed and closed off, even around family, during that time frame. And I just saw a difference. We would have family over, and he would retreat to upstairs, and just be very anxious. So we would have, we had times where we'd have to work through that.
This is junior year, he'd be 17 years old or so at that time?
Correct.
And then going into his senior year, did he seem to come out of that a little bit at one point?
Yeah, I mean, we saw, he was really trying to have a senior year that was, as he called it, normal, where he would go to prom and have a fun senior year. So it seemed that he came out of it a bit.
And when did he begin his relationship with Ms. Schemitz, do you understand?
Well, I think it was that October of his senior year,
2022?
2022.
Did his spirits improve
Yeah.
as that relationship started?
We did.
Did there come a time when Spencer's behavior wasn't as positive?
Yes, I mean, he, as they started into the relationship, I mean, he just, frankly, just wasn't handling it well, even in, I guess the normal times before. I think he was just always stressed out about it. He couldn't enjoy it. He was always stressed out about, and this is my outside perspective, he seemed to just be too wrapped up in a lot of stuff that might not have been going on, and it just drove him to a bad place. Very insecure.
Did he ever act in an aggressive or violent manner?
No, I didn't see that.
Ultimately, Mr. Pearson, your son, and Madison's relationship ended, correct?
Correct.
How did your son take that?
Not well. I mean, he was very sad, very depressed. It scared me because it just wasn't normal.
How was he displaying that around the household?
Just not eating, just sitting on the couch for hours and hours, and just you barely interact with him.
And this is after the breakup, which I understand is roughly in the beginning of April of
Correct.
2023.
Correct.
Based upon how you perceived his behavior around the home, did you and your wife start exploring treatment for Spencer?
We did.
And in doing so, what was the first line of treatment that you explored?
Well, we went into our network of providers, and we literally just went down the list of people.
And what were you looking for?
We were looking for, I believe it was a psychologist. And it was extremely difficult to get an appointment. I want to say we were turned away probably a half a dozen times. Then we started at the same time we were trying to utilize our personal network, asking around. People started recommending Elbow Tree, I believe, and
Is that a practice group?
yes, correct. And then ultimately we landed on a place called Here Tomorrow. We found it online. Somebody pointed us in that direction. And then shortly after that, my wife's uncle called and mentioned Here Tomorrow as well. He was in Nashville and he read about it, and he
It's okay, Mr. Beard. So, as I understand your testimony, both independently researching it online as well as through a recommendation, as well as a family member touching on the same, did you and your wife decide that Spencer should go there just to get access?
Yeah, we sent him there because we could get something right away. I mean, it was that afternoon. We were so excited.
Did you have time to research the qualifications of anyone working there?
We just wanted to
Help.
talk to somebody.
Did you take him to that first appointment?
Me and Tanya did.
And I understand, do you recall the date that occurred?
Sometime in April, mid-April maybe.
The records reflect that first appointment would have been April 13 of 2023, is that?
That sounds
in
right.
Your recollection?
Yeah.
How did you see him leaving that appointment? Spencer, that is.
Not really much improved.
Is he still
Yeah.
exhibiting the same
He was.
signs of depression you
Yeah.
testified to about the house?
He was.
After that first appointment, what happened within a couple of days?
That's when he tried to commit suicide a few days after that.
And you've been present here today, you heard the testimony that
Yeah,
Detective.
I did.
How did you learn that your son was attempting to take his life on that?
We got a text message, and we,
From whom?
I think it was Spencer.
You remember the content?
It was, I love you, Dad.
In response to that text, what did you do?
Ran upstairs,
To a particular room in the house?
yeah, to his bedroom.
Spencer's? What did you find?
He wasn't there. And we looked in his closet. Tanya was with me. And he was hanging.
In the closet? What was he hanging from?
The pole with the necktie.
And how was the necktie affixed to the pole and then Spencer?
Around his neck, yeah.
On that discovery, what do you do?
Tanya went to undo the necktie, and I was holding him, and I was lifting him up,
To take pressure off his neck?
take pressure off his neck.
And were you able to relieve the pressure, do you believe?
Yeah,
Were you and your wife able to get him down from that position?
yeah. She struggled a bit getting it untied. It seemed like forever. got it loose. I threw him on the floor. He was blue.
Could you tell whether he was breathing?
I couldn't tell.
But he was blue in the face?
He was blue in the face. And then there was tears coming out of his eyes, and me and Tanya were just hugging on him and crying. And then we got him downstairs on the couch, trying to figure out what to do. Tanya got in touch with a friend that was a nurse. She said, take him to Baptist Health and in Jacksonville. We stayed with him on the couch, me and Tanya, that night.
And for the record, Tanya's your wife?
Correct. And we took him to Baptist Health the next morning. I believe that was Tuesday morning.
And upon his presentation in the hospital, where did Spencer go thereafter?
So we were in the emergency room area for quite a bit, and then we were admitted into the Baptist mental health facility.
And how long did Spencer stay in the mental health facility?
We got there on Tuesday. I think we picked him up on Saturday and afternoon.
About 5 days?
Correct.
How was Spencer upon his discharge?
Seemed better. Seemed a little bit better. Didn't seem to last long.
Did that change over the resulting days, weeks?
It did. I don't know the timeline, but it seemed like shortly after, he just kind of reverted into a deep depression.
Approximately how long after the discharge, to the best of your recollection?
2-3 days.
Did you make efforts after he was discharged to get him in to counseling with a psychologist?
Well, and my wife, Tanya, can speak better to this, but I know we were trying to, the way it was going to work was once he left Baptist, he was going to get outpatient care, and we had to schedule that first thing Monday. So Tanya was working.
She was the one making those
She was
calls?
making those calls.
We'll let her address that.
Okay.
In any event, is Spencer able to get in with a psychologist or a psychologist?
Yes, we had I believe a couple appointments. We went back to here tomorrow.
That's where he returned?
Correct, that's where he returned.
And
And he saw a different person.
Do you remember when roughly that was? If the records reflected May 31 of 2023.
Yeah, I remember it being the end of May.
But does May 31 comport with your recollection of when that was?
It does.
You didn't take him to that appointment, did you?
No, but his sister did, who's McKenna. She took him, and I made him go to that one.
And he's 18 at this point. Are people communicating with you about his health care at this time?
That was tough. Here tomorrow they weren't, and at Baptist we had to go through some hoops to get communication going there.
we know on June 3rd, 4 days after that appointment here tomorrow, the crimes that we observed here in the courtroom today happened.
Correct.
Mr. Pearson, we're here at sentencing for your son. The judge has the unenviable position of imposing a just sentence in this case. What would you like the court to know in fashioning that sentence?
The first thing I want to say is I want to address the victims, Madison, Jackie, Kennedy. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry this happened to you. Madison, you were always so sweet. Coming over, you were such a beautiful person to be around. You were so good to our family. I'm sorry this happened to you. I think about you every day. I pray for you every day. You're a sweet soul. You're a beautiful person. I know that. I'm sorry. And Jackie, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I know you've had to go through a world of hurt and just dealing with all of this. I'm sorry. I pray for you to have peace, and and forgiveness. And I just can't say I'm sorry enough. Y'all don't deserve this. Kennedy, thank you. Thank you for saving multiple lives. You are a hero. And I believe you also saved my son. I know you didn't intend to, but I thank you for that. I know this apology might do little to, or maybe might not comfort you at all, but I just wanted you to know from me and my family that we are so sorry that our son did this to you.
Now, undoubtedly, there's going to be punishment imposed in this case. What would you like to see as a result of whatever the court decides to do? What are you hoping for your son?
Spencer deserves a chance to have a life. Spencer needs help. I know that without a doubt. He's got a lot of issues, a lot of mental problems. I'm worried about his head injuries. Spencer was never violent. He was a good kid. I don't know what happened. I believe Spencer can be rehabilitated, and I believe he needs that chance.
In the event he is able to return to your home or the community, do you and your wife and your family stand by him and will make efforts to support him and try to
Absolutely.
allow him to succeed?
Absolutely. He has our full support.
And whatever it takes in terms of therapy, counseling, support, are you there for him?
Whatever it takes.
I may have one moment here.
You may.
Mr. Pearson, I don't believe I have anything further. I think the state did.
Okay.
State.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Pearson. When your son came home from Baptist for those 4 or 5 days, he was given medication at Baptist, correct?
He was.
He stopped taking that shortly after you got home, right?
Correct.
You didn't like the way it made him feel?
Yeah, he complained about headaches and didn't make him feel right.
And you said it was he was a better maybe just for a short bit, and then you saw him, saw him slip into that deep depression, correct?
Yeah.
And I know y'all were working on getting him an appointment, but did you ever take him back to Baptist just to admit him under a Baker Act?
No, we did not.
I know you said you got like an I love you text from your son, but you are aware that Madison and or her mom reached out to y'all when they got that picture as well.
Yes, I believe so. To not to me, but to Tanya.
To your wife.
Tanya told me, yes.
Yes, sir. Okay. And Ms. Roger was keeping your family up to date kind of since the breakup of everything that was going on, right?
Yes.
So you guys knew about following her and the social media, like all of that was going on.
Correct.
And at some point you did take away his phone.
Correct.
So on June 3rd, he didn't have his phone because you had taken it, right?
Correct.
And so prior to that here tomorrow, those two sessions in April 13th, 2023, he had never seen a psychologist or a licensed mental health counselor for any reason?
No.
You said, though, he's been struggling with anxiety and issues, I believe y'all have reported as young as elementary school, correct?
Well, we saw anxiety
Uh-huh.
there, but it was nothing that held him back. He still did well in school. I guess I would say it just wasn't crippling to him.
You really didn't see anything crippling until, was it fair after his junior year and the COVID? Is that sort of when you?
Well, I saw it escalate in high school.
Escalate in high school. And then just about the football, you testified earlier that, I mean, I understand you said it was an estimation of 10,000 hits, but
Yeah.
those are hits. It's fair to say not all to his head hits on the field, correct?
Well, I think it would be safe to say that they were hits to the head based on his position. He was playing defensive line for almost his entire football time frame.
And so when you talk about this, you're just estimating based on games and practices and
I am.
per game. And so that's similar to any, at least I think it's fair to say, similar to any football player in his position. Fair to
Correct.
say?
Yeah.
That played football as long as him.
Sure.
Okay. And they didn't all result in concussion protocol. I believe you said you're aware of 2, is that right?
2 in high school.
2 in
correct.
high school, right. And you died, it wasn't anything that needed to be followed up with as a pediatrician or any doctors beyond what the school athletic personnel told you what to do. Is that fair?
Correct. We
Okay.
were we went to their facilities, their doctors.
And do you recall how long those kept him out of play, if at all?
Well, they did. I would, without knowing the exact dates, I would say a couple of weeks.
But once you were done with the school's protocol and their athletic advisors, he didn't go to any other follow-up for that?
I don't remember.
But I mean, you guys didn't take him to get his head scanned or
We
radiologist? anything like
we
that?
didn't, no.
Okay.
No, I don't know, no.
Okay, that's all. No further questions?
Briefly,
Sure.
do you recall how many days prior to these crimes, June 3rd, 2023, you took Spencer's phone?
I would say about a week.
A week prior?
Yeah, about a week.
Nothing further.
All right, sir, thank you. You can return to your seat.
next witness we intend to call is going to appear by Zoom,
What's the name of the witness?
Dr. Mark Rubino.
Oh, wait, okay. You're not screen sharing? Okay, so he can just put it up there. I don't need to do anything.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Just take this back.
I don't know if he's logged in yet or not, but we're trying to communicate to make sure that is. He's in the waiting room, as I understand.
All right, is the individual that's on the screen with Mark Rubino, that's the witness that you would like to call?
That's the one I'm familiar with.
Sir, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, sir. Mr. Katrigas, you may inquire.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Mark Patrick Rubino. R-U-B as in boy, I-N-O.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an adult neurologist.
And if you could, Dr. Rubino, provide us with your educational background.
After graduating from high school in 1989, it was a long time ago, I entered into a 6-year BSD program through Kent State University in Ohio and Northeastern Ohio University College of Medicine, also in Northeast Ohio, getting my MD and my BS in 1995. And then I went to Akron City Hospital and Summa Health Systems, got my transitional residency before I went to USF in Tampa to get my neurology residency, completing that in 1999. And I've been practicing in Naples since 1999.
And so my math is less than stellar, but if you graduated from high school and began practicing, graduated high school in 1989, and began practicing in 1999, that's roughly 10 years of education?
10 years, but part of it is a 6-year BSMD. Man, college is 2 years, get a BS. It's an accelerated program.
Okay. And the MD, obviously medical doctor.
Medical doctor, yes.
And what is your area of specialty?
I'm a generalist, but I've taken a particular interest in head injuries or traumatic brain injury.
And have you been practicing neurology exclusively since '99?
Yes.
And what is the nature of your practice?
Well, I have my practice is individuals referred I have a lot of Parkinson's, I have some seizures, I have some fair amount of ADD, attention deficit disorders, and some brain injury people who I acquired over the years from seeing people from car accidents. And that's probably where I got into it, is concussions from airbags and et cetera. Fortunately, there's quite a bit of pain as well.
And have you rendered testimony in courtrooms over the course of your career?
Yes.
Specifically, have you rendered testimony regarding individuals' brain injuries?
Yes.
And how many times have you offered opinion testimony in court?
Let's see. What did I say last time? Add one to it. Like 82, I think.
82 times in a courtroom you were able to offer opinion testimony.
Yes.
And out of those 82 times, how often or what percentage of that would be testimony relating to an individual's brain injuries?
Brain injury is probably about 75% of that time, because I also testify for other neurological conditions like epilepsy, or I had one where someone had a spinal cord injury and was accused of running away from a crime when he can't walk, that kind of thing. I'm a neurologist.
Your Honor, I would seek to have Dr. Rubino offer opinion testimony.
Any objection?
No objection.
Doctor may offer opinion testimony.
Doctor, you were retained to evaluate and review imaging on the defendant here, Spencer Pearson, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And in the course of your being retained, what did you understand your evaluation and review to consist of? What were you asked to do?
To evaluate for evidence of brain injury due to his history of years of playing football.
And you reviewed some collateral materials in connection with that history. And what I'm getting at is you had an occasion to speak to his parents, did you not?
I talked to his father, yes.
And I think you had the benefit of a psychological report prior to your retention as well, did you not?
Yeah, I read Dr. Krupp's report.
Okay. As a result of your being retained in this case, did you enter orders or prescriptions to facilitate your review of the matter?
Yes, I ordered MRI of the brain and CT PET of the brain.
Okay. And for the benefit of our judge, who's the decision maker here today, can you briefly explain what those two sets of imaging are designed to show?
MRI of the brain is going to be a test looking for structure of the brain, looking for structural abnormalities, looking for focal atrophy, looking for anything that's not quite right structurally, including white matter lesions, areas of brain damage such as what's called encephalomalacia that you'd see on MRI, or prior bleed you see on MRI, specifically a gradient echo sequence. That's different than CT PET, where it's an FDG, or fluorodeoxyglucose PET scan, that basically a radioactive sugar is administered, and the parts of the brain that use more light up more. Now the cortex of the brain is what uses most of the sugar, so you see like a ring or two semicircles when you look at a PET scan that are pretty equal. They should be equal in their intensity because they're all using the same amount of sugar.
And if you don't see the equal amount of intensity, what does that tell you as a neurologist?
That part's not working as well because it's not utilizing sugar as much as the rest of the cortex. It must be some either dead brain or brain tissue that's not been utilized. There's been down regulation for other parts of the brain too, so that happens too. Like the amygdala, for some reason, isn't working very well. Other parts of the limbic system won't work as well either.
I want to get to your findings of the imaging of Mr. Pearson's brain in a moment, but
yes.
One of the issues in this case is Mr. Pearson's age at the time of the offense, which is 18. And,
yes.
And in what I'll call the issue of the developing adolescent brain. Are you familiar with that science?
I am, in that adolescence or 18-year-old is immature, and one does not achieve full maturity until about 25.
And do you know generally what the process of that development between 18 and 25 entails? What I'm getting at is the myelination, the conversion of gray matter to white matter.
Well, the myelination, this pruning of neurons, it's basically the same process that you have from when you're an embryo to when it's part of the growing up process.
And that occurs up through, with the brain?
25.
25. And in connection with the pruning, is that the process by which gray matter gets converted to white matter? Or is that a separate process?
White matter is white matter, gray matter is gray matter. You lose some gray matter as you get older, and then you reestablish more connections.
And
More synapses, and that's where you get more of maturity.
And what is the effect in terms of behavior with the adolescent brain?
I mean, adolescents tend to be invincible. I think that they can't. That's why they're used in the military. The 18-year-olds get drafted because they're more willing to go than a 30-year-old. The 30-year-old's going to be more likely to say no. I respect myself too much for that, or I can die. They can see that already. Where at 18, you don't really appreciate that as much, and you tend to be more impulsive and tend to do things that you wouldn't do when you're 30. I use 30 because that's even more distance.
And is there other behaviors that are associated with the adolescent brain that start to cease after development in 25, in addition to impulse control?
Well, this is not exactly my forte, so
Fair enough.
it's more enough for the psychologist.
Fair enough. Now, in terms of the review of images with Spencer Pearson, what did your review of that imaging find?
All right, his MRI showed two things. One, he had a cavum septum pellucidum.
And there's a digital court reporter, I suspect. Could you slow down and repeat that?
I will say it again, and I'll even try to spell it.
Okay.
Cavum septum pellucidum. C-A-V-U-M, septum, S-E-P-T-U-M, pellucidum, P-E-L-L-U-C-I-D-E-M.
In layman's terms, what is that condition?
Everyone, during embryogenesis of the brain, these leaflets in the midbrain, in the middle part of the hemispheres, the leaflets come together, forming the septum pellucidum. However, they can be separated from repetitive traumas. They can also be not put together in the first place, which indicates maldevelopment.
Is the maldevelopment, is that something that's detectable at a very young age?
Yes.
Okay.
That's basically going to be early, either cognitive or behavioral problems early on.
As a child?
As a child, yes.
Okay. And then the other mechanism by which that feature presents is what?
From head injury, you can get the brain injury persona of being the more easily agitated, intolerant to stress, more anxiety, some attention deficit, that type of stuff.
From the cavum septum pellucidum?
From the brain injury.
From the brain?
From the brain injury that the septum pellucidum represents.
Okay. As I understand your testimony, the cavum septum pellucidum is evidence of an injury to a brain as opposed to some acute injury in and of itself?
It's not an acute injury. It doesn't happen all of a sudden. It happens gradually over time.
Okay.
And then, okay, go ahead.
And you said it's evidence of a brain injury. Would that be from trauma to the head?
Well, it's typically evidence of multiple head injuries. It's something you see in NFL players.
And you saw that present in Mr. Pearson, who I believe was 20 years old when you had him imaged, correct?
Correct.
So we had the evidence of hits, repetitive hits to the head. What else did you see in Mr. Pearson's imaging?
He has a lesion in his right frontal lobe, just anterior to the insular cortex and near the gray matter.
And-
Given his age and location, there's not a whole lot that's going to cause that besides head injuries.
In layman's term, what's a lesion?
A lesion is going to be on flare and T2. You see a white, a bright spot in a gray area. That'll be a white matter lesion.
Okay. Is that in essence a bruise to the brain?
It's a scar, actually.
Scar?
Scar. It's gliosis.
And the location of that injury in Mr. Pearson's imaging, I think you said it was in the right frontal lobe on the outside?
Yes, it's towards the periphery near the cortex.
Okay. And what is the significance of the location of that scar?
Well, it's a scar in the frontal lobe, which when you see damage in the frontal lobe, then you're more likely to have problems with attention, planning, consequence appreciation. Or you don't appreciate consequences. You tend to act impulsively without appreciating the consequence of your action. Planning is impaired, more so than a normal person.
What else did you discover upon the imaging, reviewing the imaging of Mr. Pearson's brain?
The other thing is going to be the PET scan.
What did that reveal?
That showed that there's diminished uptake in the cingulate gyrus, including the anterior cingulate gyrus, which is part of the limbic system.
And what does the limbic system in the human brain control or function?
Limbic system controls emotion. It's the part of the brain that emotion resides, is the limbic system.
And an injury to the limbic system, how does that manifest itself in an individual?
Typically, someone who cannot has difficulty regulating their own emotions. They have more difficulty calming themselves down. They're more likely to have anxiety and easy agitation. That's all part of the brain injury persona.
And was that the in essence, the totality of your findings in terms of reviewing Mr. Pearson's imaging?
Imaging, correct.
Before we get to the physical examination?
Correct.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but these were, in essence, what you found in terms of abnormalities with Mr. Pearson's brain versus the typical 20-year-old?
Yeah, this is not typical. Yes, it's not a part of a normal 20-year-old brain. You want to see everything nice and bright. I mean, 20-year-old brains are usually the best brains to look at because they haven't, unless they've been come back from Iraq or something like that.
And to your knowledge, Mr. Pearson never served in the military?
Correct.
Okay. And based upon his history, oh well, strike that. Is it your opinion that the abnormalities you viewed on the imaging resulted from trauma to the head?
Yes. I think that part of his earlier head injuries contribute to his early development of anxiety. And in elementary school his grades were relatively good, but in middle school and high school the grades turned terrible. And
Just to be clear, you haven't reviewed Mr. Pearson's transcripts or anything, have you?
no, just from what he told me his grades were.
Okay. And I guess what I was getting at is the injuries you saw were inconsistent with, say, a cardiovascular source or some other source apart from head trauma?
Yes, his blood pressure was normal. He has no history of heart disease. He has nothing that suggests that he has any kind of reason for vascular disease. He's a non-smoker.
And therefore, your opinion is that those abnormalities or injuries are a result of head trauma?
Right. The only finding that could be from something else would be the white matter lesion, because it's non-specific. It is my opinion that it's traumatic because he's got no risk factors for vascular disease. It's in the frontal lobe near bone, which is pretty common for white matter lesions. And I have a septum cavum pellucidum, which says this person likely suffered multiple head injuries.
Now, there's been discussion, and I may have fueled it, about whether Mr. Pearson suffered from chronic encephalopathy, CTE, or chronic traumatic encephalopathy, if I'm saying that right. Can you diagnose that with a 20-year-old living subject?
No, we're talking about chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE. And no, that cannot be diagnosed and when someone's alive. And there may be some better tests coming out that may shed light on who's going to get CTE. CTE is going to be more of a degenerative process that happens later in life, like an Alzheimer's process, but happens younger and they get demented with worse behavior very quickly. Whether he's going to develop that or not, I don't know, but he's at increased risk of it.
Because of the findings you just discussed?
Findings he has, but he has altered behavior already from having head injuries, but I don't know if it comes to the level of calling it CTE or opining that it will go into CTE.
Are you aware of the studies regarding CTE and what I'll call overlap between the findings you're discussing here today, the cavum, septum, pellucidum, and whatnot, and those findings being later determined to be present in post-mortem autopsies of brains of people confirmed to have CTE?
Yes, that's why we retrospectively say, hey, this is what we see in people with CTE. We can see it on MRI now. Therefore, it must be from a head injury, or the history is compatible with it.
And what was that overlap with Pearson? What were the findings you saw that is consistent with people later diagnosed with CTE?
The cavum, septum, pellucidum.
Evidence of repetitive head injuries.
Right.
Okay.
That's what the CTE is, not from just one head injury. It's typically from multiple subconcussive injuries. And unfortunately, Spencer, playing football at 6 years old, sustained multiple subconcussive injuries, and it wasn't until high school that they took people out for concussion protocols. When he was in grade school and middle school, according to his dad, there wasn't any supervision. They just basically hit their heads all the time, and no one thought anything of it.
Now, you also physically examined Mr. Pearson, did you not?
I did.
And what did you find in terms of that examination?
Let's see, the first thing I did, I checked his blood pressure first and checked his pulse. Blood pressure is 120/80, pulse was 96. I did a Montreal cognitive assessment.
And to be clear, Mr. Pearson was cognitively intact, was he not?
Yeah, he scored a 20 out of 30. He's cognitively intact, but unfortunately MOCA does not assess behavior and emotion. It's more of a different test.
What does that mean? That he's cognitively intact, but the instrument doesn't assess behavior and emotion?
That he should be able to, well, obviously appreciates everything that happened here, appreciates what he did. He can I mean, you really shouldn't have any problem like following directions and stuff like that.
But in terms of behavior, that may be impaired for the reasons you discussed?
Right, the other non-cognitive aspects of head injury, which is easily agitated, anxiety, poor planning, unregulated emotion, difficulty controlling one's emotions, acting out on emotion, that type of thing.
Okay. And I interrupted. What else did your physical examination reveal?
Cranial nerves, he had a little bit of, he had nystagmus in his left eye, just his left eye, when looking to the left.
What does that tell you as a neurologist?
That there's some type of interruption in the midbrain within the what's called medial longitudinal fasciculus of the midbrain. It's just something you see in people with head injuries.
That nystagmus in the left eye is further evidence of head injuries.
Yes. Or if it's in both eyes, it could be from a bad ear. Something circuit canal is being off. You get nystagmus from ears, but because it was just one eye, it couldn't have been ears. It had to be.
And in your, beyond a reasonable degree of medical probability, that's a symptom of a head injury.
Yes.
What else did you find upon examination?
I assessed his motor examination. He had full strength throughout, but he had a little bit increased tone on the left. That's when I asked him to distract him with moving his right arm, and then I passively move his left arm, and I checked for resistance. There's some resistance there that he shouldn't have had. And that indicates that you get increased tone when inhibitory inputs from the cerebral cortex coming down are interrupted. Because the brain is inhibitory on tone. If you have no tone, if you have no brain, your muscles would be spastic.
Spastic meaning rigid, or the contrary?
The anterior horn cell is going to be on. Anterior horn cell is always on. Anterior horn cell is what gives you your motor neuron. There's inputs from the cerebral cortex down to the anterior horn cell that keep it relaxed, and it kind of works negatively. That's why when you die, rigor mortis kicks in.
And so the rigidity, if you will, or the resistance on his left side is evidence of that condition?
Of some interruption of inhibitory inputs from the brain to the left arm.
And beyond a reasonable degree of medical probability, do you have an opinion as to the source of that finding?
Yes, so it's going to be upper motor neurons affected.
Can you say what the...
I can't say it's his brain or his spinal cord because there's evidence of spinal cord damage too.
So we'll get there. Any other findings from the motor exam, or?
That was it for that.
Okay.
Then we move on to sensory, light touch and temperature are intact, but he's got loss of vibration sense in his ankles.
And what does that tell you?
That he has proprioceptive loss.
And what is the significance of that finding?
That he's more likely to fall in the dark. What it means is either has B12 deficiency or is somehow affecting his dorsal column of the spinal cord.
And in layman's terms, what does that mean?
That means he's either pinching his spinal cord or he's got some kind of deficiency. So I look for other things to get evidence of what else lends itself to this, which would be his deep tendon reflexes.
And how did he exhibit on that examination?
He had pathological reflexes. He was brisk throughout his arms, and his patellas with his ankle jerks revealed unsustained or sustained clonus. means you push his foot up, it'll keep beating back and forth.
On the way down?
On the way down, it'll go up and down by itself.
And is that irregular with somebody without some kind of physical injury?
No, you don't see it. It's pathological, without a doubt, pathological.
And
He also had a cross adductor, meaning that when I tap his patellar reflex, his legs come together. So that's a pathological spread. The reflex is supposed to be just, and when you stretch a deep tendon, the response should be limited to that same tendon. But this went up to the spinal cord and crossed over in the spinal cord and caused another reflex. That indicates another evidence of loss of input from the brain.
do you have an opinion as to what the source of those findings may be?
I think he has cervical stenosis. I think he's pinching his spinal cord. And if that's not the case, then his brain's more damaged than it's showing on MRI. But I think this is going to be his neck.
You think it's cervical stenosis or the spinal cord as it's transitioning through the neck
It's getting pinched.
has stenosis?
It's getting pinched by something. It could be a disc herniation from one of his injuries long ago. It could be bone spurs because of all his head injuries. People with head injuries tend to have crappy necks. They tend to have more bone spurs, more disc herniations, and more other problems.
And I don't mean to be overly simplistic. Is that because, in essence, the head bone's connected to the neck bone?
The head bone's connected to the neck bone, yes, so they're connected.
So if there's injuries to the head, that's going to transition therefrom down the neck?
Right. For example, in a car accident, if someone gets airbag deployment, EMS will put them in a neck brace on board. Because if you have a head injury, you're more likely to have a cervical fracture or some problem with your neck because they're very integral when you get injured.
Integral meaning connected.
They're connected. They're very much connected.
Now, is there a medical procedure or treatment that Mr. Pearson could undergo to repair or try to ameliorate the effects of that cervical stenosis?
Well, first we need to have an MRI of his cervical spine to see what level it is and what needs to be done. And if it's not cervical, you have to look at thoracic. But this looks like it can be cervical.
And generally, go ahead.
Because the arms are also increased reflexes.
Which would indicate a cervical injury.
They indicate this can be high cervical.
Is there a medical procedure that could help repair or at least ameliorate the effects of that? Well, let me back up. Is that something that deteriorates over time, cervical stenosis?
It gets worse over time. My opinion with him is he needs an MRI pretty quickly and needs to see a surgeon pretty quickly.
So there is
Because
a surgical...
Yes, surgery would decompress. This would be anterior cervical discectomy with fusion. Now they're doing arthroplasties or arthrodesis, which is putting the artificial discs in. It all depends on the pathology that's present on the MRI.
And unfortunately, when you were retained and the orders were entered, it didn't encompass a cervical spine MRI, did it?
No, it wasn't until I examined him that I saw that he had these ridiculous reflexes that warrant further testing.
And if he doesn't get treated for that condition, what is the prognosis for Mr. Pearson moving forward?
That he would have progressive problems walking and would develop spasticity in his limbs and neuropathic pain through his legs and arms. And eventually he won't be able to walk anymore if untreated.
But surgery could remedy that.
Yeah, absolutely.
If I may have one moment here. Dr. Rubino, I don't have any further questions. Thank you. I believe the state does.
Cross-examination.
You do.
All right, it's noon, but I'm going to say good morning, Dr. Rubino.
Good morning.
Good seeing you again.
Same
I'm just
here.
going to cover some things that council just went over with you. So first and foremost, I just want to start out, you are not a psychologist, correct?
Last time I checked, I'm not a psychologist.
All right, and when we spoke last week, you actually had said that psych isn't even in your vocabulary. You've never given an opinion. You've never given an opinion about psychology in court, correct?
Correct. Other than some psychological symptoms that arise from brain injury, such as anxiety and increased tolerance of stress, those are psychological, but I'm not a psychiatrist saying that he's got bipolar disorder, if he's got schizophrenia or anything like that. I'm not there to say anything like that.
Of course, and when you're talking about these things that you just mentioned with counsel that would fall under the umbrella of psychology, let's say the depression, the anxiety, the behavioral issues, you're basically talking in generalities, right?
Yes.
These are things that...
In brain injury, you generally have people who are more easily agitated, poor planning, loss of appreciation of consequence, especially in the heat of the moment. These are very common, pervasive frontal lobe injury issues.
So basically, these are things that you've learned through your schooling in the course of your career and reading studies on this, that these are things that are generally associated with brain injuries that you've seen on these scans. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
You don't have anything indicative or specific about Mr. Pearson's behavior that you've been able to say he definitely has anxiety, he definitely has depression, he definitely would have exerted behavioral issues because of what I saw on these scans.
Well, I read in like Dr. Kropp's and as well as Dr. Davis's that he's had anxiety since he was a kid.
Okay, so that's things that you've read in other experts on the matters reports. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And as far as psychiatry, I did mention that I'm board certified by American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology, and 30% of my board is psychiatry. I'm just not a psychiatrist, and I don't opine on psychiatry.
Okay. And most of what you've testified to about those general things you would maybe expect to see from brain injuries has been through the course of your career. You've been reviewing these type of scans. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you also said that you can't specifically correlate that to behavior, right? And I'll clarify. I think let me clarify. I think when we discussed, you had said that in order to actually make the connection specifically to someone's behavior, a psychologist would need to complete an 8-hour psychology test to better have those findings, right?
Right. A neuropsychology evaluation is helpful in determining executive function, more so than a MOCA or a psychologist.
And that wasn't performed in this case after your review of the scans. You didn't reach out to a neuropsychologist and have them complete that testing for your understanding. Is that right?
No, there was not a whole lot of time to do it.
Okay. And specifically when you were preparing to render or opine in regards to what you saw on the scans, you didn't review any police reports in this matter?
I didn't have any, no, I did not.
Okay, you didn't review the video footage of Mr. Spencer's behavior on June 3rd of 2023, correct?
I didn't have that either.
Okay. You didn't review any of the behavioral assessments or any type of transcripts from school where it may have talked about his general behavior as a child?
I did not.
Okay, so once again, your findings about the anxiety, the depression, you're saying generally that's what you might expect to see from these type of injuries.
Yes, but I know that he's had anxiety and depression for years.
Based
By
on-
the psychology reports.
Okay. You can't say that the violent behavior specifically on June 3rd of 2023 is from anything that you saw on those scans.
All I can say is more likely to happen because he has brain injury and more impulsive and more easily to do things without regard to consequence and do things arising out of emotion.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about your time with Mr. Pearson. You became involved in this case roughly a month and a half ago, is that correct?
That's correct.
You were hired by the defense counsel in this team, or in this case, correct?
Yes.
And those 82 times that you've been able to opine an opinion regarding what you found on brain scans correlated to behavior, you've testified on behalf of the defense, correct?
Yes, I've never been retained by the state.
Okay. And I think when we spoke, you mostly said that you kind of worked in death penalty mitigation cases for defense teams. Is that correct?
Yes, that's mostly the head injury aspect of things, yes.
Okay. Now, when you actually got to meet with Mr. Pearson, you only met with Mr. Pearson one time, correct?
Yes, I did a full neurological examination one time.
Okay, and I think you started out by talking about the Montreal Cognitive Assessment, correct?
The exam part, yes, the exam part started with the MOCA, yes.
All right, and you told me that you gauged cognition, visual spaces, naming, memory, ability to pay attention, distraction, and recall in that test, correct?
That's part of MOCA, yes. Those are all within normal limits.
And you said that Mr. Pearson had a score of 28 out of 30 total, and you would consider that a normal score on that test, correct?
That is correct.
And you said next you moved to the neurological examination, or MOCA, where you said that his mental status was normal, correct?
Well, MOCA is mental status, and they're both normal. It's the same thing.
Okay, I think you even went further to say that he was alert, he could recall words, his concentration appeared to be normal, his attention, his language, and you scored him a total of 20 out of 30 after completing that test, which you also opined was a normal score, correct?
We're talking about the same thing.
Objection, question.
Rephrase your question.
Did you find that Mr. Pearson's performance on that test was also normal?
It's the same thing, so there's no also. He had a normal MOCA score, period.
Okay. I'm going to move on. Next, when we discussed it, you said that you created a cranial, or you did a cranial nerve assessment?
Yes.
Okay. And during that, you said that he had a little bit of jerking from his left eye, but you also felt that there was really no scale, but findings were normal. Is that correct?
Really no skill. No, this nystagmus one eye is abnormal.
Okay.
His eyes were abnormal. The rest of his cranial nerves were normal, but his ocular movements were abnormal with that nystagmus in his left eye, on left gaze.
Okay. And then with his motor examination you completed next, you said he exhibited no focal weaknesses, and you also found his findings to be normal. Is that correct?
His strength was normal. His tone was increased on his left side, which is abnormal.
Okay. You stated after all of your review of the scans and your physical assessment of Mr. Pearson that you would not consider Mr. Pearson's scans to be as severe as most that you have seen over the course of your career. Is that correct?
As some of the more of the cables and symptoms I've seen that are severe, his isn't as bad as the other ones I've seen.
And you might expect to see at limited, but somewhat the same as a 20-year-old who had played football over the course of a decade of his career. Is that correct?
It seems compatible with someone who's had lots of subconcussive injuries over 12 years or 10 years.
You consider his overall performance on the testing that you performed average as compared to most of his peer group. Would that be a correct assessment?
Are we talking about the MOCA again?
Yes.
That would be average. It's just meaning he's cognitively intact.
For someone his age of normal faculties, right?
Everybody should be a normal MOCA at 20.
Okay. And earlier on direct examination, you made a statement. I want to ask you about that. You said that when you did the cognitive assessment, it appeared that he was able to appreciate what he did. He was able to appreciate his actions, correct?
After the fact, he was able to realize that he did something very bad or very wrong and feels bad about it.
And just once again, to be clear, you said on direct examination there could potentially be a correlation between his head injury and the anxiety he suffered when he was younger. But you would agree with me that you didn't see anything that would indicate that there was causation. For instance, you can't say if he didn't have the brain injuries, if he still would have suffered anxiety.
No, I just know that he had early head injuries, and there is no psych history in his family. Where would the anxiety come from?
Okay, and the psych history with his family, you're meaning when you spoke with his father, what his father had told you.
Right. It's not, people in his family aren't necessarily depressed and anxious all the time. Not like he is. What separates him out? Why does he have all this anxiety as a kid?
All right, one moment, Judge. That's all I have for you, Doctor. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Briefly. And this is just a curiosity question. Is the cavum septum pellucidum something that would get progressively worse over time, or does that get progressively worse with the continuation of repetitive head injuries?
It gets worse with a continuation of repetitive head injuries. So if he were to go on to play college and college football and NFL football, he would be pretty much guaranteed having CTE when he's 45.
But it's the repetitive injury that creates that separation between the hemispheres, as I understand that phenomenon.
Right, it's repetitive subconcussive head injuries is the risk factor that we're seeing in football players.
Okay. But in order for the separation to get larger, there needs to be the continued impacts to the head.
Right, he's not going to be doing that, not playing football anymore, so it's expected to get worse.
Okay. Now, whatever the long-term effect of his prior 12 years is, remains to be seen and likely won't be discovered until a brain autopsy.
Right. And then he's also going to get older and get a little more mature.
Because of the adolescent brain thing that we started
Right.
with. Nothing further.
Thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Doctor, you may log off. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Okay, sounds like a good time for a lunch break. It's 12:15. We will stand in recess for 1 hour. We will come back at 1:15 to continue with the second hit. Good recess.
It's all, I don't go behind you and in the middle there. I just don't want anybody to trip over it. See, like that. Nobody's coming through here.
All right, we're back on the record in case 23 CF 858. See, the state is present, defense is present. We're ready to continue with our sentencing hearing.
We are. We have Dr. Heed waiting to get in your Zoom, so as soon as you do that, Your Honor, we'll set that one.
All right.
Oh, there he is.
You might get some feedback if you're joining as well, so make sure your microphone
Right.
is muted.
I am. See, now I'm worried I'm not going to be controlling the podium. Because you are, right?
Correct.
So that's going to be a problem. Can you give me host? Your Honor? Can you make me a host? You know how to- Yeah, I think if you click on that thing. Make co-host, if you're a host.
That work?
You want to see if he can hear us, Judge?
All right. Dr. Hyde, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
All right, sir, if you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, counsel, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. All right, good afternoon, Doctor. Can you go ahead and state your first and last name for us, please?
My first name is Michael, my last name is Heed, spelled H-E-I-D.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I am a trauma surgeon at Memorial Hospital in Jacksonville, Florida.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been a trauma surgeon in Jacksonville since 2019, and I've been a trauma surgeon since 2020.
Any,
I'm sorry, since 2000, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Any specialty or any specific field of expertise that you complete surgery in?
I completed a board certified in general surgery, and I did a fellowship training in surgical critical care.
All right. And at some point in time, do you remember seeing a patient by the name of Madison Schemitz?
Yes, I do.
And when was that?
According to the records, that was on June 3rd, 2023.
And what were the circumstances of you coming in contact with Ms. Schemitz on that day?
Ms. Schemitz was transported to Memorial Hospital, Jacksonville on the evening of June 2003 as a level 1 trauma alert due to sustaining multiple injuries to her chest and back, which were consistent with stab wounds or lacerations.
How long was Madison under your care?
She was admitted to the hospital on June 3rd, and she was discharged on June 12th, which was 10 days total in the hospital.
Did she get to go home at that time?
I believe she was admitted to inpatient rehab upon discharge from the acute care setting or the hospital.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned your primary reason for seeing her were stab wounds. What type of damage was actually done to her body?
Well, she sustained multiple lacerations, which, as per the verbal report from the responding EMS crew, was due to an altercation with a young male believed to be stab wounds of an unknown object. There were multiple lacerations to her back. During the initial evaluation, as we do from a trauma surgery standpoint, we diagnosed a collapsed lung on the right side, a collapsed lung on the left side, and then there were multiple lacerations to her back, a laceration to her right chest, and also her right upper extremity.
Did she have any broken ribs or any other injuries that you can recall?
I'm not familiar with broken ribs that I saw in regards to the medical records. She did have a thoracic vertebrae number 4 spinous process fracture, and she also had a ligamentum flavum injury. The ligamentum flavum is a ligament. It's fibrous tissue that connects the vertebral bodies together, and that was at the level of the T4, the thoracic vertebrae number 4 level.
Okay, and judge's permission to approach and get someone to work. So, Judge, this is marked right now as state's ID A, but I believe we do have a stipulation for it to come in.
Defensive stipulation.
All right, what was previously marked for identification as State's Exhibit A will be received into evidence as State's Exhibit number 1.
I'm just going to ask the published judge.
You may.
Okay, Doctor, I had previously sent you 4 photographs. I just want to ask you a couple questions about those photographs, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see our screen, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's talk about these 2 here that you see. What exactly does this depict?
The picture on the left appears to be the laceration that Madison sustained to the right upper extremity.
Okay, and what about the one on the right?
And the one on the right appears to be the laceration she sustained just to the right upper chest area. I think it's just above and to the side of the right breast.
Did either of those photographs that we just showed, did that have to take surgical intervention at any point?
They both had to be surgically repaired in layers, meaning closing the deep layer of the tissues and then closing the skin level. The one on the chest, or the picture on the right, most probably is the laceration that resulted in having a collapsed lung on that side, and therefore we needed to insert a chest tube or a tube that went into the right pleural cavity, or the space in between the chest wall and the lung, to evacuate air that accumulated in there from a puncture of the lung itself.
Okay. And I'm going to do this, I'm going to ask you the same thing about this, sir. What exactly does this depict?
I'm not really sure. There's definitely a laceration due to the closeness of the picture. I really can't tell the proximity of it, where it's located on the body.
Okay, I'm going to show you one last photo. Or I'm sorry, I have 2 last photos. So this right here is kind of an overview, is that correct?
That is correct. That is the patient, Madison, in the operating room prior to us doing the surgical repair of those lacerations. She is laying on her left side, so the left of the picture would be where her head is, the right of the picture would be where her waist and feet are. The largest laceration we see there is right around the spine area, and we see multiple lacerations to the back in varying sizes and varying depth.
Okay, and then what does this photo depict?
That would be the post-surgical repair of all those lacerations. So we approximated or brought together the skin and also the tissues underneath in multiple layers, whether we used staples, and some of them we used actually sutures to close those lacerations.
Roughly how many lacerations or stab wounds did you have to have surgical intervention to close?
In looking at the operative report, there was a laceration to the right upper extremity. There was a laceration to the right anterior chest region. There was a laceration to the right axilla region, which is like underneath the armpit area. There was a laceration, and then I think there were 9 lacerations to the back that we repaired.
Other than what we've talked about with the treatment of those wounds, was there any surgeries or any other treatment, life-saving measures that Madison had to undergo?
So Madison also underwent surgery by the neurosurgeon, who on June 4th operated on her and performed a thoracic vertebrae number 4 laminectomy and traumatic dural repair. A laminectomy is removing part of the bone of the vertebral body, that being the lamina, usually to decompress the spinal cord area because of fluid that builds up. And then there is a lining around the spinal cord called the dura, which is a fibrous tissue that was lacerated, and that had to be surgically repaired so that the cerebral spinal fluid could stay within that spinal cord area and not actually leak out.
The injuries that Madison sustained that you became aware of, whether it be through your surgeries or through the files or the medical records for Madeline once she got into your care, would you consider any of those injuries life-threatening?
Yes, I would.
And what were some of those?
The one that was the most concerning was, from a life-threatening issue, was the stab wound to a laceration to her right chest. It collapsed the lung to where air built up in the chest cavity, and when we inserted a chest tube into that pleural space, we had a rush of air come out of the chest cavity, which kind of goes with the fact that was under some tension. So she could have progressed to what's called a tension pneumothorax, to where so much air builds up in that chest cavity that it actually compresses the blood supply going back to the heart, and therefore you can have a cardiac arrest if that is not appropriately treated.
Was there any concern of paralysis for Madison, sorry?
Yes, so when we did our initial evaluation in the trauma resuscitation suite, Madison had areas of her body from below the thoracic vertebrae number 4, which when looking at the body on a male is right at the nipple line. On a female, it corresponds to the area just what is called the inframammary fold, or where the breast tissue and the lower part of the breast tissue actually comes into contact with the chest. So right at that level, Madison had patchy areas of where she could actually feel some things but not feel a lot of things, so loss of sensation from the nipples down to her toes, and she had no motor function from below that T4 level, meaning that there was paralysis there initially on our examination.
What, if anything, can you speak to for Madison's recovery moving forward? Any effects with the paralysis long term? What would you expect to see?
Well, when we initially evaluated her and when the physical medicine and rehab physician evaluated her while still in the acute care setting in the hospital, but after the surgeries, she was leveled as what's called an ASIA 4. ASIA is an acronym, it's ASIA. It stands for the American Spinal Injury Association, and we can grade spinal cord injuries in regards to how people are functioning with that injury. And it looks at the sensation that you have. In other words, can you feel somebody touching you in an area where there's a potential injury, and whether or not you have motor function. So it's looking at both sensory function and motor function. Madison was graded as an ASIA B. So the ASIA score goes from A to E, with A being no function and no motor or sensory at all, and E is normal function. So she was at B, which meant she had spotting areas where she could feel some things, but a majority of her body she could not have the sensation of touch, although the nipple line or the injury line. And then initially she had no motor function below the nipple line either, at the T4 level.
All right, one moment, sir. All right, thank you, doctor.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Heath.
Good afternoon.
And you had described what the conditions of Ms. Schemitz were at the time she presented and then was transferred to Brooks. Do you know what her status is today or her prognosis for recovery is as we are in the courtroom today?
So to answer those two questions, I do not know what her status is today. I have not examined Madison since she left the hospital. I did see her walk through her graduation pictures, so I know she's ambulating to some extent. In regards to future recovery, we do know, and again, I'm not a specialist in physical medicine and rehab, so this is just speaking out of what I know from the textbooks, that as an ASIA B injury, that you can progress and improve to an ASIA D level in about 40% of the cases. And Asia D means that about half of your muscles, or half of the major motor muscle functions, will have a muscle strength greater than a grade 3. A grade 3 muscle strength is that you can overcome your muscle movement to gravity, meaning that I can pick up my arm off my desk against gravity, but if I have some type of resistance there, I may not be able to do it. So a muscle strength of grade 3 is moving your extremities to gravity only. So we do know that about 40% of the cases with an initial Asia B can improve to an Asia D with some time.
Okay. But specifically as to her status today, you're unaware.
That is correct, sir.
I have nothing further.
Can you redirect?
Nothing, Judge.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You can log off at this time.
Thank you all, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Here, I think at this time, we have one brief victim impact. If we may do that, that person has to leave soon.
All right.
And then we'll move on to the next doctor.
Do you want them to come to the witness stand or come to the podium?
Whatever your honor prefers.
Up to you.
Okay. Witness stand is fine.
All
I'll
right.
leave that to the witness. The state would call Eileen Simpson. Wherever you're comfortable. There, okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Counsel.
Good afternoon. Ms. Simpson, just say your name for the record, your relationship to any of the victims, and then you can go ahead and read your letter.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Eileen Simpson, and I have been Madison's softball coach for the last 4 years.
You can go ahead and read. You want the court to know.
Thank you. Honorable Judge Smith, thank you for taking the time to listen to our heartfelt letters on this very sad and emotional day. On June 3rd, 2023, changed the lives of so many people, but none more than Madison Schemitz. I was getting ready to go to a softball event when I got the call that Madison and Jackie had been stabbed and were on the way to the hospital. I arrived immediately, only to find Jackie arriving by ambulance. She was bloody, confused, disoriented, and absolutely broken. All she could tell me was he stabbed her. She begged me to find Madison. I found Madison. She was bloody, tubes everywhere, doctors and nurses all around her. She looked so sad. I will never forget the look on her face. As only Madison would be, she asked about Jackie. Soon it would be time for Madison to be rushed to surgery. There was no one that was going to keep Jackie from walking her precious daughter and being by her side. I helped Jackie get into Madison's room, and the emotion was unlike anything I had seen in 32 years of law enforcement. They were both scared, and Madison left for surgery, and Jackie had to leave to get medical attention. This day changed Madison's life forever. Madison was going to be a high school senior. She was going to be the captain of her softball team. She had plans to attend college. She was the best big sister anyone could have. She was the best friend anyone could have. She was the best daughter a mom could have. Madison was loved by everyone. She is smart, kind, funny, and most of all, honest. Over the next few hours, I watched Jackie agonize over the condition Madison was in. For a while, we did not know if Madison would live or die. A JSO officer found me to tell me that some of Madison's friends were in the quiet room, and they needed me to go down there and talk to them. Most of them were my girls from our softball team. I'm used to pulling it together, but when I opened the door, the room was absolutely full of friends, teammates, and parents all crying and sobbing. Those kids were there for Madison. They were terrified of what they were seeing. None of the kids left. They stayed all night into the next morning. I watched Jackie in total fear of what could happen to younger children that were at home alone. Jackie and Madison went to a local restaurant for food. Who would ever think that the outcome of lunch would be your children were home alone and your daughter was in life-threatening condition? And you had sustained very serious stab wounds yourself. Jackie had to be brave and eventually tell her younger children what happened to their beloved sister. I watched Jackie struggle for the hope that her daughter would be okay and her children were okay. Over the next hours, Madison went into surgery multiple times. Each time she came into a room, as only Madison would do, she asked about her mom. Madison is a selfless human being that did not deserve this. I listened to neurology doctors provide details that no mother should ever have to hear. The number of stab wounds, the holes in her spinal cord, her lungs. As if one stab wound wasn't enough, she was attacked from behind by a coward over and over again because he couldn't make her his girlfriend. Over the days, weeks, and months, Madison has done only what Madison could do. She fought back with a vengeance. She laid in a bed until she was strong enough to start therapy. The girl with the severed spinal cord walked. She walked and hit a softball again at her senior night at our PV Sharks game. She walked for graduation. She walked at every game as an inspiration to everyone. Madison has been a fighter her entire life. She does not know a stranger. She finds the good in everyone. She listens. She would do anything for anyone. As much as she has been able to recover, she still has limitations. She can't run. She has to be in her chair a lot. She doesn't just get to take a shower, go to the mall, do her crazy TikTok dances without limitations. As much as she has accomplished with her recovery, her One Love cause, or speeches to many different groups, she is limited. Limited by the selfless acts of her attacker. The emotional impact this has had on Jackie and her family is unspeakable. As a parent, all you want to do is protect your children. When Madison first went back to high school, Jackie sat outside waiting on her because of the fear she had, afraid that her attacker would be released and come after Madison again. In life, there are holidays like Christmas, Thanksgiving, birthdays. And for Madison and her family, there is June 3rd every year. This selfish human being and his selfish acts will be their holiday forever. They do not get to forget the day they went for food and left in a helicopter. I know Madison, and she will take this in stride, and somehow, as only Madison would do, she will find the best in this. This does not excuse it, lessen the damage, the lingering health issues, and the anticipation when the month of June rolls around every year. This bright star of a young woman did not deserve this. Madison is an amazing fighter that does not need to worry her entire life about what if he gets out. She deserves to be able to close the book on this nightmare and continue to grow from her wheelchair. She has and continues to have limitations and does not deserve the fear that this could happen again. So if Spencer wanted to make her suffer, he did just the opposite. Madison attended her senior year of high school. She was the captain of her softball team. She walked for her graduation and she is attending college. She is the best daughter, sister, friend anyone could ask for. Despite his actions, this courageous young girl will make this limitation somehow positive. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Kraut, if you'll come forward. See here. Good afternoon. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat. Counsel, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Kropp, could you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Harry Kropp, K-R-O-P.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a licensed psychologist in the state of Florida. I've been licensed since 1971. My specialty area is forensic psychology.
And in specifically the field of forensic psychology, approximately how many examinations have you conducted?
Well, I've been involved, as I said, I was licensed in 1971. At the time, I came to Gainesville to do a postdoctoral internship at the VA Medical Center in Gainesville, and I was asked to be a staff psychologist after I finished the internship. And then In 1977, 78, I went part-time, opened up a private practice, and started doing forensic psychology about 4 or 5 years later when I was asked to do an evaluation actually at the VA. This was after I left the VA, for a Vietnam veteran who was on death row, and I was asked to see him to determine whether he had post-traumatic stress disorder from being in the Vietnam War. And from that point on, I began getting more and more referrals in forensic psychology, which is basically evaluating individuals in the either criminal arena for competency or sanity or mitigation. And then I also do a lot of civil evaluations, which would be sometimes head injuries, individuals who are recovering from sexual assault. I started the first sex offender treatment program in the state of Florida back in '77.
Your Honor, the state has no objection to this. Dr. Croft's credentials.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We stipulate his qualifications.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Were you retained by counsel in this case to evaluate Spencer Pearson?
I was.
And did you in fact conduct that evaluation?
Yes, I did.
And during the course of that evaluation, did you administer testing?
Yeah, let me say that I have probably saw Spencer maybe more times than certainly the majority of people that I've evaluated. I saw him, I believe, 8 times. 2 of the times were in person at the jail where I did neuropsychological testing, and then the other times were for remotely from my office through Zoom. He was given a private room at the jail. Most of those times his attorney was present using a laptop, which allowed me to use Zoom to interview him. He was also seen on one of those occasions, perhaps 2 occasions, by one of my forensic assistants who obtained some additional history for me and also assisted in some of the testing. So I accumulated the number of hours that I saw him, and it totals 18 and a half hours over that period of time. That does not include some of the testing that he did on his own, which was the personality testing. So to get back to your question, I conducted, in addition to interviews, we conducted psychological testing, which included sort of traditional personality testing, and then I also did neuropsychological testing.
And generally, can you tell the court what the results of your evaluation were?
Well, the results were interesting, and let me divide them up into the 2 types of testing I did. The neuropsychological testing, when I do neuropsychological testing, there's probably about 250 or more tests that are considered neuropsychological in nature. That is, measuring a person's functioning and then seeing if there are any deficits and then correlating them with different parts of the brain. Since I certainly wasn't familiar with Mr. Pearson, Spencer, until the evaluation, and there was, when I first saw him to do the testing, which was just, again, out of caution, I selected tests that were sort of screening tests to measure different parts of the brain and different functions, most of them cognitive in nature, attention, memory, intelligence, things like that.
And I had forgotten to ask you, I asked you about tests that you had administered, Spencer. In addition to administering tests for Spencer, did you have the opportunity to interview any of his family members or administer tests to them also?
Yes, following the evaluation, I interviewed family members, and my assistant also interviewed them, and then they, in addition to them being interviewed, the father, the mother, and the sister were interviewed, and then the father and mother were also interviewed by me at my office. They came to my office for an interview. I also interviewed the mother and father again just a couple of weeks ago after reviewing some of the records, including a report of Dr. Davis. And if I can say, prior and during the evaluation, in addition to my interviews with Spencer, you and your office provided jail records for me, police reports, video surveillance, medical records from UF Health, which is where he went after the incident. There was also records from Baptist. There were records, his school records. There were records from a therapist, I believe, at a place called Here Tomorrow. I don't think they call themselves therapists, but for the purpose of this, he went for counseling.
We could call them lay,
Yeah, they were more peer kinds of counseling. I reviewed records from Rainbow Pediatric Center, St. Johns County Fire and Rescue. I already said St. Johns County Jail, school records, Shands, and Baptist Health. And then, as I said, I interviewed 3 family members. After the initial interview with family members, after getting some history, I also asked them to complete each of them independently questionnaires which rated, they're called autism rating scales, and I had them independently complete those questionnaires because from the history they gave, I had some concerns that had not been addressed before, and that was whether Spencer would meet criteria of being on the autism spectrum. So that was another area that I addressed.
And when you say you evaluated them independently, you're saying that each of them was evaluated separately from one another?
Each of them completed the questionnaires and the rating scales independently.
And what were the results, and how close, if they were close, were those results from the family on the autism scale?
It was very interesting because although they didn't necessarily, they were not necessarily identical with regard to some of the individual areas, such as communication and social and academic. Those are all some of the different areas. But the total scores that they came up with were incredibly consistent. I think there was an 82, an 81, and an 82, which all of those are classified as being in the autism spectrum. Based on the history they provided and based on the autism rating scales, I did classify Spencer on the autism spectrum.
However, you're not testifying that he committed this offense because he was autistic?
No, I'm not saying that at all, but I think some of the contributing factors in terms of that are associated with his personality style over the years and his behavior over the years, that's what I took into consideration, both on the history that he gave, the history that the family gave, and also some of the testing, but also, of course, on my own interviews, which I indicated was fairly extensive. And in all honesty, some of that 18 and a half hours were spent with Spencer talking about sports because that was sort of a passion of his with his father. And it was one of the reasons that I was able to, I think, establish rapport with him quite easily, given his circumstances. Although it was explained to him that initially the evaluation would be confidential, he appeared to trust me right from the beginning.
Now, I took us off on a little bit of a tangent, so let's go back to, can you generally tell us what the results of your evaluation was?
Well, let's start off with the testing. The neuropsychological testing did not show any neuropsychological impairment, and by that I mean that the areas that I assessed, such as intelligence, he came out in the average range of intelligence, which is pretty consistent with his GPA level. It was somewhere like in the 40th percentile of the population, his IQ came out. And he came out higher on verbal than on nonverbal, which was a little surprising given his sort of social inadequacies in certain areas. So the neuropsychological testing were not significant. But as I said, I measured primarily cognitive areas such as memory, concentration, attention, as well as some executive functions, which are the higher level cognitive. So I didn't see any impairment in those areas that were tapped by the testing. They also have inherently, within the test themselves, there are measures to determine whether he might be malingering. In other words, exaggerating his deficits, and the evidence showed that there was no malingering, that his functioning level was pretty much consistent with what his potential would be on those particular areas. The personality testing, some of it was evident in terms of his significant level of anxiety, significant level of depression, and the specific, such as the Beck Anxiety Inventory and the Beck Depression Scale. Those tests measure both current levels of depression, well, mostly current levels of depression, but the history he provided was that this depression was not only situational in terms of his legal plight and his feelings of guilt and remorse and so forth, but that the depression and the anxiety were chronic in nature, and that was in part based on his own self-report and the family's report to me. So
let me just interrupt you for 1 minute.
Anytime.
By chronic in nature, you mean that it was existing prior to his relationship with the victim in this case?
Absolutely. His sister, and again, I'm doing this without looking at my notes, but basically his sister reported that from the time she can remember, he's had anxiety and depression, which worsened when they moved to Florida. I think he was in the 5th grade. I'm doing that by memory. But it was difficult for him in terms of the move, especially with somebody with the kind of anxiety that he has. And again, I'm talking also about someone on the autism spectrum. They don't like change. So he's had anxiety from the time he was a little kid, according to family members. The sister appeared to, and I don't mean this as an insult, but the sister seemed to be more aware, and maybe it's because she spent more time, even though she was older, and she seemed to be more sensitive of Spencer's mental health issues from the time he was a young kid. Even if he would go out with her in social situations, she was aware of that anxiety level. So the depression and the anxiety were chronic in nature. Now, the results of the 2 major personality tests, which are the Personality Assessment Inventory and the MMPI-3. I gave the MMPI-2 and the MMPI-3, and I'll explain why. The results were difficult to interpret in terms of a specific clinical profile. The reason being that the validity scale scores, and the reason these 2 tests are used, they're the most commonly used tests, is because they measure the person's validity in terms of taking the test. Was he or she overly defensive, or was he or she overly negative in terms of endorsing responses that may reflect significant pathology, significant mental health problems. So I couldn't interpret it per se, but what the test manual and the test interpretation report says is if the person has these possible exaggeration, go back and interview him and review the specific items that he endorsed which led to this high level of possible exaggeration.
And did you in fact do that?
Yes. Fortunately, I was able, especially because of Zoom and being able to do it remotely, I was able to go back and review. Actually, I went in person to review the items which he endorsed, and some of these were things like I hear voices, certain paranoid kinds of responses, and it was interesting because he was able to explain why he responded in a certain way to these particular items. And what he did was basically take things that are literal, took things literally rather than sort of accepting them at a concrete level. For example, I am the target of a conspiracy. He answered yes for that. Now, most of the time when somebody endorses that, unless they're blatantly psychotic and delusional, that would be seen as maybe he's exaggerating. So when I talked to him about, and again, I'm just picking one item, he's talking about what he felt was after he broke up with Madison, his friend deserted him and was angry with him, and all the boys and all of his peers were talking about him and so forth. And whether that was true or not, he perceived that. And so based on his explanation of all of those items, I did not believe that he was exaggerating or malingering. And in fact, one of the things that the test manual suggests is the possibility that it's basically just a cry for help. It's not a person malingering, but he's in a desperate situation and he's crying out for help. And that really reflected where Spencer was and is in terms of when he was responding to the test. So I concluded from everything that I had that he was not purposely trying to malinger or look sicker than he is, but that a lot of the items, he was actually feeling that way, especially with certain of the items that reflected depression, like questions like, I contemplate killing myself. Well, that was true. I have attempted to kill myself. That was true. And again, those are items that some people might look at as possible exaggeration. In Spencer's case, unfortunately, a lot of those things really did happen and were reflective of his true self-concept and his mental status.
And based upon your testing and your testing of the family and meetings and 18 hours of interviews, did you develop a diagnosis for Spencer?
I actually concluded gave him several diagnoses as we sit here today. The two most important diagnoses, and I would like to elaborate after I give these diagnoses. I diagnosed him with major depressive disorder. I said in my report with psychotic features, and I could explain that, why I said that. Severe and chronic with multiple episodes. I also diagnosed him with social anxiety disorder. Again, I'll explain a little bit. It's also referred to as a social phobia. I diagnosed him as being on the autism spectrum disorder. I've already talked about that a little bit. At first, I thought possibly there was some bipolar disorder, but after further investigation, I ruled that out. So I did not have that diagnosis. So the 3 diagnoses that I gave him was the major depressive disorder, severe recurrent episode, social anxiety disorder, and autism spectrum disorder. If I can, I indicated that I reviewed a lot of collateral information, including medical records and psychiatric records.
And what are those records? Did those records also have diagnosis?
Yes, they also provided diagnoses. Some of them provided treatment of a limited nature. His jail records diagnosed him with major depressive disorder, recurrent, without psychosis. I think these are in order. The next one was Baptist Health, which is where he spent 4 or 5 days as an inpatient following a suicide attempt. They diagnosed him as major depressive disorder, severe single episode, which is all the history that they had. UF Health, which is where he was taken after he slit his throat. He was diagnosed with major depressive disorder, recurrent. And then Dr. Davis, who I read his report, he also diagnosed, and he evaluated him more recently, and Dr. Davis diagnosed him as just plain major depressive disorder. So as you can see, there is certainly consistency in diagnosing him with major depressive disorder. Dr. Davis also diagnosed him with social anxiety disorder, which is one of my diagnoses that I gave him. If I can elucidate a little bit, because I think it's important, Your Honor, to explain why I got those diagnoses. And again, most of these are not necessarily from the testing, some of them are, but from the history that was given. So what I'm using is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, and that is the sort of the Bible that psychiatrists and psychologists rely on so that we can objectively determine. We don't all agree on the diagnoses, but it's a lot better than it was when I first started practicing 50 years ago, when it was hard for 2 people to come up with the same diagnosis. At least now there's some objective criteria. So a social anxiety disorder in general is, and the person needs to meet these particular criteria: marked fear or anxiety about one or more social situations in which the individual is exposed to possible scrutiny by others. Examples include social interactions such as having a conversation and meeting unfamiliar people, or being observed eating or drinking and performing in front of others, such as giving a speech, sometimes even going to the bathroom in public. The second criteria is the individual fears that he will act in a way or show anxiety symptoms that will be negatively evaluated, such as that he'll be humiliated or embarrassed and might lead to rejection or offend others. One of the problems academically that Spencer had in school, which is why I think he didn't achieve as high a level as he possibly could have, was he was uncomfortable raising his hand in classes and afraid that if he answered a question, they might say no, and that it's wrong, and that he might be humiliated. The third criteria is that the social situations almost always provoke fear or anxiety, and then the social situations are avoided or endured when they are endured with intense fear or anxiety. The fear or anxiety is out of proportion to the actual threat posed by the social situation. The fear, anxiety, or avoidance is persistent, typically lasting for 6 or more months. The fear, anxiety, or avoidance causes clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning. The fear, anxiety, or avoidance is not attributable to physiological effects of a substance. The fear, anxiety, or avoidance is not better explained by the symptoms of another mental disorder, such as panic disorder or autism spectrum disorder. It also says that a person can have both autism spectrum disorder and social anxiety, but in reality, they're very similar. And
Somewhat of an interplay between the two.
there's a lot of interplay, there's a lot of overlap between the two diagnoses. I think it's quite clear from what I just read that social anxiety disorder unfortunately, perfectly fits Spencer throughout his whole life. The other diagnosis is the major depressive disorder. Again, looking at the DSM. It's a major depressive disorder. For that diagnosis to be met, 5 or more of the following symptoms have to be present.
Excuse me, it's 5, is it 7 symptoms? Is it total of 7 symptoms?
There's actually 9 possible.
So 5 of 9 symptoms must be present.
Need to be met for a major depressive disorder. Some of them, if there's less than 5, they still could be some type of depressive disorder, but major depressive disorder, which is the most serious of the depressive disorders, not only have to they be present, but they have to be present during the same 2-week period and represent a change from previous functioning. And at least one of the symptoms is either a depressed mood or a loss of interest or pleasure. So the criteria are depressed mood most of the day, nearly every day during that time period, meaning that the person feels sad, empty, or hopeless, or other people observe the kind of mood that the person is in. Secondly, markedly diminished interest or pleasure in all or almost all activities most of the day, nearly every day. Again, this is during a 2-week period. It doesn't mean throughout his lifetime. Significant weight loss, insomnia, or hypersomnia, meaning sleeping all the time, nearly every day. The next one, I'm not sure he met. So the first 4 I felt he met. The next one is psychomotor agitation, nearly every day as observed by others, although he does tend to shake and different parts of his body currently tend to shake, and he has a tremor, but I don't think that fits him. Fatigue or loss of energy, that's another one. Feelings of worthlessness or excessive or inappropriate guilt, diminished ability to think or concentrate, or indecisiveness. And the last one is recurring thoughts of death. He certainly has 5, actually has more, which is why I diagnosed him with the specifier severe, because especially the suicide attempts and the recurrent thoughts of suicide, which unfortunately is still present in talking to Spencer partly because of his legal plight, but because of his tremendous remorse and guilt for what he did to Madison. So those are the 2 major diagnoses that I think are relevant, particularly relevant to what led up to the incident in question.
With respect to these diagnoses, is it your professional opinion that those diagnoses existed prior to June 3rd, 2023?
Yes.
Now, we talk about psychosis. You're not claiming that he suffers from psychosis, are you?
No, he's not currently psychotic. I do think that he has demonstrated some features of psychosis based on family members telling me that during the time that he had broken up, after he had broken up, he started becoming increasingly paranoid. He thought people were breaking into his car, although that may have been reality. But he was worried that people were watching him and after him. So there were these paranoid features that family members reported to me. He also reported to me that he has a history of and is still hearing voices. When he described these voices, however, they were not really consistent with auditory hallucinations. They were more coping or features of the major depressive disorder, such as him having conversations. I mean, in jail, he's basically talking about having conversations with himself with these voices, but at the same time, they're saying negative things about him. But I am certainly not suggesting that he was psychotic at the time that he, at the time of the offense with regard to Madison.
And we lay people, we know some of the psychological terms, so we know psychotic, and then there's psychopathic. Is Spencer Pearson psychopathic?
Not at all. And the reason that's important is, a psychopath is a trait that we often see with people with antisocial personality disorders, and certainly a lot of criminals that I have evaluated and that we see on TV on these shows, they're clearly psychopathic. These are people that don't care about other people at all. They're deceitful. They often have histories of violence and manipulation and so forth. None of the testing reflect any kind of psychopathic traits. The history that he gave me certainly does not reflect psychopathic traits, and the history that the parents gave me, they talk about him being kind and gentle and caring about others, and I know all of those traits are totally inconsistent and out of character for what he did to Madison. And I think that's important to see that this was a situational thing that happened, and all of these other factors that I'm talking about, I think, contributed to what happened on the day in question. But he's not a psychopath. That's important also in terms of looking ahead in the future, that it means that he is, and again, I know this sounds hypocritical, but he is not a risk to engage in future kind of violent behavior. If you look at everything about him, and especially now that he has a sense of how medication can have a positive effect on him. He's been on medication since he's been in jail, and he's been compliant. It's medication for anxiety and medication to help him sleep. Unfortunately, and this is a negative thing, that he had an opportunity to be on medication before when he was taken to Baptist after a suicide attempt. They prescribed medication for him, I believe, and he was not compliant with that. He took it for a couple days. He said it gave him headaches, and we have a 17 at the time year old, or maybe 18 at the time, but a teenager who, and we heard Dr. Ravina talk about feeling invincible, and also his depression was still very severe. His situation hadn't changed in terms of what happened between him and Madison, so he wasn't necessarily motivated to change. He had it in his mind at that time that he was going to kill himself, and he persisted with those thoughts, unfortunately. So he did not take the medication. And we can't go back in time and say if he took the medication, this wouldn't have happened. But I think certainly, given the positive effects the medication have had on him since he's been in jail, we can at least speculate that that was possible.
Did he indicate to you prior to this event that he had persistent ideations of suicide?
Yes, before the incident.
Yes.
Yes, he had been thinking about suicide since he broke up, or I should say Madison broke up with him. He'd been having suicidal thoughts.
And were they persistent?
They were persistent to the point where I think it was a few weeks, in my timeline, I'm trying to do this by full memory, but from a timeline, I think 2 or 3 weeks after the incident in question, I'm sorry, not after the incident, but after the breakup, the depression was obviously severe. He was laying on the couch, wouldn't go all the time. He wasn't eating and so forth. And he did attempt to kill himself. And he wrote I don't remember whether it was an email or a text, to Madison, I believe, and maybe Madison's mother, that indicated that he was suicidal. And in fact, he did make an attempt on his life by tying a tie around his neck at night in his bedroom, in his closet. Didn't anticipate that somebody would find him, and his father or his parents did learn, I think, about the text or email that he sent, and they had been sleeping and they went upstairs and found him, and my understanding, he had already turned color from the strangulation of his attempted hanging, so it appeared that this was a genuine suicide attempt.
Let's talk a little bit about recurrent depression, because if somebody's depressed, they're depressed. What makes it recurrent? Why is it a recurrent depression?
Well, the major depression is recurrent because, again, the major depressive diagnosis is based on somebody being seriously depressed, those 7 criteria, having at least 5 of those over a 2-week period. And he went through different periods of time when he was seriously depressed, would meet those criteria, and they occurred over different periods of time. But the most serious, of course, was after the breakup, when he basically thought his life was over. He was having trouble in school, and what preceded the first suicide attempt was he had a test the next day. He hadn't studied. He hadn't been able to study because all he could think about was Madison. So he had school stressors, and of course he kept obsessing about his breakup with Madison, and his coping skills were very inadequate. And so all of that together resulted in his belief that he'd be better off dead.
Are you aware if he ever went back to school after that suicide attempt?
I'm sorry?
Are you aware if he ever returned to school after that suicide attempt?
I don't think he did. I know before that he didn't go to prom. Again, this was after the breakup and how embarrassed he was and uncomfortable and depressed. And I know he didn't go to graduation. I don't think he went back to school, and I don't know how much school was left at that time.
And I think there's probably, as with all young people, there's maybe getting ready to break up, an official breakup. Whether or not he broke up before or after prom, he did not attend prom, correct?
That's correct.
Now, let me ask you another question. Can you opine about Spencer's emotional immaturity or maturity?
Well, let me say in general, this doesn't apply to every single individual, and I think Dr. Rubino made reference to this, but then said it was more in the psychologist's purview. He talked about the adolescent brain, and to make it simple and not get into highly technical stuff, adolescent brain just means that certain parts of the brain, which is primarily the frontal lobe, which is the most important part of the brain, because it is called executive functions, meaning it controls inhibition, impulsivity, planning, problem solving, the things that executives need to be successful. And it's not yet fully developed in a 17 or 18-year-old, sometimes up to the age of 25. So all teenagers have to deal with that they're not fully capable of these higher function at a younger age. Emotional maturity is also to some degree associated with this underdevelopment. In Spencer's case, we also have these other issues like social anxiety, in which the person is not emotionally capable because of this disorder of dealing with social situations, dealing with trying to fit in, which is one of the important issues of social anxiety and autism as well, is there this desire to fit in. And it seems like the only time that he felt that he fit in was 2 times in his life. Once was playing football, because he was part of a group and they had a specific common denominator, even though socially he had issues with the other players at parties and stuff, but he felt good about playing football. And the other time that he felt normal, as he said, was when he was with Madison. She helped him feel positive about himself. She was popular herself, and for him to be dating somebody who was popular and had a lot of friends, that was a good time for him. But again, one of the reasons, and again, I've never talked or evaluated Madison, of course, but from what I have reviewed, he was exhausting to her. He was probably possessive. He probably had some issues trusting, because that's just inherent in him. And so once that relationship was over, I believe that he no longer felt normal and he was unable to control his emotions.
So he kind of went further down after that.
Absolutely. He became suicidal again. He really wasn't involved in therapy, and again, he wasn't taking his medication, but unfortunately, and speaking to his parents and also other people that I'm aware of, especially after the pandemic, it's very difficult to get in to see a competent and licensed professional, whether it be a psychologist or a psychiatrist or a mental health counselor. And so, unfortunately, the only person that he saw was this non-licensed, non-psychologist, non-psychiatrist individual who pretty much tried to befriend him rather than teach him significant coping skills. And I'm not sure how open and honest Spencer was with him about the seriousness of his suicide. I think by the time he saw him for a second time, he had made up his mind that he was going to kill himself. And from that time period on, he didn't care whether he took medication. In fact, he was observed as being calm and comfortable more the day or the 2 days preceding the tragic event.
Is that unusual for people that are planning suicide to enter a period of where they seem to be perhaps a little more normal because the decision has already been made?
No, it's not unusual at all. The problem is they go to therapy and they say, hey, I feel great, things are good. In their mind, it's because, hey, I don't have to deal with this anymore. And so therapists, and I'm not saying anybody specific, but in general, therapists can be fooled saying, oh, he's doing better, my therapy's working and so forth, when in reality it's because the client has pretty much definitively made up his mind as what he's going to do, and I think that's what happened. He had a specific plan. He discussed that plan with me. I think he's been consistent in terms of his plan, but his plan had nothing to do with, as far as I know, it had nothing to do with Madison in terms of hurting her, even though he communicated with her and others that he did want to hurt her, but he wanted to hurt her emotionally and wanted her to feel guilty and wanted her to feel responsible for his death. And, you know,
The hurt that he was referring to was the hurt that she would feel knowing that she, quote, caused him, or in his mind,
right,
to commit suicide.
that's correct.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor. Would Spencer benefit from treatment?
Absolutely. I mean, he's currently receiving treatment right now in the form of medication, but, you know, that's just a Band-Aid. He needs intensive therapy with a qualified mental health professional. It needs to be intensive. If I had all the resources, or we had all the resources available for Spencer, I would recommend that he be seeing a therapist twice a week, that he also participate in group therapy, because that's where the social anxiety part is important. He needs to learn how to interact with others. And so those are the two main therapy goals for him.
What about medication?
Medication, yes, that's obvious.
And has Spencer expressed to you his amenability to treatment?
Yes. He now, I mean, things have changed drastically in many ways, so that he recognizes what he is capable of, what he has done because of his lack of mental health intervention. He didn't think that at the time. And again, his goal, in my opinion, was to kill himself by cutting his throat. He laid out all of that to me in our evaluation in terms of what his plan was that day. It was somewhat romantic, if you want to use that word. I'm not sure that's the right word, but his plan was to go and have his last dinner or his last meal at a place that he had frequented a lot, both with Madison and his father. He was then going to go to the beach, slit his throat, and lay there and die while watching the sky. That was his plan.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Kropp.
Good afternoon.
Now, I know you've been a psychologist since 1971, I believe, but you're not a neuropsychologist, is that correct?
No, that's not correct. I am a neuropsychologist.
You have a specialty or a concentration in that area, correct?
No, I couldn't see myself doing neuropsychological evaluations. They're very lengthy. They can be boring at times. But it's an area, the reason I got to Gainesville, I spent a year at the VA Medical Center at a postdoctoral internship in neuropsychology. I use neuropsychology, not routinely, and there's sometimes that I will refer them out, but I do them in almost all homicide cases, and I do them in personal injury cases when a person, for example, has a head injury from a car accident. I would do it then as well.
Okay. And so, as part of your evaluations with him, I think you stated today that you saw him 8 times, but only 2 of those were in person and the rest were remote, correct?
Yes.
And then I know some of your associates also may have seen him remote, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. When it came time to administer what is what's called the personality test, not the neuropsych test. Your office mailed those to him, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And you indicated in your deposition that's not an ideal way to do it, but that's what we did, correct?
Correct. During the pandemic, telehealth became very popular, and in my situation, the reason I haven't retired, despite some people trying to encourage me to do that because of my age, but I want to continue doing forensic psychology, but one of the criteria that I would continue is that I don't go into many jails anymore, but to do a neuropsych eval, you have to do it in person.
Right.
And Mr. Kacherga's arranged for me to have a private room there.
So for the neuropsych testing, which is different than the personality, you did go in, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about earlier all of the various neuropsychological tests you administered with him, correct?
Yes.
And your ultimate opinion after doing that is that Mr. Pearson suffers from no neurocognitive disorder, correct?
That's correct.
And he has no executive functioning impairment, correct?
Correct.
And you stated in your deposition that his executive functioning, obviously he's 18 years old, but his is average as relates to his peers, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
His executive functioning, he's an adolescent, but it's average as it relates to his peers, you would say.
That's correct, based on the testing, yes.
Right. And then when you got to the personality testing, you actually, let me ask you this, because this is the stuff that was mailed to him. So you did the MMPI-2, the MMPI-3, and the PAI, is that right?
Yes, well, there were other tests measuring depression and so forth, but those were the major personality tests.
Right, and then there was the Beck
Right.
scale and stuff, okay. But the MMPI-2 and 3, you wouldn't have had him do that at the same time, right?
Correct. The MMPI-2 was not valid, so the MMPI-3, which is relatively new, I decided to give him that to see if we get any other different results.
Okay, but you didn't. That one was also not valid, correct?
Correct.
And then I'm assuming on a separate occasion he sat down and did the PAI, correct?
He did that at the same time he did the MMPI-2.
Okay, so those two were given on the same day.
He did all of those personality tests at the same time, with the exception of the MMPI-3, which I gave later.
Okay. And on the PAI, again, results, you testified earlier today, the results were difficult to interpret, but in your report and in your deposition, you stated they're invalid due to the over-reporting, correct?
Right.
Okay, so he was over-reporting certain symptoms, which you talked about earlier that you went and followed up on, correct?
Correct.
Now, when we get into the diagnoses, Dr. Kropp, obviously, you know, you and Dr. Davis and others, major depressive disorder, have agreed on that basic diagnosis. You have some things that other experts and physicians have not, or excuse me, psychologists have not agreed with, and that's the severity and the psychotic features. Is that right? You're the only one that have added those labels, correct?
That's correct, and I think that the reason for that is I had more data, as I also said, that I don't think he is psychotic or has a psychotic disorder, but I had an opportunity to spend more time with him and have more collateral information from family, and so I think they, as I said before, as examples of that psychotic behavior, as examples of possible psychotic behavior was this paranoia, the conspiracy, and all these things that the sister told me and the family told me. But again, I don't think it's particularly relevant in my opinions.
You've said that. You said that in your deposition. You're saying that today. If it's not relevant and you're not sure about it, why would you add it to your diagnosis?
Because I didn't say I wasn't sure about it. I think that there was enough data. I didn't want to leave that out. If people are telling me that he's overly suspicious, that he's looking out the window. He talked about the voices, which I clarified later, but that he was hearing at the time. And I felt that there was sufficient data to just say with psychosis, meaning that goes along with the major depressive disorder. I never diagnosed him independently of having any kind of psychotic disorder, because I also don't think that it necessarily has any relevance to what happened with Madison.
Okay. And so one of those features, the hearing voices, you're now saying that you've looked at that again, and what he reports is not consistent with the research on hallucinations, correct?
Not consistent with what?
With the research that supports that he was truly hallucinating?
I don't believe he's hallucinating.
Okay.
I think this is more of a coping mechanism for him. He doesn't have a whole lot of people to talk to in jail.
You and Dr. Davis agree as to social anxiety disorder, as do a number of individuals, and I think that's apparent here.
Yes.
I want to move on to autism. Autism, Dr. Kropp, you would agree there's two. Well, first let me back up. You did the screening test. I believe it's the GARS, G-A-R-S, or correct me.
Yes.
Okay, and that's a screening checklist that's given to family members.
In his case, I gave it to, yes, 3 family members. The person himself could fill it out, but at the time, I just gave it to the family members.
Okay, and so that's a screening test that may tell you whether or not further examination or testing may be needed, correct?
It's not really a test. It's a rating scale.
Okay.
And I think it's almost every person that is evaluating or treating potentially autistic kids or adults uses that or some other similar kind of rating scale.
Right, and you corrected me. It's actually not even considered a test. It's just a screening scale, right?
You can talk about that. Yeah, it's a rating scale.
It's a rating scale. Okay, and so you wouldn't diagnose somebody based on that, correct?
Not just based on that, no.
Right. You actually have up there the DSM-5, which is what you refer to as sort of the psychology Bible, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's where diagnoses come from in your profession.
Yes.
Okay, and so with autism, there's 2 different areas of criterion, and the person has to hit different ones within those 2 separate areas, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you would agree that those 2 areas are generally social communication and interaction, and then restricted and repetitive behaviors, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and I believe you testified here today and in the past that the defendant hits on a lot of those social interaction and communication criterion.
Yes.
Okay, but he does not hit anything on restrictive and repetitive behaviors, isn't that true?
Well, according to the father, and I don't think I knew this, or I don't think I remembered this at the time of your deposition, the father, in my notes, told me when I saw him that he used to color and draw over and over and over again the same thing. And when he didn't do that, he would become anxious, and again, taking something away from him, he'd become emotionally upset. So I took that as a repetitive behavior. I know Dr. Davis, in his interview, I believe, with the father, asked him a sort of a generic question, does your son have any kind of repetitive behavior? And I think the father said no. And that's one of the reasons why I had a follow-up session with the father and mother.
Okay.
And the father told me that.
So is it your opinion it is your opinion that you believe he's on the autism spectrum, is that right?
I believe that he is. I don't, a diagnosis basically is to assist in treatment. Again, I don't think the autism necessarily, it's so close to social anxiety.
Right.
The social anxiety is so obviously clear that he makes those diagnoses. So,
Right.
I think that's more relevant to what happened than being autistic or being psychotic.
You keep using the word relevant. Isn't it more accurate that he's socially anxious and he's
Probably.
not autistic?
Yeah, I think the data certainly is more to the social anxiety. It's a pretty easy diagnosis to make
Right.
in his case.
Because as you opined in your deposition, someone cannot meet all the criteria of PTSD and still suffer trauma, right?
Yes.
Okay. You shouldn't diagnose them with PTSD, but there is a other specified trauma, kind of lesser disorder. Does that
Yes.
make sense? That you could diagnose them with.
It's when the person doesn't meet all the criteria for,
Right.
and that's true for most diagnoses. There's sort of a catch-all of like unspecified, whatever the particular, or just features or traits of a particular diagnosis.
So even for all the criteria under autism, it's a more accurate and it's a better diagnosis to call him socially that he has social anxiety disorder.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And nonetheless, we'll strike that. And then I wanted to note, in your report, you did list him as having bipolar disorder, which is a significant mental health disorder. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
But you sort of took that back. I don't know if it was prior to deposition or in deposition, but you no longer feel that he meets the criteria for that, correct?
After I wrote the report, and I think I saw him maybe one or two more times after that before the deposition, and I determined that he did not meet criteria for bipolar disorder.
Right. Mr. Spencer Pearson's never had any episodes of mania would be the reason why he wouldn't be bipolar.
And bipolar disorder is often seen in the family, and there is no evidence of bipolar disorder. And in fact, looking back at my report, I do not diagnose him with bipolar disorder. I indicated rule out bipolar 1 disorder, which meant I didn't have enough information at that time to make a diagnosis.
Okay. And then sort of one of the last things you touched on with counsel was the frontal lobe. You know, you heard Dr. Rubino, and now you're here as a psychologist, and we all know, and the court is well aware of the adolescent brain. And we all agree he's 18 years old, so he's in that range. But again, you've said he has no impairment to his executive functioning. Correct?
Correct.
As an adolescent.
Based on my testing in terms of cognitive,
Right.
which is primarily what I tested him for, that I couldn't say that he had impairment of the executive functioning.
So even though there maybe are some early signs and some damage, minor brain damage to him, it's not showing up in a clinical sense. So you can say he has a disorder to relate back to that.
Well,
correct?
I was going to say in all fairness to me, but that sounds egocentric. But the testing that I did, and most of the time neuropsychological testing, does not measure the right frontal lobe, which is where Dr. Rubino said that there's a lesion, I believe.
Right.
So
But when
I didn't see it on the testing.
Right, you
just
didn't
say
see
that
it.
flatly.
And you're familiar, as you do these tests, you said, in most cases, or a lot of cases, if you were to see cognitive impairment, executive functioning, if you would have seen that in that testing, you, as part of your job, can often actually recommend scans get done to either corroborate or not what you're seeing. If you kind of have positive results, that's often done, correct?
In this case, I would have done that knowing that he had all those concussions. Yes, I would have made that recommendation, and I did not, because it did not show up on the testing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You knew about the head injuries, but you didn't get anything in the testing to then say, oh, wait a minute, we need scans here.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. And then lastly, Dr. Kropp, at the end you kind of talked about the plan that he had told you about as far as June 3rd, and that was to go kill himself at the beach. But before he did that, he's stopping at Chubby's, correct, to eat
Yes.
his last meal? Okay. In that, he told you that one of the reasons why he chose Chubby's was not only because it was important or a special place for him and his father, but it was also special or somewhere he would frequently go with Madison, correct?
Correct.
And he told you that as he sat in the restaurant that day, he was thinking about Madison, correct?
Yes, he's always thinking about Madison.
Right, and he told you that the things that she said to him always brought him comfort. He saw her in a positive light, correct?
Yes.
All right. When you questioned him about why he pulled into the parking lot and began to park and then moved his truck, he told over closer to Madison's vehicle, he just told you that he didn't remember doing that, correct?
Didn't remember a lot of things, and yes, he didn't remember that.
But you remembered going in there and eating mozzarella sticks.
He remembered going in and eating. He remembered pretty much everything up until right after he saw Madison and his mother, her mother at the door, the exit.
But you're aware that several witnesses have also said that as he laid on the ground after he attacked all three of them, that he began to steadily try to kill himself, correct?
Seems that way, yes.
Asked other people to let him die, correct? You aware that he said that to
I
a
believe,
person?
yes, I remember
Okay.
reading
So
that.
those are, I mean, that's a thought. I don't know how complex it is, but he's thinking
Yes,
after that, correct?
that was before he really started bleeding out. So.
You made a comment at the end of your testimony, Dr. Kropp, that the defendant now recognizes, and you started to say what he's capable of, and you stopped yourself and said what he has done. But that's what you meant to say, that he's now aware of what he's capable of, correct?
He knows what he's done, yes.
Right.
And so he knows that it's important to take medication for his psychiatric disorders.
Okay. And you can't say that any of your diagnoses, and certainly not anything that we saw in the scans, directly caused him to commit the violent acts on June 3rd, correct?
They were contributors, certainly. They didn't cause him to
Right.
do that. If they caused him, then I would have said he was insane, but
Right.
he's not insane.
Okay. No further questions?
Redirect.
Dr. Kropp, there's been some discussion about your testimony versus, in comparison to Dr. Rubino's, and obviously you're two different type of experts. So let me ask you this. Can you have right frontal lobe damage? Can right frontal lobe damage exist even when it does not show up in your testing?
Yes, absolutely. And let me say that, it works sort of both ways in terms of imaging and neuropsychological testing. There are many evaluations that are done by neurologists that do not show up on imaging based on the nature of the injury. And they will refer individuals for neuropsychological testing frequently because it may show up on testing. And it works the other way around. There's no perfect correlation between imaging or neuropsychological testing. If there were, then we'd only need the one to validate what the issues are.
And not to make it basic, but it would be like other medical conditions where one doctor will see one thing, not recognize it, goes to another doctor, different type of doctor. That doctor, because of their particular area of expertise, will recognize a condition that another medical professional or paraprofessional would not have recognized.
Well, I think it's more the kind of assessment that these different doctors do. And some assessments, depending on the type of assessment, will pick something up and the other doctor might not see it because he does a different type of assessment. It doesn't mean that the disorder doesn't exist.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
This witness step down.
Yes, May.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank
are
you.
free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who's next?
Dr. Davis.
Dr. Davis. Good afternoon, Dr. Davis. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Have a seat. State your witness.
Thank you. Once you get situated, Dr. Davis, if you would, for the record, state your full name, please.
Roger Todd Davis, D-A-V-I-S.
And what's your occupation?
I'm a clinical psychologist. I specialize in forensic psychology.
How long have you been licensed?
Since 1995.
That's here in the state of Florida?
Yes.
Okay. I know the court's aware of your background. You guys stipulate as to.
We'll stipulate Dr. Davis is qualified to render opinion.
The court is familiar with Dr. Davis and his qualifications. He will be permitted to offer opinion testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. You just heard Dr. Kropp testify. You have the benefit of his deposition. And so obviously I think we're going to be able to skip past a lot of the historical stuff here. But I'm going to ask you, you heard all of the records Dr. Kropp reviewed, jail, history, law enforcement records, all of that. Have you reviewed that same set of records?
Yes.
Okay. And did you evaluate Spencer Pearson in this case?
Yes.
And can you tell the court how many times and kind of the time and how that broke up?
Sure. I went to the jail the first time on
Dr.
September.
Davis, could you do me a favor, just adjust the microphone?
Sure.
Thank you.
I went to the jail the first time, September 13th of this year. Met with him for about 2.5 hours. And then saw him a second time at the jail for almost 2 hours, an hour and 53 minutes. And then most recently, I saw him at the jail October 3rd of this year for about 35 minutes.
Okay, all right. And did you interview any other people in Mr. Pearson's life to get that historical background?
I interviewed his parents also on October the 3rd for 54 minutes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to cut right to it, Dr. Davis. The diagnoses that Dr. Kropp discussed of Spencer Pearson of major depressive disorder. I know you agree with that general diagnosis, but how do you disagree, if you do, from Dr. Kropp on some of the qualifiers?
Well, Dr. Kropp testified that he diagnosed Mr. Pearson with major depressive disorder with psychotic features. I disagree with the specifier of psychotic features. I don't believe that Mr. Pearson has suffered from psychosis.
And how so do you disagree?
I'm going to refer to my report.
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Pearson had received treatment before he came to jail at Baptist and also at Shands, and had not been diagnosed with psychosis there. Also, since he's been at the detention center for approximately the last year and a half, he's not been diagnosed with psychosis there. Now, he did report hearing hallucinations to some of the mental health providers, especially when he was first there. However, there's a nurse practitioner who saw him a total of 13 times. He's the individual who prescribes meds, and he did not report experiencing psychotic symptoms to the nurse practitioner. He did not exhibit any behavioral signs of psychosis when I met with him. I talked to him for approximately 5 hours, and there were no behavioral signs of psychosis. A third factor was that his description of the psychotic features, most notably auditory hallucinations, included some features which were inconsistent with research investigating psychosis. For example, he said that sometimes the voices would initiate conversations. That's atypical. Voices come to you. You don't start the conversation. He said that voices could last continuously, have a conversation with him for something like 25, 30 minutes. Auditory hallucinations are much briefer, maybe a minute or two at most. So there were some inconsistent descriptions of the symptoms as well. He didn't express delusions. A delusion is another psychotic symptom. It's a fixed false belief that's clearly inconsistent with reality. And the reason that's important in terms of whether someone's feigning is that typically the research shows us is that when someone experiences hallucinations, they also have delusions. I gave him a screening test. It's called the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms Test. The acronym is the MFAST. And his score on that screening test was suggestive of feigning symptoms. Another factor was that he told me that he had been experiencing hallucinations since middle school, and yet when he was subsequently evaluated at Baptist and also by the nurse practitioner at the jail, he denied experiencing hallucinations, so that's inconsistent. I gave him, or he completed a more comprehensive test, the Personality Assessment Inventory, the PAI. That test was, he responded honestly to that test, and the results were not indicative of psychosis. And another factor I considered is that Dr. Kropp gave him that same test, the PAI, as well as 2 versions of the MMPI, which is similar to the PAI. And on each case, he feigned psychological symptoms. He did so to the extent that the results were invalid.
But yet when you sometime later gave him the PAI, your results were accurate as far as no signs of feigning symptoms.
There were no signs of feigning symptoms, and just as importantly, no signs of psychosis.
Right, so then you're allowed to move on, okay?
Right,
no
you can
feigning.
interpret the result.
Right, you can actually interpret that.
Yes,
And that gave you an indication of no psychosis.
yes.
And so that's kind of why you don't add that qualifier to the depression.
Right, I haven't seen any evidence of it in the records, aside from Dr. Kropp's diagnosis and aside from his statement to a couple of the mental health folks at the jail that he'd been hallucinating. But again, that was inconsistent.
Right. You do agree as to social anxiety disorder?
I do.
I believe Dr. Kropp's withdrawn bipolar, but you did not agree with that at the time you read his report.
That's correct.
Okay. And so now turning to the diagnosis of autism, do you agree or not, and why? Just let the court know.
I don't believe he has autism spectrum disorder. I do feel he has social anxiety disorder, and there's a lot of overlap between the two. They both involve behaving in an awkward manner, feeling uncomfortable in social situations. In fact, a lot of people with autism spectrum disorder, maybe 25 to 50%, also have social anxiety. The converse is not necessarily true. A lot of people, generally people with social anxiety, don't also have autism spectrum disorder. It's because autism spectrum disorder has additional symptoms that are not included in social anxiety disorder, like unusual behaviors or nonverbal communications that are not seen in people with social anxiety disorder. Another reason that I don't believe that he had social anxiety disorder was that there's some problems with the
autism, right?
The autism rating scale, the Gilliam Autism Rating Scale, 3rd edition, and the acronym's the GARS-3. Now, in some sense, it's a good screening test, but the fact that it's a screening test is important. When you give someone a screening test, it has relatively few items, and what you're trying to do is, in a timely manner, to save some time, give a relatively quick test that is going to be good at identifying people with a particular problem like autism spectrum. But the problem with screening tests is that they cast such a wide net that oftentimes it'll include a lot of people that are diagnosed with autism based on a test that don't have it. And in fact, that's the case with this test. There's a study from 2022. The name of the study is The Diagnostic Utility of the Gilliam Autism Rating Scale, 3rd edition, Parent Report in Clinically Referred Children. And they say children, but it goes up to age like 22 or 23. Okay. So it includes adults as well. And what's really important from this study is that they found that there were 99 people that they had in the study who did not have autism. They determined that by doing other evaluation.
That had originally been screened as having autism.
No, that did not have autism. Okay. So there 99 people in this study were assessed prior to giving the GARS not to have autism. But yet when they were given the GARS, 82 of them scored as positive for autism. So extremely high, what we call a false positive rate, where you're incorrectly diagnosing someone with a disorder that they don't have.
And that's why you, in your profession, go to the DSM-5, right? And look at all the actual criteria.
Well, absolutely, yeah.
And you don't find
right.
that Mr. Pearson meets that.
As you were stating earlier, autism is broken up into autism spectrum disorder is broken up in two categories, one of which is persistent deficits in social communication, social interaction. Now, in order to have that prong, that factor, you need there are 3 criteria. You must have all of them, okay? One of the criteria is deficits in social emotional reciprocity, like difficulty having conversations, difficulty interacting. I don't question that Mr. Pearson has that. Again, I think that accounts for the social anxiety. Another factor or prong is deficits in developing, maintaining, and understanding relationships. I don't question that he has that. What I do question is the 3rd factor that you must have, and this is deficits in nonverbal communicative behaviors used for social interaction, ranging, for example, from poorly integrated verbal and nonverbal communication to abnormalities in eye contact and body language, deficits in understanding use of gestures, total lack of facial expression, nonverbal communication. That's a lot. But I observed him for 5 hours. I didn't see any evidence of that. I mean, the only thing possible is that when I initially met with him, he averted eye contact. But he became relatively comfortable pretty quick, and that wasn't an issue after that. And I asked his parents about these behaviors, and they said they didn't see evidence of it either. So you must have that criteria to have autism spectrum disorder. Since I don't believe he has that criterion, I don't believe he meets the criteria for that diagnosis. In addition, the other factors that I considered was the issues that I have with the GARS 3.
Right, okay. And let me ask you this, Dr. Davis. You heard Dr. Kropp just testify, and he gave an opinion that Mr. Pearson is not, I believe he said he is not at risk for future violence.
Right.
Do you have a response, commentary on that?
I do. What we're trying to do is use a risk assessment tools. We don't just simply say, I believe this. Because I'm a doctor, it's so. We use risk assessment tools. The most common that we use is called the HCR20, where it's a questionnaire where you have 20 different areas that you assess for future violence. And one of the factors is whether or not someone's been violent in the past. So certainly that's a red flag, an impossible concern for future violence. The other thing is that when we, let's say I was to use the HCR20, when I would write my report, we're taught not to give categorical statements like, this person's not going to be violent, this person is going to be violent. It's much more contextual. In certain situations where this individual is facing a lot of stress and he's perhaps using drugs and he's perhaps in a stressful relationship and he's unemployed, and you can go on and on and on, those would be a situation where this individual might be a high risk. And other situations, maybe where he has a stable job, a good relationship, and other things, he might be a lower risk. That's what we're taught to do. It very much depends upon the context that the person's in.
So that blanket statement Dr. Kropp said is number one, not what you're supposed to do as a clinician, correct?
It's not what I was trained to do, no.
Okay, all right. And neither Dr. Kropp nor you did risk assessment.
That's correct.
Correct. I don't have any further questions for you, Dr. Davis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Davis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sir.
I was doing some rudimentary math upon direct examination, and you have 2.5 hours initially with Mr. Pearson, another 2 hours with Mr. Pearson, another 35 minutes with Mr. Pearson.
4.5 hours.
4.5 hours.
Yes, thank you.
And another hour with his parents.
That's correct.
Okay. And you had mentioned on direct that the nurse practitioner at the jail, who had encountered him 13 times, didn't report any symptoms of psychosis.
That's correct.
Do you know the extent of that encounter with the nurse practitioner and Mr. Pearson?
No, I don't.
Are you familiar with how they do checks in the St. Johns County Jail, mental health staff, that is?
I don't have a lot of familiarity.
So he or she could be passing by the cell
Well,
personally?
no, I do know the provider, and I don't believe the provider, I think he's a pretty competent, thorough provider, so I don't think he does a drive-by and just sort of asks 2 questions and that sort of satisfies. There's a checklist that they, of numerous, 10s, 20, 30 items that he has to assess. So I don't think it's a 2-minute interview, but I can't say how thorough it is.
And in the records you were provided, including the St. Johns County Jail,
Right.
that had no such checklist for these encounters, did it?
He did. He lists
In the
things like
record-
thought process, thought content, suicidal ideation. Yes, in his notes there were there.
There were notes, but you didn't see any checklist.
Well, that's what I'm referring to as like a checklist. There would be a content area like thought content, and the nurse practitioner would write normal. Thought content could be, reason that's relevant, it could be a delusional statement. So what the nurse practitioner is indicating is that Mr. Pearson was not voicing delusions.
But you have no idea the length or the depth of that encounter, do you?
That's correct.
Regarding the autism, you were present for Dr. Kropp's testimony.
Yes.
And he conceded on examination that he doesn't believe autism played much of a role in the offense conduct here. So, correct?
Yes.
So whether he has autism or not is not necessarily germane to the decision the court has to make.
I'm not certain I can say that. I mean, that's for the judge to decide how important it is.
But you took issue, and there was a critique of the GARS test, right?
Yes.
And that was a screening tool that is, in the critique you were citing, was over-inclusive.
Yes, it falsely identified people as having autism when they didn't have it.
Likewise, the MFAST, which I understand you administered to determine feigning, that's another screening test, correct?
There's the score that Mr. Pearson earned, there's a 14% error rate for that, 14% probability that in fact that he wasn't feigning.
Okay. And you didn't find him to be feigning?
I did find him to be feigning.
In your examination?
Yes.
In the personality assessment inventory?
No, I'm sorry, the MFAST. The screening test is the MFAST. The personality assessment inventory is a more comprehensive test. He was honest on that.
Okay, but the MFAST is just another rather quick screening test.
It is a quick screening, yes.
Regarding the autism, once again for a second.
Yes.
Initially, when your deposition was taken,
yes,
one of the bases for your believing that, or disagreeing with a diagnosis of autism was that the GARS, or that screening test we were just talking about, that was administered to Pearson's family members, was right at the cutoff. You remember testifying to that?
I misscored it. You're absolutely correct. And I sent you an email along with Ms. Dutton notifying you of that. But what I didn't include, and I think is relevant, is that they standardized this screening test with just individuals with autism spectrum disorder, like 1,800 people. So it's very thorough. But when you compare Mr. Pearson's score, even if you say it's accurate, he was only the 10th percentile, meaning 90% of the people that they developed this test with had higher scores on this test than him.
But when you had candidly admitted you scored it by about 10 points, correct?
Yes, I scored the raw score rather than a standard score where you do a statistical analysis, yes.
Nevertheless, you still maintain you don't believe he's
suffering
from autism.
For the reasons that I testified to, yes.
Now, we had the discussion of psychosis, and you were present for Dr. Kropp's testimony, and he's not testifying that he believes he was acting in a psychotic state at the time of the offense, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And indeed, he never diagnosed him with psychosis or a psychosis diagnosis. It was related to the major depressive with psychotic features, correct?
Yeah, that's sort of parsing words. I mean, major depression with psychotic features is a psychotic disorder.
But there's a separate disorder in the DSM of psychosis.
Well, there's a lot of psychotic disorders in the DSM. There's schizophrenia, there's schizoaffective disorder, there's unspecified schizophrenia spectrum, and other psychotic disorder. There's several disorders that involve psychosis.
And there's been no diagnosis of that from anyone.
That's correct.
Including Dr. Kropp.
Right.
And regarding the potential for future violence, apart from the offense conduct, are you aware of any violent behavior of Mr. Pearson outside of the offense conduct?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And that bodes well. That's a mitigating circumstance, is it not?
It's certainly something in his favor, yes.
And you would agree with me, would you not, that Mr. Pearson would benefit from therapy?
Yes.
He would benefit from continued medication?
Yes.
And that he's amenable to such treatment after spending 4.5 hours with him?
I believe so.
Give me 1 moment. I have nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Is Dr. Davis excused?
You may.
Thank you, Dr. Davis.
Thank you.
Have a great day. City Attorney's to sidebar, please. All right, we'll be in recess for 10 minutes. request at this time from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Katurgis, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, the defense will call Tanya Pearson.
All right. Good afternoon. You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. Counsel, your witness.
State your name for the record, please. Could you state your name for the record, please?
I'm Tanya Pearson.
And what is your relationship to Spencer Pearson?
I'm his mom.
I'm not going to go back over the testimony that your husband gave, but is it fair to say that your son suffered from social anxiety from a young age?
Yes.
And and the judge has already heard about that situation. So again, I don't want to rehash it. But did there come a time that you perceived that his condition worsened?
Yes, in high school, I'd say 11th grade.
And was there a precipitating event because of that that caused that?
We noticed a difference after he'd been really sick with COVID. And I don't know, just the stress of getting older and being in high school and trying to succeed in school.
Did that create more anxiety for him?
I believe so.
Now, before we get started in our questions, is there anything you would like to say? And if so, now's
Yes.
the time to say.
I'd like to address the victims. For so long, I've wanted to be able to speak to you all. Kennedy, thank you. You not only saved Madison's life, our mama, also my son. Thank you. Madison. I'm so sorry for what you've had to go through. And I pray that you are healed in every single way that you need healing and you recover 100%. Finally, Jackie, from my mama's heart to yours, I thought of you, how you tried to save her. You're a good mom, and none of you deserve this. I pray God to give you each healing, complete healing. And we're sorry. So sorry.
Would you like to take a moment to compose yourself? Again, I'm not going to go into the details of the breakup and the relationship with Madison. What I'd like to ask you about today is how your family responded to the knowledge that Spencer was deteriorating mentally. When did you first become acutely aware that Spencer was suffering from mental distress?
It was at the very end of March. We could see that the relationship was going downhill and that he was being very withdrawn and not eating. So much so that Dan and I would take turns going to school at lunchtime just to take him some food to make sure he'd eat something. But we knew once the breakup happened, like most parents, you've got a broken heart and you're going to be okay. You know? You'll get through this.
And did there come a time that you realized that Spencer was not just going to be able to get through this on his own?
Yes, we started trying to get him into therapy. We went through our insurance and called numerous people. We were told there was a 3-month waiting period, sometimes a 6-month waiting period, or they weren't taking new patients. And we struggled to find health care, mental health care. That is how we ended up going to Here Tomorrow, because we were desperate to get him in to speak to somebody, and we thought that we would get help there, and they quickly were able to see him.
Did you think they were professional? Did you think they were
I
professional?
thought it was a
licensed
therapist,
professionals?
yes.
And he goes to Here Tomorrow, and what happens after the first time he goes to Here Tomorrow?
I believe he saw them on April 13th. On April 17th is when he tried to take his life.
And again, I'm not going to get into details of that because the judge is very well aware of that occurrence. But needless to say that you sat in the courtroom and you heard your husband's testimony, and what you saw and experienced and saw with your son is what your husband testified to.
Yes, it is.
Now, after Spencer attempts to hang himself, he's taken to Baptist, correct?
That's
and
right.
He's kept there for a period of time, and then he's sent home. And he's sent home. And what was your understanding of what you were supposed to be doing to try to keep this young man on track?
We were given discharge paperwork, and we were to call that Monday morning. He was discharged on a Saturday. We were to call Monday morning to get him in for outpatient services.
And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the result of that?
A lady on the other end of the line told me that she was sorry, but she did not have room for him as a patient. And I questioned and I said, I'm sorry, I don't understand. She said, there is no room for him.
Is it true that Spencer left the hospital with medication?
Yes.
Is it also true that Spencer discontinued that medication?
Yes.
And had Spencer had difficulties swallowing pills before this event?
Yes, before this event, before he went into Baptist Health, he was unable to take a pill.
And so how was his medicine administered?
He had learned while in the hospital to take the pill.
So that's the first time he learned how to take a pill is when he was in the hospital. Prior to that time, his medication was administered or liquid?
Right.
And Spencer comes home, and what does he tell you about the medication?
He says that he was having pounding headaches with it, and he did not feel well on the medication, and he had continued taking it for several days, maybe even 4 or 5 days.
Now, during this time while he's on medication, are you still attempting to locate health care for him?
Yes.
And can you describe for the court what you did?
Again, just calling, and then we started going into not our insurance plan, trying to get out-of-pocket pay, friends who knew someone, and again, we kept running into no availability. We do not see him because he's now 18, or we have, a 3 to 6 month waiting period.
What was Spencer like during this period of time while you're trying to get him mental health care?
He was very depressed.
And when you say very depressed, can you describe what a typical day would have been for Spencer?
He was on the couch. He would not go upstairs to his room.
Did he ever go back to his room after he attempted suicide?
Rarely, to grab some clothes.
Did he ever sleep there again?
No, he did not.
Excuse me for interrupting. So you're continuing to make calls, and you're
Yes.
continuing to have no luck. Now, isn't it true that there was a follow-up visit with a psychiatrist at Baptist that was not attended?
Correct.
And what was the reason for that?
It was for medication renewal, I suppose, or regulation to get more meds.
So it was your understanding that this psychiatrist the purpose for this psychiatrist was for medication, not for therapy?
Correct.
After Spencer attempted suicide, did he ever attend school again?
Never.
Did he attend prom?
He did not.
Did he attend graduation?
He did not.
Did he have any friends over?
He did not.
Did he have any friends?
No one checked on him.
Was he still doing social activities?
He was not.
How was Spencer with the family?
Very reserved, very quiet.
Now, in response to this, what did you and your husband do in terms of trying to care for your son or oversee your son during this period of time?
My husband canceled business trips to make sure that he could be there with Spencer. We tried to be there for him, and always somebody home to be with him, to talk with him, to be around.
Where is your bedroom located in the house?
Our bedroom is downstairs.
And after this attempt, where did Spencer sleep?
He slept on the couch.
And why was that?
The memory of what he had tried to do, and I think it was a coping mechanism. Also, to be close to us.
Is that one reason you wanted him on the couch?
Absolutely.
So that you could observe him?
His dad would check on him. He wakes frequently, and we were so worried he would go in often during the night to check on him, and sometimes just lay down beside it.
Now, at the time that this was happening, what was your concern about Spencer?
We were concerned he was going to try to commit suicide.
We've heard about Chubby's, and we've heard about it. Apparently, it's a fairly popular place in the neighborhood, and I believe Spencer and Madison went, but also your husband and Spencer went there quite frequently, did they not?
They did. That was their place. They loved to go there and watch any sporting event and eat chicken wings together. That was frequented sometimes 3 times a week to watch a sporting event.
On the day of this tragic incident, did Spencer wake up the same as he had been?
Yes, very sad.
And did there come a time that he told you he wanted to go somewhere?
Yes.
And where did he tell you he wanted to go?
I was out in the yard working, and I saw his truck backing out, and I asked him, I waved him down. I said, where are you going? He said he was going to the beach. And he stopped and put the car in park. He wasn't in a hurry, just very sad. And I asked him if he wanted to take our puppy with him. And I was glad he was going to the beach to get out and maybe get some fresh air, and he's off the couch.
Did you see that as a hopeful sign?
I did. I did.
Did Spencer have his phone with him that day?
He did not.
And why did he not have that phone?
We had taken it earlier in the week. Once Jackie had notified me about him making the fake accounts, we took it and it was in our possession.
And you and Jackie had some communication during this period of time. And she was very loving and helpful and caring and relaying information to you about your son's condition, correct?
She was.
How did you learn about what happened at Chubby's?
Jackie called me. She told me what happened. And she told me to hurry and get there because she didn't know Spencer was going to make it.
And did you in fact go there?
We did.
And when you went there, was Spencer there?
Yes.
And you were there when he was life-flighted to Shands?
We were.
And you saw the events that occurred, or the aftermath of the events that occurred that day?
The aftermath, yes.
Do you know the extent of the injuries that your son committed on himself?
Until very recently, no. The medical doctors would not talk to us.
And was that because of his age? And because he did not have the ability to consent to the HIPAA regulations? So you were in the dark about what was occurring?
We were.
And have you now learned the extent of his injuries, his self-imposed injuries?
I believe I have a grasp of that now.
And would you, based on what you have now been told by the doctors, would you characterize these as a feigned attempt at suicide?
Absolutely not.
And is that because of the extent and nature of his injuries?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Any questions from the state?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. You can return to your seat.
Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez, do you have any additional witnesses you'd like to go?
No, Your Honor.
All right. State.
Your Honor, the state's going to call up Miss Jacqueline Roger.
Good afternoon. You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Step in your witness.
Thank you. Just put this on. Is your podium? Oh, okay. Hold on. Crazy. Okay. Okay. All right. For the record, ma'am, just state your name real quick.
Jacqueline Roger.
And you're Madison's mother, obviously, right?
Yes.
Before you read your statement, I want you to inform the court of the injuries that you sustained that day. And then I'm going to display a few pictures.
Okay.
Go ahead.
One in my head, from here to here. One on my hand that cut both tendons of my thumb and broke my bone and cut the muscles away from my palm. And then a couple more small ones on my hand. And then one on my leg that's like 9 inches maybe on my thigh.
Did you have to have hand surgery?
I did.
And did all of your wounds require stitches and sutures?
They did.
And I'm displaying on the screen 2 of your more severe injuries. Is this you shortly after the incident?
Yes.
I believe you still have a scar on your forehead, although they did a pretty good job in fixing that, is that right?
Thank you.
And then is this your hand injury?
Yes.
And are those just photographs of your legs as well?
My knees were like scraped really deep, and the tops of my feet were.
You had shorts on that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay, from where you kind of were in the sidewalk area there?
Yes.
Near the grass? Okay. All right, Ms. Roger, if you have a statement, I know you want to read that.
My name is Jacqueline Roger, and I am the extremely proud mother of Madison Schemitz. First, I'd like to thank you, Your Honor, for all your time with this case. I imagine your job to be extremely difficult. Looking at all these images and evidence I know is awful. My family truly appreciates you. Thank you, Kennedy, for saving my daughter's life. I cannot ever express how much you mean to me and my family. You are the epitome of what a man should be, and I'm grateful for your parents for raising such a superhuman. I love you all beyond measure. Thank you to our amazing first responders who then kept Madison alive. You guys are a family now, and we love you all so deeply. From that day and every day forward, you have all been incredible. To the Memorial Trauma Team and Neuro Team for being so amazing and taking care of my daughter like she was your own. That day at most times is a blur, and you all work together so diligently, and we owe you our lives, literally. My family and I are eternally grateful. Brooks Rehab Hospital, inpatient and outpatient. I'll never be able to express my gratitude enough. Madison has made tremendous gains with your help and support. Thank you to all of our friends and community for rallying around us and helping us through the worst time anyone can imagine, and you're still here rallying. I would never have survived that first week without my friends and my family, let alone the last year and a half. So thank you all, and for your continued support and prayers. Thank you to the State Attorney's Office of R.J. Larissa. So many of you have worked on this case to see it through, and I appreciate you guys so much. To the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office, you all are an amazing team of incredible people, and our community is so lucky to have you all protecting us. Without the support and love from you all, we wouldn't be where we are today. There's so many to name individually, from Sheriff Hardwick, his wife Kendall, Detective Haas, Deputy Stewart, the list goes on, believe me. But Lieutenant Harrigan stands out. You have been Madison's person. You're always there for her, which makes me feel so blessed. Thank you for being fabulous. I feel so much safer knowing that she has this team on her side. And I want to stress all of this so you, Spencer, know who Madison's people are, who has her back, and that you'll never get to her ever again. I cannot believe I ever loved you, and I worried about you, and I genuinely thought you were a good kid. What a fool I was, and I have to figure out how to get over that guilt that I have. You're evil, and that's that. You handed Madison a life sentence on June 3rd, 2023, and it only seems fitting that you get the same. While Madison has been very private with her recovery, I have to watch my daughter struggle every night and day because of you. Struggle to breathe because her lungs were collapsed because of you. Struggle to maintain her oxygen through two huge pneumothorax in her chest because of you. Struggle to sit up because of you. Struggle to brush her own teeth because of you. Then to struggle to gain mobility back after being stabbed in her spinal cord, causing paralysis because of you. Struggle every day to regain the independence she lost because of you. You have no idea how much pain you've caused my family, and you never will. You're a horrible person. I lost time with my children because of you. Time I'll never get back. My poor boys had to spend an entire summer without me, and then the entire next year of my time was still consumed with Madison's recovery. You've stolen from my whole family, and that's unforgivable. I have full-time anxiety and fear because of you. Madison is extremely strong and will not let anything stop her, especially you. So she will still have a beautiful life that she will fight for, despite your efforts to take that away. The only thing that separates you from a cold-blooded murderer is that you were stopped by Kennedy. You don't deserve to breathe the same air as someone as amazing as Madison, and I hope you spend the rest of your life knowing that. I've watched everyone in my family struggle because of you. I used to be happy and social, and now I'm medicated just to leave my house. I used to see the good in everyone, and now I expect the worst and worry nonstop what could happen or what people's intentions are. I've watched all my children have terrible nightmares and struggle with their own PTSD. I haven't slept more than 4 hours in a year and a half. I wonder how you sleep every day, and I wonder how your parents sleep. This isn't fair, and I'm not as strong as Madison, and I'm not recovering quite as beautiful as she is. I shouldn't be in fear every day, every minute for my kids' lives. You did this. You don't deserve to ever be free to instill more fear on me or my children. I'm forever scarred because of you. We all are. I live in constant fear of dying and leaving Madison to worry about a day you're free and I'm not there to save her. That is not fair. None of this is. I spent her entire senior year sitting in my car in the senior lot just in case, because of you. You're a monster. I pray for my family's peace, and I pray for you and your family to have the lives you deserve. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else?
State calls Robbie Crusetta.
Good afternoon. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Can you hear me?
Robbie, just for the record, can you say your name, spelled out last name for us, and the relationship to the family?
Yeah, my name is Robert Crusetta, Cruceta, and I'm Madison's older brother, and Jackie is my mom.
You have a letter you wrote today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Like I said, my name is Robert Crusetta, and I'm Madison's older brother. June 3rd, 2023 is the day my family and I's life changed forever. The phone call I received from my mother that day is an image I can't get out of my head, and the sound of her voice is something that plays in my head daily. That feeling of helplessness is a feeling I hope to never experience again. As an older brother and son, all I wanted to do was be there. I couldn't drive due to how distraught I was, so my friend drove me through the night to get to them that same day. Watching your mother and your sister fighting for their life is absolutely terrifying, but I don't think that is nearly as terrifying as what Madison had to endure months leading up to this incident. Being scared of someone she once trusted, being a new driver, and being followed by him in fear of her own safety in the town that she grew up in. This is what my little sister had to deal with due to the defendant's actions. Madison was my first younger sibling and my only little sister. With that being said, I have always had a deep sense of protection over her and have always loved and cherished being her older brother. If anyone knows Madison, they know that she is the light in every room she walks into. She never fails to make everyone laugh and smile. And for me, she was my first and very best friend. Being 6 years older than Madison, I was so excited to be a big brother, and I would sing to her while she would be in her crib. She would hold my finger and I would stay there for as long as she held it because I felt like I couldn't leave. Going from that to holding her hand, looking at her over her hospital bed is a drastic change that I never expected would happen, and I would have stood there forever if that's what she needed. As I'm here today, I'm honored to say that I do not see my sister cry or get scared or let this incident change who she is as a person. I've watched Madison grow, educate, inspire, and even comfort those affected by what happened to her and my mother. She has used what has happened to teach others and never complains about it. Madison has made a change not only in her school, but the community and other individuals around the world. Madison is the definition of using a negative and turning it into a positive. I'm immensely and forever proud of the progress that she has made. My mom is an amazing mother. My mom is an amazing mother, aunt, sister, and friend. But most importantly, she is one of the greatest people you could ever meet. She goes above and beyond for everyone and makes every child feel like her own, and the love she gives definitely does not go unnoticed. Everyone would be lucky to have her in their life, and I am so lucky and so thankful I get to call her my mother. She is so proud of each and every one of her kids for different things, and will never pass up an opportunity to tell everyone's success before her own. I hope to be half the parent she is someday and half as strong as Madison, and if I can succeed in that, then I will feel accomplished. That sir may have thought that he was taking my sister and my mother's life that day, but instead he only took his own freedom. And as her older brother, I ask that he is never able to have the freedom to do this to anyone else ever again. The pain from a high school breakup is not even comparable to the pain and trauma that my mother and sister have to endure from this horrific day for the rest of their life.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir. You can return to your seat. State.
State calls Kennedy Armstrong.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Mr. Armstrong, before you read your statement, your name, Kennedy Armstrong, and did you know the Madison Schemitz's family prior to June 3rd, 2023?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. And could you describe, just so the court's aware, it's displayed on the screen there, but the injury that you succumbed is visible, but what happened and what's the long-term damage from that injury?
Severe nerve damage. My ulnar nerve was cut in half. My artery was also severed. Tendons, everything else cut up as well.
You have mobility issues with, I think, one of your fingers?
Yeah, the pinky is still a little wanky.
Okay.
I'm working on that still.
Okay. And prior to June 3rd, what was your occupation?
I've worked at a restaurant, and I was also doing some carpentry work as well. I can no longer do the carpentry.
You can no longer do carpentry? Okay, so you're going to pursue a different avenue of employment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I know you have a statement if you want to go ahead and read that.
Thank you for your time, Your Honor. Out of respect to the court, Madison, and Miss Jackie, I'm not going to say everything I feel. This guy could not handle a breakup and proceeded to plan the murder of Madison. His acts intended to leave a family grieving while he took the cowardly way out. A man who could not handle a breakup decided to take the time to stalk, stab, and try to kill a young woman. Doing so impacted many lives, families, friends, and those in our community. Laying the trauma on one unit Shands on the night of June 3rd, 2023 left me with many thoughts. First being, are those women alive? Second being, why did this happen? Third, will my hand ever work again? I had my hand essentially cut in half, skin flapping, seeing your own bones, along with your own blood spewing from a severed artery was something most can't imagine. I had to control and monitor every single breath to ensure I wasn't losing any more blood than I already had, all while separating myself to make sure our amazing first responders got to Madison and Miss Jackie first. God bless the first responders. Laying in the trauma unit that night, all I was praying for was the help of Madison and Miss Jackie. After 9 hours of being in the main trauma unit, I finally got my own room. I thought that would bring a chance of sleep, however, that did not. I kept praying for the woman, whom at the time I did not know, and also refusing to close my eyes because every time I did, I saw the stabbings again, including the cowardly act he did to himself. Ironically, the only reason you're still alive today. I continue to see and feel these thoughts every day. You planned this, you knew what you were doing, and thanks to God, you failed. You failed at your planned murder attempts, you failed at your own suicide, and you will remain a failure until you see God and he sends you to the devil. Madison and Miss Jackie's road to recovery has been something I wouldn't wish upon anybody, except you. To close things out, you thought you were going to kill people that day, but instead you blew on an amber that sparked a fire inside of Madison, and that fire will continue. God bless the court. I know the proper sentencing will unfold.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to take a 10-minute recess.
Court's in recess.
All right, we're back on the record in case 23 CF 858. State is present, defense is present. We're ready to continue with our sentencing hearing. Ms. Dutton?
Yes, they would call Michael Ritzy, please.
Good afternoon. If you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat. State.
Honorable Judge, I'm speaking today on behalf of my family, specifically for my niece Madison and sister Jackie. Writing this statement has been extremely hard, recalling horrific events and trying to come up with words to express my own feelings and trying to understand how and why this happened has been very difficult. We are all aware of the barbaric attack that took place on June 3rd, 2023. This extremely cowardly and senseless ambush on a then 17-year-old girl has left her and our entire family hurting. Since this heinous attack, there's been an enormous amount of love and support from people near and far, and for good reason. Madison. Madison is a beautiful person. I believe she's a talented old soul for a now 18-year-old. Truth is, she has always been this way. I've adored her entire life, and I think the world of her. Among other things, she's a student athlete, mentally tough, she is strong, a team player, she is funny, kind, and a reliable friend. She is consistent, confident, she is a leader, a believer, and a survivor. She is an inspiration. She is a beacon of light, even in the darkest hours, and will continue to shine and empower others. She embodies everything you would want in your own child. Watching her navigate her recovery with such amazing grace and steadfast focus has been awe-inspiring to myself and so many other people. Her positive mindset, ability to relate to anyone, and the relationships she's made will serve her well for the future challenges life will undoubtedly present. I'm confident when I speak for a lot of people when I say we cannot be any prouder of you and the resiliency, grit, and humility you have shown every single day. I believe adversity is opportunity. The adversity Madison faces every day couldn't be any higher. The opportunities she will create are endless. This tragic event not only affected and will continue to affect Madison and Jackie, but it also affects our entire family. The physical and mental trauma endured by many people, none more by Madison, will last a lifetime. The challenges and sacrifices that our entire family face are significant and long-lasting. The love they have for one another has been an absolute galvanizing force throughout this entire process. While Madison and Jackie are lucky to be alive, their lives will be forever different. Madison was a high school scholar athlete poised with dreams to play at the next level, suddenly fighting for her life, and now has a new dream of figuring out a way to walk again. It's not fair. It's truly unbelievable to comprehend how quickly Madison's life has changed. I recall being in tremendous pain and disbelief when I received the phone call from my sister about the attack. I needed to put my own life on pause so I could be there for them during this critical time. I remember racing to the airport trying to process what had happened. Within 24 hours, I was at the hospital with 2 patients, my sister with her own severe wounds and my 17-year-old niece in ICU. I slept in a hospital chair next to them for nearly a week, helping aid with breathing treatments in the middle of the night, wrapping wounds, encouraging her throughout physical therapy, etc. Watching you lay in a hospital bed with chest tubes in extreme pain is an image that is engraved in my memory. Trying to be positive in such a moment of despair was and still is incredibly challenging. I felt hopeless, and all I could do was pray for them. Moments which seemed absolutely unfathomable. I am furious, devastated for her, for everything. I remember weeping to my wife over the phone and missing my own young children during this time of shock. My heart aches thinking of how this attack will affect Madison and her family today, tomorrow, and for the rest of their lives. The emotional toll that this has put on myself, my wife, and my immediate family is also significant. My mentality has been nothing but positive, and I've been focusing on my family and our path forward.
We simply don't have enough energy to focus on anything else. It does not diminish the amount of pain and hardships we've all endured. Since the attack, we've all dealt with sleepless nights, fear, and anxiety. There were certainly strain, stress, and unforeseen challenges that we all endured as I relocated my family to Florida for the summer of 2023 so we could be there for one another and help in any way possible. Luckily, we have each other as family. There are many people who deserve recognition and praise for their roles in not only saving Madison and Jackie's lives, but also the care and rehabilitation she received in the critical days and months afterwards. Kennedy Armstrong, wow, you are a real-life hero, a lifesaver in every sense of the word. Thank you. Our entire family and I can't thank you enough for your instant, fearless actions. The amazing doctors and professionals at Jacksonville Memorial Hospital, the first responders and firemen, the police departments, and the tremendous community who has and continues to show tremendous support. We are Madison Strong. Thinking back at you and your mom's conditions days after this despicable failure of an evil plan, listening to the doctor's bone-chilling prognosis and to where you are now and everything you've accomplished along the way are a true testament to both of you. Jackie, what an amazing person you are. You are a warrior, a phenomenal mother, and a complete champion. One thing among many others that this whole unbelievable experience has taught me is that to never put any limitations on anything or anyone. I've watched Madison do things and defy what doctors and others said she wouldn't be able to do. Her story is just beginning, and I can't wait to watch it unfold. Madison faces and will continue to face challenges on a multitude of levels for the rest of her life most of us really can't comprehend. I know you will rise up and meet every challenge head on and conquer it the only way you know how to do. I hope you can take into consideration the significant impact this has had on my family and I, and the extreme ramifications Madison, Jackie, family, and friends continue to cope with. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We call Lieutenant George Harrigan.
All right, Lieutenant Harrigan.
I'm going to object at this point.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to object at this point.
All right, I'll hear your objection.
We've heard a multitude of victim impact statements from the victims themselves as well as family members. The state's now seeking to call what I understand to be the public information officer, or the person responsible for press releases for the sheriff's office to talk about a victim impact when he is not a victim. He's a member of the law enforcement community. Now, I know we're not in a death penalty trial or sentencing in front of a jury, but the Florida Supreme Court has spoken to the limits of victim impact testimony in cases, and I'm referencing the case of Wheeler v. State, 4 Southern 3rd, 599, Florida Supreme Court from 2009. And in the Wheeler case, the court had the occasion to address the victim impact evidence and the statements thereof. And in that case, Florida Supreme Court, citing the United States Supreme Court in Payne v. Tennessee, 501 U.S. 808 from 1991, pinpoint site 821 to 826, states, although the United States Supreme Court and this court have ruled that victim impact testimony is admissible, such testimony has specific limits. Those witnesses providing victim impact testimony are prohibited from giving characterizations and opinions about the crime. The court goes on to talk about the number of witnesses that have been approved, 4, 5, and in one case 12. But at this point, calling a member of law enforcement under the guise of victim impact testimony, when such officer is also responsible for doing press release and pressers for the sheriff's office, I believe exceeds the permissible scope of victim impact testimony. It's cumulative and it's inappropriate, and even though Wheeler talks about it in terms of death penalty in front of a jury, the same considerations apply to a sentencing before a judge in a non-capital case. And respectfully, Your Honor, I think this is approaching cumulative and beyond the scope of appropriate victim impact testimony, and on that basis we object and seek to exclude this witness under that basis.
State response?
Your Honor, the case Payne versus Tennessee and the other ones that counsel referenced is very, very specific, and it is to death penalty victim impact, which has its own statute governing it, and that is before a jury. It's why it's limited. And in that case, it has its limitations with the volumes of witnesses and things that are allowed to be permitted in front of a jury. Is the state has not exceeded that here. We have 3 victims, and that case law does not apply. And I would disagree with Mr. Katurgis to any other area of victim impact. There are not a lot of rules related to general victim impact. All of the case law goes to death penalty litigation in front of a jury. That being said, Lieutenant Harrigan has a very unique perspective in this case. You heard Madison's mother refer to him as Madison's person. He's not talking from a law enforcement perspective about the case. He's had a very unique experience traveling with her and being with her and watching her recover in the public eye and the community impact surrounding that and how it impacts her. And so for that, he has a very short statement here today I would like him to read.
All right, over defense objection, I'm going to permit this witness to testify. Sir, if you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead and have a seat. Dutton.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I met Madison on July 7th, 2023, 34 days after the event that changed her life. Madison called a press conference, and she wanted to address the community. She closed that press conference with these words: "My story is just getting started." Now, I didn't know what that meant at the time, but I'm here now to give you a glimpse, a small glimpse, into Madison's story that I have experienced over the last 16 months. During her senior year of high school, Madison teamed up with the One Love Foundation and started a One Love Club at Ponte Vedra High School to educate other young people about healthy and unhealthy relationships. Due to Madison's influence, several One Love clubs have been started at area high schools. The University of North Florida ladies softball team invited Madison to throw out the first pitch at a home game they dedicated to the One Love Foundation. UNF has now adopted the One Love mission. She's spoken in front of clubs, organizations, and teams. She's been a guest speaker at the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office events, fire rescue events, and is known to frequently visit both agencies. She's been recognized by numerous organizations for her passion to help others, and she's become a sought-after speaker. At the beginning of this month, Madison was the keynote speaker at a law enforcement conference in Washington State, where she shared her story of overcoming trauma with hundreds of attendees. Her influence on patients and staff at Brooks Rehabilitation has been nothing less than incredible. Madison will be featured in a Brooks Thanksgiving Day commercial to be aired during the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, and will be named the 2024 Brooks Rehabilitation Champion during a gala at the beginning of this year, next year. People from around the country have reached out to her, and she's been an inspiration to those who have experienced their own trauma. She should have entered her senior year playing softball and looking forward to an athletic scholarship, but instead she spent her senior year balancing intensive physical therapy, schoolwork, and fighting to walk again while learning to do life differently. One of the national news organizations in this case used the line to describe her as a star athlete. And it's easy for us to make the mistake of thinking that she was an athlete. But you see, Madison has been more of an athlete in the last 16 months than most of us will be in our entire lives. Her grit, strength, resilience, and incredible spirit has gripped this community and now the nation. On behalf of the more than 1,000 members of the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office, we are and always will be Madison Strong. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. You may. Who are you calling next?
State's going to call Madison Schemitz.
All right. seat. If you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir. Make sure mine a little bit, I know you're loud. State your name for the record first for me.
Madison Schemitz.
Okay, Madison. Before you speak today, did you provide a compilation video that outlines your recovery and essentially what you've been through the last year and a half?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm going to publish that at this time.
Any objection?
I've seen the video, so. No objection, Your Honor.
All right. You may publish.
What's the address of your emergency? This matters so seriously and for working the incredibly difficult job you do. It is truly admirable and beyond appreciated. I'd also like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this afternoon after months of having to remain silent and unheard of by both the defendant and his family. Before I begin, I'd like to preface this statement by explaining just how incredibly difficult this is. To not only set my pride aside, but to vulnerably open up in front of this courtroom, the defendant and his family, is difficult. I say this because throughout this process, I've carried myself with grace, and truthfully, I have not opened up in front of others the way I'm about to. I say I am setting my pride aside because truthfully, I do not believe the defendant nor his family deserve to hear any of the negative ways this experience has impacted me, let alone get to hear all of the positive things I've done after it. I've thought about this day, this moment, this statement every single day for the last 538 days. 538. 538 days of living in true torment. 538 days that, regardless of the circumstances, always had the same dark cloud looming over. 538 days of constantly reliving the trauma the defendant put me through. Your Honor, I say 538 as that is how many days it has been since June 3rd, 2023. But the truth is, the torment, the dark cloud, and the trauma I've endured dates back much further than June 3rd. As a then 16-year-old high school girl, I deserve to live the life that many 16-year-old girls do. I deserve the opportunity to form relationships with whomever I wanted. I deserve the opportunity to be happy in these relationships. I deserve to feel safe in these relationships. I deserve to be treated the way I know I deserve to be treated. I deserve the opportunity to learn and grow from these relationships, and most importantly, I not only deserved, but had every right to remove myself from a relationship that instead of making me feel happy and safe, dragged me down in every way. My trauma truly starts from within my relationship with the defendant, even prior to June 3rd, 2023. Throughout the barely 6 months I was in a relationship with him, I had felt stripped of everything I knew I truly deserved. I knew not only did I not feel happy, I felt suffocated, trapped, manipulated, and controlled. I knew that the relationship was giving me far less than what I deserved. As someone who truly takes pride in the human they know they are, I knew I had every right to put myself first and leave the relationship. Yet what no 16-year-old girl deserves is to experience fear while ending a relationship. But once again, I was that 16-year-old girl who was forced to experience that fear. One date that specifically comes to mind in the days following the end of the relationships is April 4th, 2023. Not even 24 hours after the breakup, the stalking began. As I innocently sat in the Davis Park parking lot with a few friends after a softball game, the defendant decided to show up. Not only did he show up uninvited, he showed up unannounced and unwarranted. In that moment was the first moment I had felt that fear. I knew I did not deserve to fear. As I began pulling out of my parking space to head home was when I had noticed the defendant's appearance. I rolled down my window and asked him what he was doing, as he responded with the same question. I told him I had been sitting there talking with friends. I proceeded to then ask him if I could call him when I arrived home, as I felt an overwhelming sense of uneasiness being alone, late at night, in a dark parking lot with only the defendant. I then pulled out of Davis Park and began driving home. I vividly remember the defendant tailing my car in a way I knew he never did. The feeling of fear grew stronger and stronger each second of that drive home. Feeling the way I did, I purposely took a different route home than I normally would have taken so that I would pass the defendant's neighborhood. As I drove past, I hoped he would put on his blinker and make that left-hand turn in to go home, but by no surprise, he didn't. He continued to follow me. Feeling unsafe and unsure of what to do, I turned into the closest parking lot, knowing I absolutely did not want him to follow me home. Ironically enough, I pulled into the same plaza that Mr. Chubby Swings is located. I began texting the defendant, begging for him to stop following me, and very clearly telling him that he was scaring me. Still scared and unsure of what to do, I called one of my best friends who I knew was awake. I called her and explained to her what was going on, how I was feeling, and how I was unsure of what to do. This was when she told me to come to her house. As I drove through the plaza with the defendant still making every turn I did, still tailing my car, I decided to go to my friend's house. I pulled out of the plaza onto A1A, driving in the opposite direction of both my house and his, and headed to her home. I continued to tell the defendant to go home and told him I had to deliver a science packet to my friend, yet he did not turn around, nor did he go home. He proceeded to demand for me to go home and inform me that he knew that that wasn't on my agenda for tonight, and that I need to be home after my game, and that was my agenda. He continued to follow me up until I turned into her neighborhood, and I watched as he went into the gas station right beside and sat there for some time. The moment I pulled into her driveway, panicked and shaking, I saw her, and that was the first moment I felt some sort of relief and some sense of safety, knowing her parents were right inside and were aware of what was happening. After sitting in her driveway for some time, talking through what had just happened, I knew the defendant had finally gone home, and I finally felt comfortable enough to head home myself. Speaking to the defendant following his actions that night was frightening, upsetting, and frankly all over the place. His reasoning as to why he followed me home changed every time, whether it was making sure I got home, wanting to see if I was doing something behind his back, or just so happened to be going home that way anyways. I believe that night speaks volumes about the defendant and his behavior following the end of the relationship. With this incident being not even 24 hours after the breakup, the 2 months following remained equally as torturous and frightening. As the stalking did not stop there, it had only just begun. Feeling that same fear every single time I wanted to leave the house is not something a 16-year-old girl deserves. Having to be hyper aware of my surroundings every single day in fear that he would show up of where I was yet again is not something a 16-year-old girl deserves, let alone not something she should ever have to be worried about. Those 2 months following the breakup were torture. Those 2 months I was put in a position by the defendant where I felt scared, worried, and constantly threatened, but I was never prepared for or the fears to come alive. June 3rd, 2023 was without a doubt the absolute worst, most traumatic day of my life, and I remember every single second of it. As a 17-year-old teenage girl, on a Saturday in the summer, my day started as any other day would have for me. I had one of my best friends I met through softball in town to spend the weekend. We had stayed up late and woke up early, excited for the plans we had made for that day. Once we woke up, we got ready to go to the beach. That day was windy and almost cold for it being a Saturday in June. After some time being there, we both got cold and decided we would leave the beach and go join our moms and brothers at my community pool. We got there just before 1:30 and hung out for a while, simply just enjoying time together as these were friends we did not get to see often. During this week in June, the Women's College Softball World Series was happening. Eventually, we decided we would go get something to eat and watch the games happening that day. This decision, unknowingly, became my life or death decision, and I had no clue. I remember going home sometime between 2:10 and 2:50 to change out of our bathing suits and get ready to go to Mr. Chubby's Wings. And by 2:53, my friend and I were in the car blasting California Girls by Katy Perry on the way to the restaurant. I remember sitting at the stoplight, leaving my neighborhood, and texting both our moms asking if they would come with us. I remember my mom responding saying, "You just want me to pay for your food," which although may have been true, I had this feeling that they just had to be there. And to this day, I am still unable to fully explain why I felt so strongly about wanting them to come with us. My friend and I arrived at the restaurant a little bit before our moms did, and as I walked in, the defendant came to mind. I entered the restaurant and looked around to make sure he was not there before we sat down to eat, as I knew I had previously run into him there within those 2 months. Once I realized he wasn't there, we sat down to eat and began to watch the Oklahoma-Tennessee game. At 3:43, the defendant pulled into the parking lot. At 3:47, the defendant walked into the restaurant and knowingly walked right past me. By 4:15, the defendant had gotten up and walked past us to make his presence known. At 4:15 was when my mother and I both noticed his presence. At 4:15 was when that same fear set in. After going back and forth on what to do, we paid our check and decided to leave the restaurant. At 4:28, myself, my mom, my friend, and her mom all stood up and walked out. Never in a million years did I think that I would never end up making it to my car. I remember walking to the parking lot, texting a friend back, and taking a picture of the defendant's truck. I did this knowing I had to continue to keep track of the defendant's behaviors and appearances for the restraining order we were in the process of trying to obtain. I remember finally reaching my car and hearing my mother scream. Knowing my mother, I could hear her fear. I could hear that whatever was happening was not good. This was when, at 4:30 p.m. on June 3rd, 2023, I turned around and saw the defendant running towards me faster than I had ever seen him run before. Not knowing what was coming next, I turned and attempted to go in the opposite direction. This was when the defendant had grabbed me. I hit the ground and began feeling the attack. I remember being on my hands and knees, begging for the defendant to get off me, with my screams slowly becoming more and more silent. I remember staring at the ground, my thoughts being muffled by my mother's constant scream. The scream that had first alarmed me did not stop throughout the entirety of the attack, and frankly, I can still hear it to this day. I remember hoping for the pain to stop and feeling my mom pulling him off of me. I remember finally being let go and falling to the ground because at that point, my body had been paralyzed. Little did I know that me being let go in that moment meant my mom was now being made another victim of the attack. I remember laying there with my eyes closed, blacking out until the defendant began stabbing me again. Your Honor, a 17-year-old girl should not know the feeling of getting stabbed. Your Honor, I should not have to remember the feeling of my body being inflicted with a knife over and over again. I remember feeling an impact against my mother, the defendant, and I, which was the moment Kennedy Armstrong had ultimately saved our lives. I remember finally opening my eyes but still being unable to see. I remember asking my mom to get off of me because she was now actively bleeding onto my face and into my eyes. I remember finally realizing I had been stabbed and that I could no longer feel my legs. I remember the moment I realized I was paralyzed. I remember struggling to breathe and formulate words. I remember telling my mom I could not feel my legs, to which she responded, it was okay and everything would be okay. But I could hear in her voice that it wasn't okay. She didn't know if it would be okay and just how scared she was. I remember her words to the defendant. I remember her calling the defendant's mom Tanya and her informing her on what her child had just done. I remember looking up and around and realizing that suddenly there was a crowd of people surrounding us. I remember looking up and to my left, to which I watched as the defendant just a few feet away pathetically slit his own throat. I remember making eye contact with the man in the crowd of people and begging him to make sure the defendant could not and would not get up, as I was scared the attack wasn't over. I remember his response ultimately assuring me that the defendant was no longer conscious or physically able to get up. I remember my mom still panicked and holding one of my 17 stab wounds closed. I remember numerous people trying to help keep me alive. I remember numerous people begging for me to stay awake. I remember that despite how chaotic, loud, and full of people the scene was, it was still so quiet. I remember feeling alone in my thoughts, unsure of what would come next, but knowing I just had to stay awake. I remember that despite every fear racing through my head, feeling calm through the chaos. I remember my friend's mom, Casey, on the phone with 911, saying how she knew that they were on the way, but still did not hear or see the lights and sirens. In this moment, those 4 minutes between the attack and the first responders showing up were the slowest 4 minutes of my life. Though in that moment I was terrified, I thought in my head that if I just stay awake until I hear those sirens, I would be okay. As soon as I heard those sirens, I felt some sense of relief knowing help was there. I remember finally seeing them with my own eyes, my clothes being cut off and being lifted off my mom's lap and onto the stretcher when my vision had disappeared again. I remember finally being set down and groaning in pain, still unable to feel or move my legs, and my ability to breathe getting worse and worse. I remember looking up and recognizing a deputy I had met on the scene of a friend's car accident months prior. Once I saw her eyes, I had finally felt comfort. I remember telling her that I was so scared, and her words back were, "You don't have to be scared. I trust these people with my life, and you should too. You're going to get everything worked out. You're going to be okay, honey." These words, in this moment, coming from someone I remembered and trusted, whether she believed them or not, both reassured me and provided me the comfort I so badly needed. These words let me believe that I would be okay, that I would survive, and that I just had to trust what came next. I remember being taken from the sidewalk and into the ambulance. I remember laying there in the ambulance in so much pain, unable to breathe and still so scared. I remember answering all the questions asked, correcting the paramedics on their assumptions, and telling myself repeatedly that I had no choice but to fight to survive. I remember praying and telling myself that I had to survive. If not for me, for everyone in my life I knew would not be okay through my death. I remember begging God to live. I remember telling myself that I could not close my eyes, as I was terrified that if I did, I would never open them again. I remember listening to the paramedics talking amongst themselves about what to do, and waiting as the helicopter arrived. I remember hearing the helicopter arrive and being transferred from the ambulance to inside the helicopter. I remember the oxygen mask, the neck brace, and the headphones get put on me. I remember that because of the neck brace, the headphones didn't fully cover my ears. I remember the sounds from the helicopter. I remember the loud sounds from the helicopter, yet the world was still so silent. I remember my stretcher being tilted backwards to keep the blood in my head. I remember time moving so slowly. I remember being unable to speak or hear, but so badly needing to know what was happening. I remember limply waving my hand in the air to hopefully get a life flight medic's attention, and once I did, he removed one ear of my headphones. I asked him how much longer until we arrived at the hospital. I remember him telling me just a few more minutes and putting my headphones back on me. Just a few more minutes. Those few minutes were in slow motion. Those few minutes still full of so much fear. I remember finally landing and being taken inside Memorial Hospital's trauma bay. I remember laying there all alone with no familiar faces as the doctors and nurses fought to save my life. I remember being poked and prodded and just lying there wide awake listening. I remember holding a nurse's hand until she had to assist those around her. I remember somehow finding her hand yet again and just holding on to it. I remember having an allergic reaction to one of the medications given to me. I remember being told to try and move my toes, to which I still couldn't. I remember staring directly at the trauma surgeon's eyes as he sliced my side open and inserted a tube into my chest to help me breathe. I remember not screaming nor making any noise, just simply staring and watching as the chaos unfolded around me. I remember finally my mom limping into my room covered in blood and kissing me on the forehead. I remember the feeling that gave me as the last time I had seen her, we were both bleeding out on a sidewalk. I remember the feeling of being able to tell her I loved her again because as I was taken off her lap, I didn't get the chance to. I remember telling her that she looked like a hot mess and her telling me everything would be okay, but this time with less panic in her voice. I remember her finally leaving as I had to be rushed into life-saving surgery. I remember exiting the trauma bay and seeing one of my high school softball coaches. I remember her assuring me that I would be okay and that if anyone could do this, I could. I remember her telling me that she loved me and that when I woke up, they would all be there. I remember leaving and finally getting to the operating room. I remember them going to put me asleep and telling me to count down from 10. I began to count 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, and by the time I got to 6, I began to feel myself going to sleep, which was when I began to panic again. After fighting so hard to stay awake, feeling myself going to sleep and not being able to control it scared me in more ways than I could ever explain. I had that same fear that if I closed my eyes, I would never wake up again. Despite the panic, I eventually fell asleep, and once I woke up, I remember being alone in a hospital bed, freezing, thirsty, and desperately needing chapstick. A nurse had come over bringing me ice chips and a strawberry-flavored chapstick. I remember eventually being taken out of that room and brought for a scan. I remember laying there in a dark hallway with two men listening to the screams of another trauma patient brought in that night. I remember being put into the scan and finally feeling calm. I finally was able to close my eyes and rest after the torture my body was just put through. I remember listening to the sounds of the machine, unable to move and just sleeping. I finally was taken out of the machine and brought to see my family. They took me up to the floor my mom was on and wheeled me to her doorway. I remember being greeted by smiles from my parents, two of my brothers, both of my coaches, and a friend's mom. I remember seeing through their smiles and realizing just how distraught, scared, and overall devastated they all were. It was heartbreaking. I remember looking at my mom, smiling, and once again telling her she looked like a hot mess. This comment had made everyone let out small laughter, which I like to believe reassured them that I was alive and I had made it through. I remember them all hugging me and holding my hand until they brought me into my own room. My coaches and friend's mom had come with me, and I begged them for a phone as I did not have mine. In my head, I had to make sure all my friends and loved ones knew that I was alive. After I had finally been given one, it was quickly taken from me, and I was told to rest. I laid there, unable to rest, until finally my older brother had arrived from South Florida. Seeing him and having him there finally made me feel safe. Now, it was just him and I attempting to get some rest until more surgeons, probably around 4 or 5 in the morning, had walked into the room. These surgeons had then informed me that I had a blood clot traveling up my spine, which I would need emergent surgery for, yet again. I remember one of the surgeons telling me that sometimes these blood clots and this trauma can be a reason for temporary paralysis. This gave me a sense of hope. I remember asking them if we could call my mom from the room over to let her know what was happening. My brother FaceTimed her, but she had already been told. I remember telling her and my brother that I loved them and that I would see them again when I woke up. I remember being brought into the operating room, once again, seeing all the familiar bright lights and walls, and once again being told to count down from 10. This time, I felt less panicked. I was tired, and I felt confident that I would wake up after surviving what I already had. I remember waking up in the ICU on June 4th and still being unable to move or feel my legs. I remember my coaches and friend's mom being there once again. I remember the moment my mom stood to the right of my bedside and told me that I was paralyzed. That it was not just a blood clot, but my spinal cord had been lacerated and spinal fluid was pouring out of it. I remember hearing this, shrugging my shoulders, and looking back towards the room. I had known I was paralyzed, yet never in my head did I think I would not overcome it. Immediately, I told myself that I would walk again, that I would walk at my senior night for softball, that I would walk at graduation the following May, and finally walk into this very courtroom today. Your Honor, I remember everything. I remember every single second of this horrific day and the months following. Your Honor, on June 3rd, 2023, I did not know that as soon as I walked out of that restaurant, I would end up being forced to fight for my life. What I didn't know was that after I won that fight for my life, was that I would be faced with a lifetime's worth of challenges. Faced with the fact that walking out of that restaurant was the last time I would be able to walk for several months, the fact that the last time I would be running for my life. The fact that every single day following, I would have to continue to fight for my life, for normality, and to gain back every ounce of independence I once had. Your Honor, someone once told me that my independence was just my ego, but that has always remained far from true. Never once had anyone ever insulted the independence I had always been so proud of. Your Honor, the person who made that statement sits in front of me today. The same person who not only took away my independence for some time, but attempted to take my life. On June 3rd, 2023, the defendant attacked and stabbed me 17 times with the intent of killing me. On June 3rd, 2023, 538 days ago, I survived the attack and have continued to not only survive, but to live every single day I know I am so blessed to live. Your Honor, those months following the attack are still vivid. The mental and physical battles are still vivid and so real. In the days following the attack, I was still stuck in the ICU. I remember all the doctors, visitors, interviews, and so on. I remember the feeling of having to be rolled to have my bandages changed and tubes moved. I remember the feeling of having both of my chest tubes pulled out of me. I remember the feeling of having one of my chest tubes being pulled out of me just to be put back in. I remember the smell of the matted blood that had set in my hair from the attack. I remember being unable to sleep despite every effort. Every time I tried, I was quickly interrupted by the same reoccurring image of the defendant running at me on the day of the attack. I remember the moments I would be able to fall asleep. I would wake up screaming, being awoken from the same nightmares that I was being killed by the defendant or one of his family members. I remember one night specifically when I had woken up, finally thinking I had slept through the night, just to come to find out that I didn't actually sleep soundly, but instead woke up screaming every few minutes, begging no, screaming stop, and that I was dying. I remember my first shower that took probably 5 hours and the help of probably 5 people. I remember when physical therapy started. I remember being lifted out of the bed for the first time in a Hoyer lift and into a wheelchair beside the bed. The feeling of both my chest tubes being pulled and the feeling of the almost 100 staples in my back being pressed up against the Hoyer and the chair, the pain almost unbearable. But I did it. Something so small as getting out of bed and sitting in a chair for 20 minutes felt nearly impossible, but was such a huge win. Every day after that was full of their own trials and tribulations, each day just as challenging. Physical therapy at that point consisted of just simply sitting up, something you all are doing right now, but at that time, something that was physically impossible for me, as every muscle to do so was paralyzed from the attack. I remember the pain that I felt just sitting up, the piercing pain I felt in my chest each try, each breath. I remember every family member, every friend, and every healthcare worker who gave everything that hour just to make it somewhat bearable for me. Despite the physical and mental pain that it took, they still somehow made it just a little bit better. Eventually, I was transferred to Brooks Rehabilitation. I remember the fear of uncertainty, being moved to an unfamiliar place with unfamiliar people, unsure of how long I would be there or what the intense rehabilitation would look like. The emotional toll that came with each step, the overwhelming sense of helplessness, and the constant fear of what was next. The moments when I wondered if I would ever feel like myself again, if I would ever walk how I used to again, or be able to live through a day without being reminded of this trauma. And yet through it all, I also remember the moments of hope, the small victories, and all of the support from those around me. These memories, these moments, they stay with me forever, and they shape who I am every single day. I remember being transferred in the late afternoon, so it was quiet. I remember, despite the silence, hearing the screams of another patient down the hall who was quickly transferred, as the Brooks workers were also aware of how that could scare someone with the trauma I had. As the next day came, therapy began. 3 to 5 hours of occupational and physical therapy consumed my time. The goals started small, but the therapy was intense. Learning how to sit up on my own, change my clothes by myself, transfer myself between the bed and the wheelchair, simple everyday tasks were so difficult. Yet slowly they became easier. I remember on June 20th taking my Asia impairment exam, which is what the extent of a spinal cord injury is defined by the American Spinal injury association impairment scale using specific categories. I remember the exam taking a few hours and feeling so discouraged. The feeling of being unable to feel or move any of my body was so discouraging. Until finally, at the very end of the exam, after being unable to move or feel anything, I was finally told to try and move my left foot. Staring at the ceiling, still so discouraged, I tried. I remember feeling something and looking at my physical therapist. She asked me, "Did you feel that?" To which I responded, "Did it move?" And when she confirmed that I had finally moved my foot, the room was full of emotion. So overwhelmed by the feeling of simply just moving my foot, I remember the feeling of being able to tell my mom that I was now able to move my foot and her bursting into tears of joy. I remember every phone call to all of our family and friends, and each of them also overwhelmed with so much joy to see that I could finally move my foot the slightest bit. This moment gave me hope for the future, hope that I would be okay, hope that with time I would regain movement in other parts of my body, and confirm my goal that I would one day walk again. I remember after this moment, the already intense therapy becoming even more intense. The hours spent every day trying new things, strengthening each part of me, and accomplishing more and more. Each day, my left leg got stronger to the point where they were able to stand me up with assistance, and with time, on June 30th, I attempted to take my first steps with assistance. Though slow, painful, and incredibly difficult, every day after that was a new goal reached, new progress, and a new step forward. Finally, after over a month in the hospital and in rehabilitation, on July 7th, 2023, I was sent home. On that day was the first day I addressed both the community and the media. On that day, I said that there was no looking back, how incredibly lucky I am to be alive today, and how each day I would take it as its own opportunity to live and make a difference in the world, and how I am determined and confident in myself that I would reach my goals to one day walk again. And every single day following, I've continued to stand by these words. Every day, I make the choice to be positive, and I've used this trauma to help inspire and motivate others despite everything I go through personally, daily. After addressing the media, I was finally able to go home. Going home was a new battle, learning how to adjust to my new life, my new way of life in a place that was a reminder of everything that used to be was difficult. On my second day home, I was sat in my room crying and finally moved my right leg. I called my mom into my room, and once again, she was immediately brought to tears. Once again, I got to experience calling all of my loved ones and sharing with them another huge victory. That following Monday, I started outpatient rehabilitation. I was in the pediatric day program at Brooks Rehabilitation, to which I attended physical and occupational therapy Monday through Friday for 3 hours every morning. I attended this program until December of 2023, when I switched to their neuro recovery center and continued to do physical therapy there up until today. Throughout these programs, I fought every day to accomplish my goals, one of those being to start my senior year on time with the rest of my class. And just as I fought for, I was there on the very first day, along with everyone else. Going back to school was an adjustment. I had to see all the kids I had grown up with for almost all my life, but they looked at me differently now. I was no longer just Madison, I was the girl who got stabbed. I dealt with looks, comments, questions, but I always understood. This isn't something that just happens, nor is it something that should ever have to happen. This kind of trauma isn't something that kids should have to adjust to, nor go through. But at the end of the day, in so many eyes, I was still Madison. Over time, as kids adjusted to having me back, school became easier, but managing both school and rehabilitation was difficult, as I still attended therapy every single morning and always did my best to still be at school when therapy was over. This was overall both physically and mentally draining, but I did it. Because the last thing I would do is let the defendant take more away from me than he had already taken. I attended as many school events as I could, and although they were rarely ever enjoyable for me after the attack, I still went, and I tried every day to live my life as I would before. Yet it wasn't as easy as I make it sound. I dealt with anxiety in public places and in large crowds, scared that if something were to happen, I would no longer be able to protect myself. I now had to worry about things other kids never had to worry about, like would there be stairs? Could I maneuver a wheelchair through this? I could no longer go and hang out with my friends whenever I wanted or partake in activities I was able to before. I was unable to play softball my senior year of high school, the sport that had been my life since as long as I can remember. I watched as my friends changed, the friends I had known for years go through one of the most unimaginable traumas and step up for me in a way no friend should ever have to. I watched them each be affected by this attack in various ways. I watched my friends dealing with PTSD, but still being so strong for me. I watched as they all matured, as their innocence was stolen. I watched as each of them stepped up in their own way to be there for me, to help me, and to support me through whatever I needed. I watched as my family suffered. They each suffered daily as their mother and sister were almost taken from them. I watched as they all stepped up to be there for us when we couldn't be there for them. I watched as their innocence was stolen. I saw their pain, their tears, and their resilience. I watched as the once so lively, happy, and bright home became sad and dark. Yet through it all, we were all there for each other. We all found light in the darkest of situations. We all found reasons to laugh and smile, and we were all simply grateful for every day we got to be alive. Your Honor, the impact of the defendant's actions doesn't just end with those directly connected. I have witnessed the impact on the community and strangers all over the world. I have met strangers everywhere I've gone who have broken down in tears telling me just how much my story has affected them. I have met people of all ages constantly brought to tears by my story and have seen firsthand the impact on the community. Many left scared and uncertain on the world, everyone's trust in people simply gone, yet despite those going through their own traumas, the community immediately stepped up and was there for me. Madison Strong keychains, shirts, sweatshirts, and fundraisers were in motion directly following the attack, and I still feel that same level of support and love every single day. Your Honor, I have accomplished every single goal I have set out on since the attack. I attended my senior year. I walked and got a hit on my senior night for softball. I walked unassisted at my high school graduation. I am a full-time college student, and I even walked into this very courtroom, and I'm currently reading a victim impact statement in front of not only the whole world, but my attempted killer and his family, just as I said I would when the attack first happened. I've spoken and shared my story of survival and resilience on many different platforms, such as in front of the media, Ponte Vedra High School, the Betty Griffin Center, St. Johns County Fire Rescue and Sheriff's Office events, Brooks Rehabilitation, Memorial Hospital, a police conference in Washington State, and so on. I started a wave of One Love chapters throughout our community, including at the University of North Florida, and I promise I will continue to use my story and my platform to inspire, motivate, and help others in every way I can. Your Honor, I mention all of my accomplishments as I am proud of them. I'm proud of the human I am, the impact I've made, and how I've handled myself these last 538 days. I say this as a reminder that I turned myself from being a victim to a survivor, and I am proud of that. This does not take away from the ways that I struggle daily. I suffer from PTSD and anxiety daily. I still deal with the sleepless nights and constant nightmares. I refuse to go outside alone at night in the dark. I feel myself fearing the worst possibilities in every situation. I have lost all trust in the world, and finding that trust in people again is far and few between. I have lost any childlike innocence and have been forced to grow up in a way most kids never have to. I have chosen to live the way I live and be so positive to hide the dark reality that I go through. I often laugh and smile to not let those around me realize that I am suffering so that they don't have to be sad as well. I deal with mental battles every day about my physical state and what my future may look like. My thoughts are often clouded by the what ifs and the why me questions, because why me? Why did something so horrific and life-changing have to happen to me? Why did someone so evil need to try and take everything away from me? Why did someone so evil try and end the life of someone who showed him so much kindness and patience? Why me? Your Honor, the defendant's decision on June 3rd, 2023 will haunt me for the rest of my life. My future physical and mental state still so uncertain, but always affected. The way I live, the way I love, forever changed. Yet I will always be a more kind, understanding, patient, loving, and overall better person than the defendant ever was. Your Honor, if it weren't for the brave and heroic acts of both my mother and Kennedy Armstrong on June 3rd, 2023, I would not be alive. My mother put her life on the line to save mine. The defendant so selfishly not only tried to take my life, but also tried to take my mother's. The most badass, selfless, and incredible woman and mom anyone would be so lucky to have in their lives. My mother has always and will always be my best friend. I am proud to be her daughter and thankful for her every single day. I've watched her struggle in more ways than I could explain in the last 538 days, yet she still always puts her kids before herself. Bleeding out and all, she was still there for me before even thinking of herself. She slept right by my side for over a month and was there through every single step of it all. Without her, I would not be here today, but without Kennedy Armstrong, neither of us would be here. A complete stranger so selflessly ran towards the screens, ran towards the danger, and saved both of our lives. Kennedy, you are truly one of the most brave and amazing human beings I have ever met. Despite your own trauma, your own physical injuries, and every way this attack negatively impacted your own life, You always remained so selfless. You always reminded us that you were here for whatever we needed and never wanted any praise or recognition, but you are the hero. You are the reason we are alive, and you are who reminds me every single day that good people do exist in the world. Words can never explain just how beyond thankful I am for you and your family. I thank both my mom and Kennedy for being my heroes that day. Two people who are so incredibly undeserving of the evil actions that the defendant showed on June 3rd, 2023. Your Honor, I could talk for hours on end about the way that the defendant has negatively impacted each of our lives, but I think after each of these impact statements, it is apparent, it is real, it is constant, and it is daily. Every day is a reminder of the trauma we all endured on June 3rd, 2023. Every day I'm affected by the physical and mental impacts of the defendant's actions, and every day is a reminder of just how cruel, monstrous, and evil the defendant truly is. There is no excuse for his actions. There will never be an excuse. On that day, the defendant chose to try and take my life. He chose to try and take my mother's life, and he chose to severely harm a good and innocent stranger. Your Honor, I can confidently say I am one of the least deserving human beings to have to go through what I have been forced to go through. Your Honor, this is something I will have to deal with for the rest of my life, something I should never have to deal with, and something the defendant should never have the opportunity to do again. Your Honor, on June 3rd, 2023, I was given my own life sentence by the defendant, and I plead with you that the defendant receives the same justified sentence and deserved punishment. Thank you.
Please quiet down. Ladies and gentlemen, please sit down. Please sit down. State, any additional witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Any additional witnesses for the defense?
No witnesses, but Mr. Pearson has an allocution he'd like to provide.
All right, would he like to come to the witness stand?
Of course.
It's up to you. You prefer. All right.
Your Honor, I'm here before you today to take responsibility for my actions of June 3rd, 2023. And most importantly, I'm here to express my sincerest apology to Madison, Ms. Roger, Mr. Armstrong. I'm sure June 3rd was the worst day of their lives. It was also the worst day of mine and always will be. On this day, I hurt 3 innocent people. I think of my terrible crimes committed every second of every day. It's on my mind constantly, and this will never, ever change. I pray that Madison, Ms. Roger, and Mr. Armstrong make full recoveries. I can't begin to imagine what I've put them through and the negative effects I've had on everyone involved. I understand the anger and hatred they all have for me. I will never understand any negativity or ill will directed towards my family regarding this subject. They did not do this. I did. There are good people trying to do good in this world, not evil. My parents tried their absolute best to give me help with the limited knowledge and the limited time they had. They are completely devastated, and they want their son to get help more than anything. Your Honor, I try my best to live myself after what I've done, but I just don't know how. I need serious help, and I have for a long time. And I'm so sorry for what this has come to, and I'm so sorry for my actions. I ask for forgiveness, and I ask for mercy. I ask for the chance to get help so I can return to my family and do good in this world. Thank you for your time. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Any additional witnesses for the defense?
No, Your Honor.
We'll move into argument. I will hear from the defense first. Mr. Couturier.
Can I have one moment?
Sure.
Your Honor, I have two documents that I'll be relying on that were submitted in conjunction with the sentencing memorandum that'll be utilized.
All right, do you want those marked and received into evidence, or how do you, and they've already been, they're part of the
Exhibit
recording
14 to
exhibits?
the sentencing.
All right, so they've already been received.
Yep. Your Honor, you've heard a lot of testimony and victim impact statements today. We're here because Mr. Pearson entered pleas of guilty to the charges before the court, and he's taken responsibilities for his conduct. And the court's in the unenviable position to sentence Mr. Pearson. But sentencing in a courtroom does not fulfill the purpose of vengeance. It's to impose punishment, a just punishment. And in doing so, the court doesn't take into account just the facts and circumstances of the case, the crime, but also the characteristics of the defendant in fashioning that just sentence. And this is a situation where there's a young man, barely an adult, that in the fallout from a relationship with his girlfriend was extremely broken. And it's tragic. It is absolutely tragic what happened. Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Roger, and most certainly Ms. Schemitz didn't deserve this at all. They didn't deserve to have this visited upon them at all. And we know that there's going to be punishment imposed for the crimes that are before the court. But the question becomes, what is the just punishment? And so comparing the horrible nature of the crimes against the characteristics of the defendant, and to borrow federal parlance, to impose a punishment or a sentence that is sufficient but not greater than necessary to fulfill the purposes of sentencing, we have to take into account the characteristics of the defendant. And in doing that, we look to his life in total. And when we look at that life, but for the day of the events, he has lived a good and honorable life. This is a case with the media sitting here in our courtroom that's had press releases and media attention for the last year and a half. It's also a situation where many members of the community would treat Mr. Pearson like a pariah. But that's not necessarily the case here. I've been in cases of similar nature where no one will step forward, maybe even parents on behalf of their loved one. Not this case. In this case, not only Mr. Pearson's family members, but members of the community. 26 in total have submitted character letters on behalf of Mr. Pearson, in addition to the members of his family. And they all echo the same sentiments. You've heard from Mr. and Mrs. Pearson, Spencer's parents. And he has the rest of his family in attendance here today, as well as members of the community that are here to support him. And they've submitted letters to the court. His sister McKenna, who's a student at the University of Florida, writes that he was always exemplified his gentleness and his love for animals, especially dogs, and he is constantly looking out for our youngest brother, Rhett. Spencer has always had such a good heart, and he was so empathetic for people who would get picked on. She would often overhear parents complimenting Spencer's manners, politeness, and how good he was with younger kids. He was caring, intentional, and kind. His younger brother, Rhett. Spencer was there for me to hang out with and offered a helping hand whenever I needed it. violence from a 14-year-old. His older brother, Colby. Although externally Spencer may seem quiet and reserved, for those of us who know him more closely, he is one of the most kind-hearted people out there. And he concludes his letter with, "Our family is committed to being there for him every step of the way, ensuring that he has the love, support, and resources needed to succeed." Those are his immediate family members, all. And there's myriad other letters from the rest of his family, extended and otherwise. But there's also letters from members of the community that are willing to put their name out there to support Spencer Pearson because they knew what kind-hearted kid he was. A former football coach, Todd Fordham, coached him in Pop Warner and as well as his middle school days. Spencer was a vital part of the teams he coached and the success we had a team. Spencer was always a great listener, willing to do whatever was asked of him as a player. Spencer worked diligently to be the best player he could be while always making sure his mindset was team first. Another coach at his high school, Eric Hinkle. While as coach, Spencer was always shy, reserved, and respectful. I do not recall Spencer ever getting agitated, disrespectful, or aggressive towards his coaches or teammates, nor angry in any way during those years I coached him. And Mr. Coach Hinkle noted the change that Mr. and Mrs. Pearson testified to his junior and senior year. And he states, "This passive and shy personality is why the events of this last year were a tragic surprise to me. His purpose is to let you know that his actions last year did not seem to be characteristic of the young man he knew, and he hopes that whatever you, Your Honor, decide, he is able to receive the help he so obviously and desperately needs." A family friend of the Pearsons who knew Spencer well, the children were of her family and the Pearson family were all of similar age, and they spent a lot of time around not only the parents but all the families. Sarah James states, "3 of our 4 children are the same ages as the Pearson children. We have spent time together on family trips, evening meals, and worshiping together on Sundays in church. Spencer never demonstrated any aggressive behavior, and I observed him to be normal, kind young man. He was always welcome in our home." On one vignette, if you will, regarding the character of Spencer Pearson, last year during one of his daughters, during her freshman year, there was a Hope class at Ponte Vedra. Spencer's weightlifting class was often in the gymnasium during the same period as her child. He always made a point to come over and say hello to her daughter and ask her how she was. This brought her comfort because she did not have any of her close friends in that class, and having a familiar face brought her joy. Lastly, I'll reference, and there's numerous other letters, I'm not reading them all. The court has them and has read them. But another coach of Mr. Pearson, Jermaine Swafford, writes, "Throughout my time as his coach, I came to know Spencer as a well-mannered, respectful, and disciplined young man. He was never one to cause trouble or show disrespect towards his teammates, coaches, or anyone else around him." Coach Swafford fully acknowledges the seriousness of the situation Spencer is facing, but I also know the good young man that he is and the potential he has to grow and learn from this. I have always seen the Pearson family as kind and supportive, and I believe with the right guidance, Spencer can get back on the path to becoming a responsible and contributing member of society. That's the members of the community that know Spencer, and that's the Spencer he knew. Not the surveillance video from June 3rd, 2023. So when we see that video compared to the character that is known to be that of Spencer Pearson, the question is, how could this happen? This tragedy. These 3 innocent people that deserve nothing in the way that they were served that day. How did this come to pass where Mr. Pearson engaged in that conduct? You've heard a lot of testimony today. We know that he was a good kid in elementary school and as a young man, had social anxiety issues from a young age. But he's been described as peaceful, gentle, and kind, with the exception of the day's events. And over the course of time, that condition became progressively worse. It worsened in high school, when we know that he started to decline in that regard in his junior year. And after the breakup, we know that his mental health certainly declined. And the Pearson family was desperate to get help for their son. So, in doing so, they're reaching out to all avenues available to them. Licensed psychologists and practice groups weren't able to see him. And we've discussed the difficulty in accessing mental health care, particularly for youth and particularly on the backside of the COVID pandemic. And you've heard the testimony here that people could not take him. It was 3 to 6 months. And so they were desperately trying to get help for Mr. Pearson in any way they could. And they find this organization here tomorrow who could see him immediately. And when you look at the records that are contained in the sentencing memorandum from here tomorrow, there's a breakup in April. And at this point in time, Mr. Pearson's in an extremely depressive state. He didn't go to prom, he's not going to school, and is living on the couch, not eating, not doing well. The family's desperate and they're reaching out for help. So Spencer here tomorrow could see him immediately. So he goes on April 13, 2023. And he talks with the peer specialist or friend, not a licensed therapist, not a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. And although he has contemplation of thoughts of suicide expressed to this peer specialist, the treatment regime exists of emotional support, information, and listen. And I don't question the motives of here tomorrow to try to help people in distress, but the magnitude of this problem, they were not equipped to address, not without licensed practitioners. And so unsurprisingly, 4 days after that encounter, Mr. Pearson attempts to hang himself. We've heard the chilling testimony from his father about having to recover his son and lift him up to take pressure off of his neck from him trying to kill himself. He was that desperate and that low, in such a low place, that he wanted to end his life as an 18-year-old high school student with no abusive background in his family. No physical abuse, no sexual abuse, none of that. But here's a young man that's supposed to be in his salad years, if you will, that is so despondent that he's taking his own life. After spending the night on the couch with Mr. Pearson, his mother and father, after reaching out to some friends that were in the medical profession and get referred to Baptist Hospital, take him down there the next morning, where he's admitted for 5 days. And they're saying, call on Monday, and we need to get him put into outpatient therapy. Well, Ms. Pearson does that, and there's no room at the end. We don't have space available for Spencer. So they're right back in the same dilemma that they were before he attempted to take his life, and trying to get the resources to help them. But once again, when the phone calls are made, we don't have room for him. We can see him in 3 to 6 months, and they can't get him into therapy. And he languishes on the couch. And this is Mr. Pearson's first serious battle with an acute mental illness that is now manifested in a suicide attempt, and that no one can see him other than emergent care, where he's admitted for 5 days in a hospital emergency situation. But when left to your own devices outside that milieu, there's no room at the end. Now, they had never been in this situation before. Spencer had never been on medication. He had been given medication at the hospital, but when he was discharged, he started experiencing side effects, headaches. He didn't like the way it made him feel. And not having been through this, and without the guidance of medical professionals to go through it, Spencer discontinued his medication. and he, once again, spiraled downwards into a despondent state of severe depression. Witnessing this reoccurring again, Mr. and Mrs. Pearson, having no available resources to him, go back to here tomorrow just because he can be seen. And he's seen on May 31, 2023. 4 days prior to the date of the events that bring everyone to this courtroom. 4 days. Spencer recounts to the peer specialist that he attempted to commit suicide. He had concrete plans. He had ideation. When you look at the progress note that was filed as, I believe, notice of filing number 8, the last one that was filed, it states his current status was now preparation. Before it was contemplation. Now it's preparation. And they know that there's been a prior attempt. The course of treatment that was ascribed to by that entity is to make a safety plan. But the safety plan is to be made the next week with a young man that Hal has preparing to commit suicide. He returns home, and 4 days later, these heinous crimes are committed. And so, in the course of the events, Mr. Pearson, after committing the horrible acts that numerous people have discussed here today, takes the blade and turns it on himself. Several times, slowly and methodically, slicing across his neck. And before the court, and this is exhibit, I believe, 14 of Defendant's sentencing memorandum, you see the grievous injury that he inflicted upon himself. This was the state of despair that Mr. Pearson was in. And I don't mean to discount the harm and the suffering and the injuries of the victims. I recognize that. But Pearson is a damaged kid. And this is evidenced by this photo that is so deep, where he's lacerated his trachea as well as all of the other organs in his throat. And it's remarkable that that suicide attempt did not succeed. Because when the rescue responded, and you have the fire and rescue records before you, on the Glasgow coma scale that goes from 1 to 15, 15 being fully functional, 1 being near dead, he was a Glasgow coma scale of 3. He was not breathing and had barely had a pulse. They were able to intubate him and save his life. Like Ms. Schemitz, he was life-flighted, but to a different facility, UF Health, Shands, in Jacksonville, where he underwent extensive surgery over a number of days before ultimately, during which he was arrested, and he hasn't seen his family ever since. The only contact he's had with his family is through a tablet. When he's released, he wears the scar on his neck as he's in this booking photo. And he still has that scar as a reminder to himself, as well as the rest of the world, about how damaged he is and was. So how does that come to pass? Well, we know that Spencer played tackle football from age 6 to 18, 12 years, and you've seen a brief video clip of it. But before I get to that, we've got a young man, barely above the legal threshold for a juvenile. And the law sometimes draws arbitrary lines, and I would submit that the age of 18 at majority is an arbitrary line. Dr. Rubino alluded to, We'll go give a young man a gun and send him to a foreign land and serve as cannon fodder for our military, but they can't drink a beer. We don't trust them to drink a beer or any liquor, but we can give you a gun and send you into battle. Is he an adult at 18? Well, the science regarding the brain suggests not. And this science has now been well established and litigated through courts from the bottom to all the way to the Supreme Court on numerous occasions. And through the science, which we heard from Dr. Kropp as well as briefly from Dr. Rubino, we know that the adolescent brain is not developed at age 18. Far from it. It's just starting to finish its pruning and myelination. And that continues in that process from shedding gray matter into white matter to get executive functioning. Doesn't happen till 24 or 25. 6 years removed at a minimum from where Spencer was on the day of the act in question. And why is that important? Because that controls the executive functioning or guides the executive functioning of a young man's brain. They lack impulse control. They act without regard of consequences. There's poor planning. They don't think of things of forethought. That's why they make good candidates for combat soldiers. And so we have this young man with an adolescent brain that isn't fully formed, that doesn't have the capacity to engage in the critical decision-making and judgment that's required to proceed through life, is a starting point. That's across the board for all youth. Kids are different. And although he may have been 18 and legally adult, he's a kid. He's a kid as he sits here today. And so layered on top of the youthful brain, we've heard from Dr. Rubino, who had the occasion to view images of Spencer's brain. And what did those images tell us? That this kid has been the subject of repetitive head injuries for 12 years. By his dad's count, and I would submit it's very conservative at 15 a session, 10,000 hits to the head. Some more serious than others. In that video, we saw a 300-pound plus kid smash his head, buckle him, and I submit he was concussed at that point, and then pancake him. Because of the nature of the game, Spencer gets up, has head-to-head contact of significant force with the quarterback. 2 concussive events in one play. Not to mention the myriad other events. We know he was out in concussion protocol at least twice once that developed, but they didn't have it in middle school. They didn't have it in Pop Warner. Hopefully, the kids aren't getting injured. But when Dr. Rubino looks at Spencer Pearson's brain, we know there's a lesion on the right frontal cortex that's in an area that's inconsistent with any vascular source, not to mention that he's 20. He hasn't had time to develop those problems. There's no indicia from health records or otherwise that he has any vascular problems. But he's got a lesion on the front part of the brain. He's got the cavum septum pellucidum, the separation of the 2 hemispheres of the brain and the membrane that with a 20-year-old kid with no other explanation who's played 10 years of tackle football, the only explanation is head trauma. We know about the cingulate gyrus being impaired. And why is that important? Because that is part of a brain and a human's limbic system. And the limbic system, once again, controls emotional regulation, poor judgment, impulse control, all of the same issues that are inherent with an adolescent brain as a starting point are exacerbated for a young man with the injuries noted in his head. So when you combine the two, they compound that problem. And the lack of emotional regulation and impulse control and judgment is even worse. We also know that he's working on a significant neck injury. cervical stenosis of his spine. It's going to get progressively worse without medical intervention. And if it doesn't, it could result in him being paralyzed. And the irony of that is not lost on me. But as that is not an appropriate punishment to be doled out in a courtroom. But that's what he's looking at without treatment. And the court's been around a long time, as have I. And the court is aware of the medical treatment that's rendered in the Florida Department of Corrections. It's less than stellar. That problem will not be addressed. So on top of the organic brain injuries that exist and the brain damage, we have the psychological component. Dr. Kropp spent over 18 hours with Spencer between testing, interviews with him. And what do we know from that? He suffers from major depressive disorder and social anxiety disorder that further impair his judgment, his impulse control, and the other matters that are just getting compounded and compounded and compounded on top of one another. And those psychological issues, coupled with the adolescent brain and the brain injury, caused this young man to act impulsively, without regard to consequences, without judgment, planning a forethought. And tragically, it resulted in 3 people unnecessarily being stabbed, significantly injured. And it breaks my heart to hear this young lady suffering for this the rest of her life, not to mention the trauma of Mr. Armstrong and Ms. Roget that will likely be dealing with their injuries and their psychological injuries for the rest of their lives. I recognize that. And for that, my heart breaks. Dr. Kropp also found him to suffer from autism. And I've spent a lot of time with Mr. Pearson myself, and I'm no expert, but I tend to concur with him, having spent days with the young man. And you layer that facet on to the others, and it may not have the same features of impulse control and poor judgment as the other issues that Spencer's experiencing, but it certainly doesn't help. So when we're looking at the overall background of the defendant in fashioning an appropriate sentence, and not just seeking vengeance, as many in this courtroom would like the court to do, that is not the job. The job is to impose a fair and just punishment. And I would submit to the court that even though the statutory max in this case is life, this case is wholly inappropriate for a life sentence. This young man is not irredeemable. He does have a potential for a future. He's got a supportive family and support network that can help him going forward and ensure that he's never in this position again. He recognizes the gravity of this situation. He's remorseful, genuinely remorseful for what he did. There's a future for him if he's permitted to have one. And I think life is wholly inappropriate. And I submit a guideline sentence of approximately 20 years is inappropriate for a kid with the injuries that he has and the conditions he's suffering that are documented, replete with multiple attempts to take his own life, the scars of which he wears today. We've moved for a downward departure from the sentencing guidelines. I believe we satisfied each and every one of the departures that are sought. His capacity to conform his requirements to the law substantially impaired by the injuries he suffered to his brain, the adolescent brain, as well as the serious psychological diagnoses he's had that impair his judgment. He certainly requires specialized treatment for a mental disorder, and it's unrelated to substance abuse or addiction. You've heard no testimony that he has any of that. It's absent entirely from his background. other than a high school kid that may have had some beers or seltzers on an occasion. But this kid's not an addict. He's not a boozer. His problems are mental health and mental health alone, except for the cervical neck stenosis or cervical spine stenosis, which is a physical disability under the departure. And we know he's amenable to treatment. He's been on medication ever since he's been in the jail. We know he can reject that if he so chose, but he's now recognized that he needs help, and part of that help is medication. But there's other facets of treatment that would benefit Spencer, for which he is amenable. Therapy. Dr. Kropp recommended therapy 2 times a week individually and group throughout to help him overcome a social anxiety disorder. And he wants the help. He just asked you for it. His family's been screaming for it. And so he meets the basis for a departure for specialized treatment for which he's amenable. We've also sought one for the crime being committed in an unsophisticated manner, an isolated incident for which he shows remorse. As tragic as what we've seen here today was, it was unsophisticated. There was no, this wasn't a white collar fraud case. This isn't multiple drug deals. This isn't trafficking. This isn't the normal grist for the mill that the courts encounter and defense counsel deal with. This was a instantaneous attack. So it was unsophisticated. It was isolated. He has absolutely no criminal history. Never been in trouble with the law prior to this. Never been violent to anyone prior to this. And he's shown remorse. And lastly, we're seeking a departure on the basis that the defendant was too young to appreciate the consequences of the offense. And in doing that, age alone doesn't cut it. I'm aware of that. But emotional immaturity coupled with chronological age, and this isn't somebody that's 20, 22. We're talking about a kid 9 months removed from his 18th birthday. So, and Dr. Kropp testified that due to his psychological conditions, as well as the adolescent brain, he is emotionally immature. And so we've met the grounds for that departure as well. Now, I know the court, in whether to grant a downward departure, it's a 2-step process. One, the court has to determine whether the defense has met the burden of production by a preponderance of evidence to satisfy the grounds for the departure. And I submit to the court we absolutely have. But the second one is discretionary. The court has to decide whether it thinks departing will provide for a sentence that is appropriate. It's a discretionary act by the court. And I'm imploring the court to exercise that discretion because this kid is damaged. This isn't an incorrigible criminal. This is a broken kid that is not irredeemable. He has a chance in the future if he's offered the opportunity. He's willing to accept the help, and he's been doing it ever since he's been incarcerated. He has a support group that will help him stand up in support to help him get that help. And I'm firmly committed that if Spencer is released, and there's, in addition to incarceration, there's other facets of punishment that can be imposed. The court can put him on supervision. He can be on community control for up to 2 years. He can be on probation with a court order requirement to maintain treatment and have treatment providers report to probation to ensure that he's following through, not to mention the people that want to give him help and his own desire to get help. There's ways to fashion that sentence. And further support for a mitigated sentence is the pre-sentence investigation itself, prepared by a member of the Department of Corrections, that in the recommendations doesn't make a recommendation as to the sentence. That is the unenviable task of this court, and I do not envy the role. But in the report, the representative of the Florida Department of Corrections is recommending to Your Honor that when he's incarcerated, that he go to a facility that he can get specialized treatment for his disorders. Now, I'm not aware of any such facility in the Department of Corrections, so I'm not sure that, as much as everybody wants to have that happen, that it's even available. It sounds good, but in practice, it doesn't exist. You get pills and that's what you get. And so respectfully, for this kid that prior to this horrible event that we view today has lived an outstanding life. He goes to his neighbors to help protect a wife and daughter while the husband's out because they think there's a burglary. He's helping neighbors, elderly neighbors, not climb ladders so they can put lights up around their home. When an elderly gentleman got into a car accident out in the road in front of his neighborhood, Spencer rode out there and assisted the old man and made sure he was okay. This young man has empathy. He's not a sociopath. He does care for other people, as testified to by all of his family and community members that have stepped forward with support. He's not an incorrigible criminal sociopath. It's a kid that has a chance if he's offered the opportunity. And so respectfully, Your Honor, we're seeking this court to impose a sentence that's significant. He's 20 years old as we sit here today. I'm asking for the court to impose a sentence of 12 years. He doesn't have 2 years in time served yet. He'll be at 30. If the court imposes that sentence, he'll be 30 or so by the time he gets out. His salad years, the 20s, the best years of all of our lives, will be spent incarcerated in a gladiator camp. That's a serious sentence. And maybe we get numb to the amount of time that gets doled out in these courtrooms. You hear these decade-long sentences, right and left. And some people are deserving of it. They've had opportunities and they've blown them. This kid's never had the opportunity. Not in the criminal justice system anyway. And so he's deserving of a chance. This isn't a life case. I submit this isn't even a 20 years case. A decade in prison for this kid in his entire 20s is a severe and significant sentence. And it is just punishment. And so we're respectfully submitting to the court that an appropriate sentence in this case is 12 years incarceration, followed by 15 years of supervision with the first 2 years of community control, thereafter with probation, to order mental health treatment and counseling, obviously no contact with any of the participants in this case, but to get the help he needs to become a productive member of society, to prove that he's not the kid that we saw in this video for 20 minutes, that he is the kid that the rest of his life has demonstrated, the one that his coaches are willing to step up for, that his family sits and supported behind him, the community around him sits and supported behind him. He is redeemable, and we're asking for that opportunity, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaczergis. State.
Your Honor, counsel started by describing the good character letters submitted on behalf of the defendant. We've heard the testimony today, and I have no doubt that a lot of that information is very, very true about the defendant and his growing up and him as a child and all of those things. But you also have to think about his characters and his characteristics that came out when he was in this new type of relationship. This isn't his mom, this isn't his dad, cousins, neighbors. This is that intimate dating relationship, that future romantic relationship that he may have. And what came out about Mr. Pearson that perhaps nobody had ever seen before was an individual willing to stalk, harass, scare, wanted Madison to feel his pain. That's why he sent the picture of him about to hang himself. He told Dr. Kropp that on that day, one of the reasons he was going to kill himself is because he wanted Madison to live with that guilt for the rest of her life. And I understand he's a depressed individual, and I understand he suffers from social anxiety. But those characteristics are dangerous for the future of this individual in any relationship like that he's ever in. Now, the threatening message he sent just 6 days before on its face may not appear that threatening, but to Madison it was. You heard everything that had gone on, and he knew everything that he had done up to that moment. And so if you saw that message in a vacuum, you might be like, okay, maybe this is a kid joking around, but you heard everything she went through. And so to her, at the end of May, when she saw that, that was scary. You're going to get yours. And sure enough, 6 days later, when he saw her, he took that opportunity to try to hurt her, to try to make her feel pain. Maybe before that, all it was emotional, and he never had thought about hurting her. But as soon as he saw her that day, as soon as he walked into that restaurant, noticed her, sat back down at his table, watched her get up, sat there, you saw him stare out the front of the windows. He was waiting until they were done talking to that staff member. He was waiting for them to walk away. And he sat there and he cracked his knuckles and he rubbed his hands on his shorts where his knife and his sharpening block were. And even if you believe that he didn't know Madison was there until he pulled into that parking lot. Maybe he saw her car as he drove by A1A, maybe he didn't. But when he drove in that parking lot, it's very clear. There is no reason why he moves his truck unless he sees her vehicle and he wants to park next to it for the opportunity to see her in some fashion. It makes no sense otherwise, and it makes no sense that he doesn't recall why he did that when Dr. Kropp asked him. So he knew she was there, and he stared and he waited, and certainly the intent to hurt her was going through his mind as he was sitting there and before he ran out. And so I understand with one of the downward departure grounds, unsophisticated, he has shown remorse. This level of violence is isolated. But Your Honor knows, stalking, harassing, putting in fear only leads to violence. We all know in this courtroom that's what comes next. And it did. This wasn't an individual who was otherwise normal and got into a random fight in the Chubby's parking lot with a stranger and ultimately ended up hurting them. No, that would be an isolated, random, violent act. This was someone he was emotionally attached to who had escalated his behavior towards her. So those characteristics need to be considered too. Not just who he is, not just who he was as a child, but that person that he was when he was in that attachment type relationship with his mental health. Now, we all know DOC is full of persons with mental health. That's not it's a downward departure reason that someone may need treatment. The DOC is full of individuals with mental health problems, unfortunately, far more severe than Mr. Pearson. He's not psychotic. You're right. He's not psychotic. He knew what he was doing. All the doctors state, Dr. Kropp, he's the one that would take, he didn't even need scans. He didn't even call for them. But what is in the scans, we heard about it ad nauseum, but at the end of the day, it has to do with potentially Mr. Pearson's future and some physical issues with him. But at the end of the day, Dr. Kropp, before he even knew what was wrong with his brain, said, this gentleman has no impairment to his executive functioning, which is the frontal lobe. He is a normal adolescent brain. He's an adolescent brain, no doubt. We're not dealing with an older gentleman. No cognitive disorders, no impairment to his executive functioning by any of his neuropsychological tests. He is suffering. He is depressed. He has social anxiety. There's a lot of people in America that have depression and social anxiety, and there's millions of young men playing football who do not stab and try to kill their girlfriends. So I understand they're presenting this to you and mitigating, and they're telling you about who he is and what he suffered through, but there's been no correlation to why that is the reason why he did what he did, as if it would be an excuse anyway. So what should you do, Your Honor? Mr. Kaczargas is right. Sentencing is not about vengeance. It's about punishment, but it is foremost about punishment. And you are to weigh this defendant's background into that. And so when you think about what should you do? Well, if Miss Roger and Kennedy Armstrong were not there, he would have kept stabbing her. She would have died. Mandatory life. Wouldn't have mattered. 18, 19, 20, it wouldn't have mattered. He failed to do that. And so, no, we're not here on a homicide case with one grieving family for the ultimate loss of one person. But we're here with 3 people, 3 separate victims injured in the most horrific way that will deal with this, Madison especially, physically for the rest of her life, emotionally for the rest of her life. Her mother now is dealing with her own physical trauma, emotional trauma, and of her daughters. And then you have Kennedy Armstrong. You saw him up there. His demeanor. His injury is minor. His physical injury is minor in comparison to the others. But he has been through trauma. It's very clear. And he will have to deal with that as well. So you have 3 victims that will live with this for the rest of their life every day. And Madison, she lives with the fact that every new person she meets, she knows. They don't even have to say it. They don't even, ask her. She knows they're probably thinking, what happened to this girl? Every single person Madison meets for the rest of her life who sees any sort of physical disability with her will wonder. And she will know that as she talks to that person. So every single moment of every single part of her life, she will think about June 3rd. And so you have to think about the fact that there are 3 victims in this case. What would you do if this was just an attack against Madison? What would you do if Madison, her mom, were there, but the defendant only attacked Miss Roger and you had the injuries that you had in a similar circumstance? What would that be? What would that punishment be? And then what would it have been had he never got to Madison and her mother and Kennedy stopped at first but got the injuries he did? This is a single incident, but it's 3 victims, and technically under the law you can run all 3 counts consecutive. But you should think about the punishment that you would apply in each individual scenario. And I submit to you that it's not a life sentence. It should be a lot of years in prison. They will suffer for a lot of years. I spoke to the one downward departure element judge. The youthful age, the other one, he does not appear to appreciate the consequences of his actions due to his youthful age. We know he's youthful. However, even Dr. Rubino said he could. And Dr. Kropp said he could. He could conform. He knew. We knew he did because he outlined his plan that morning to Dr. Kropp. He had a complex thought process of where he was going to go. If you believe that to be true, what he told his doctor, Dr. Kropp, that he intended to kill himself that day and nothing else. That whole process was complex thoughts. I'm going to go to the beach. My parents can't find me at home. I'm going to kill myself there. I'm going to bring a knife that has my name on it so they can identify me. And I'm doing all of this to hurt Madison for the rest of her life. He knew the actions on the morning. He had actually contemplated what they would be. So he's someone who can appreciate the consequences of his actions. And like Mr. Katurga said, even if you find that some of the mitigation has been proven, there's still that second prong. Should you depart? And absolutely 100% the state believes that this is not a case where a departure is appropriate. Not at all. All 3 victims will think and live about this trauma for the rest of their life, and he deserves to be punished for a very, very, very long time. For the pain he has put them through already, for the pain they will all remain in, all of their families. This is a ripple effect, Your Honor. And for all of the reasons stated and all of the evidence presented today, we ask you to impose a just punishment of life in prison. Thank you.
Thank you, State. All right, let me take a brief recess. I want to just think about a few things before I impose sentence. So we'll stand in recess for about 15 minutes.
That was me last.
All right, everybody. So I thought I'd come on real quick before we hear the sentence. Checking out the poll here. Let's check it out here. Do we have anybody? We do have one person who elected. I wanted to see lifetime probation, no prison. I wanted to see if there's anybody in here that really had a lot of compassion in their heart. Appears there is. Only 25% so far of the people who voted want life. So I'm a little surprised at that. I thought more people would go for life in this instance. Where do I fall? It's a compelling case, and this is one of those situations. First of all, I'm not in the life category. I know some of you will probably might be surprised. I know some of you might feel life is appropriate. I don't think life is the appropriate sentence, but I do believe what I think is the appropriate sentence would be 12 years, but lifetime probation. Okay. I think this young man must be under the custody of the state for the rest of his life. He's got to have it hung. Now, what I would do is I would do a creative sentence where I don't know if the judge can do this, but I would do like 12 years. I would do probably a 30-year sentence or a 40-year sentence with 12 with all but 12 years suspended with lifetime probation, so that if he messes up or he doesn't take his medicine, the probation department has the right to send him back to prison. And of course, a condition of this is he can't be around the family, and he can't have contact with her, of course, or anybody or any of the victims. But and then, of course, again, one of the big problems here is, the probation report suggested that he serve his time in a facility, or at least be able to go to a facility to get help. And, as I suspected, the Florida Department of Corrections, which is one of the worst. I don't understand how any prison sentence for this young man helps him get out and be productive, because it's so terrible. As the defense lawyer said, it's a gladiator camp down there. The conditions down there in Florida are beyond. There's no air conditioning. There's lots of fights. Duping delight. That's why I get to the probation for life. But that's also why there has to be a creative way to do that. And one of the ways you can do that is by suspending. In other words, having him serve a certain amount of time, but then suspending the back end of the sentence, putting him on probation, and making it a lifetime probation, so that he's required to undergo. Though I don't know, Florida might not have lifetime probation, but if there was a case that screamed at it, you would have the ability to do that. And then maybe at some point in his life, he could go back to court and ask that to be off probation after years and years and years of compliance. Might be a creative way to get all of that put together. But obviously, I would have thought the defense attorney would have come with that. And what did the defense attorney come with? 12 years and life. Now, it's interesting the defense attorney even made a suggestion, because a lot of times defense attorneys won't even make a recommendation because they don't want the judge to feel like he's looking soft if he gives him 15. So, in my opinion, I think I've watched this judge before. I know this judge's history. This judge gave a guy like 100 years for DUI death. And this is a situation where a guy stabbed multiple people. I think this judge, he knows this judge is going to throw the book at him. So I think that this attorney is hoping that he might go from life to 20 years. Give me one moment here. That he might go from, say, life to 20 years. And then that's better than him getting a life sentence. But we'll see. I believe this judge also sentenced Aiden. What the heck was his name? He was a young man that stabbed a girl. It was cold. There was no mental health aspects. There was no mental problems with that young man. He just flat out cold blooded wanted to see what it was like to kill somebody. And this judge went ahead and gave him life. So, I don't know. I think this judge is the type that, he's a pretty tough sentencer. So I think, Well, Ellie, I think you're right on that, because I think that's why I said it's a tough one, because he is going to be done if he goes to prison. Listen, I remember, look, I kin this case something, this is how I feel about it, right? And I'll tell you all a story. I had a close family member of mine that ended up, he was a young man. He made a terrible decision. He went in and robbed the store with a knife, right? I intervened. I helped through my dad. I helped with his case, talked to his public defender. My dad helped indirectly, and it was unheard of that he was going to get the opportunity to go to what's called forestry camp in West Virginia. It's basically like a alternative. But I was point on it. I went in, I talked to the attorney, I talked to the public defender. The public defender's like, there's no way this is going to happen. It's 20 years. And I said, listen, I'm telling you, there's this case. My dad has it. This is how you need to do it. So I went over it with him. The public defender said, we'll give it a try. 2 days later, he called back and said, unbelievably, they agreed to it. I said, my dad thought they would, and I normally trust anything my dad tells me. And that's, there were specific case law he used to talk to the prosecutor with. So they went, and this young man went to forestry camp for 18 months, and he is a success story today. Now, he did not stab someone, but he held someone at knife point, 4 people up at knife point. And he was under the influence of drugs at the time when he did this. So there is redeemability at times. Now, this young man is in a completely different class as far as his mental health problems. But the reason why I kin this is because I said, if you send him to prison, and that's what my dad said, if you send him to prison, his life's over. There's no bringing him back once he goes through prison. So there's going to have to be something, the court's going to have to decide to do something different here if they want to save his life. If the judge decides to give him a prison sentence, then he's better off giving him a life. Because at that point, what's going to come out the other end in 12 years or 20 years, but I don't know. I would hate to be in this judge's situation because this young man caused an amazing amount of harm to this young lady, an amazing amount of harm to her mother, and amazing amount of harm to the young man who stepped in and intervened and now can't work. So, on the other end, it's like, how do you let somebody just walk out without adequately punishing them and say, oh, it was mental health stuff? I mean, it's a tough one. But at the same point, we have to have the recognition of the mental health aspect. And we have to, this is where it's a gut check, because it's like, this is not, the person didn't die. He could have a right to get out. And we have to acknowledge the fact that we got to deal with the person that gets out in 10 years, 20 years, 15 years. So it's very dangerous to even think of this man out in the street. If he's already done this, we don't need more. So to me, it's a tough one as a judge, because to me, it's like life. Yeah, I'm inclined to say you got to either go life, or you've got to find some really creative way to get this young man help and give him an opportunity. But you got to have extreme supervision on the other end. And then it's a matter of even trusting the system. An overworked probation officer, are they even going to keep adequate eye on him? Are they even going to watch him? Are they even going to be worried about making sure he's getting the medicines that he needs? So I don't know. We'll see. I think it's going to be very, very interesting. Let's check our poll here real quick. I think court's going to be back in session, I would imagine, soon, although I don't know. Lifetime probation, no prison, 17%. 12 years in prison, 17%. A majority have said 20 years in prison and life in prison. But again, I think it is absolutely required that there's got to be a mental health component if you're giving this young man, because he's so young. He's going to get out. Can you imagine somebody like him getting out, and after spending 20 years in prison, he's got no job opportunities. His family will be long gone. I mean, you have to really think about what they're doing here, because it's a really scary proposition that the society's in. Because, this young man has a support system now, but if you give him too long of a prison sentence, that support system's long gone. There's no one there to help him. And now he survived. And one thing I have to think of that was coming to my mind is like, when you heard about the fact that he survived for a reason. Higher power upstairs said this guy's supposed to be around for some reason. I can't imagine you let somebody who did what he just did, and you say, all right, the only reason is for him to sit in a box, become a better criminal and devolve into a mental health horror story. So there's got to be a reason for this young man being here. And maybe it's the opportunity for this judge to show the world how we can deal with somebody and how we can get something. Because what I've always said is, to me, the most important thing that should be the aspect of sentencing here is, if somebody's going to get out, it should be to live in memoriam of what you took. And you might say, well, some people don't take a life. They make a victim. They change a life. So if you're going to get out, when you leave prison, you should be living in memoriam of the life you changed or the life you took. And you should be doing something to improve the world in a way that says, okay, they lost something. Their life changed. They're forever victimized. They're going to lose something in therapy and years and everything. So now it's your job to go out and make a change for the good. So I feel like that's where we have to find, but that's where, like, I like what the defense attorney said. Nowadays we've just evolved into giving these huge sentences to make great headlines, but that doesn't help society, because society still owns that problem. It's just like, I remember my dad always telling me when we back in the day when we went into war with Iraq, and he said, now, the problem is we blew it up. Now we own it, and then we were there for years, and it became an expensive burden. And that's exactly what someone like this becomes. We all cheer and go, oh, we gave him 30 years. That's great. But in 30 years, that problem walks out of prison. In 30 years, that problem no longer has no job skills, no social skills, no ability to be a citizen. And we're going to let him walk out, and then we're going to put him into an overworked, underpaid probation department who doesn't care about him, who's going to basically let him go out and find his next victim. And that is a responsibility of society on the end. And I understand we want to punish, but we also have to rehabilitate. And I remember that being a huge thing in college. I took a corrections class. It was one of my favorites, corrections. And that was a big debate in the class. And it was the direction everything was going. My professor was proponent. We went into a prison and did all sorts of stuff and did some studies. And it's something that, there has to be that component. If you don't have that component, society's worse when we do. I mean, that's why we have to have judges, and I hope to see what this judge does in this situation. But like I said, I've seen this judge in action before, and he has gone extreme. Maybe today he doesn't do that. That's what I'm saying. So to be this judge, the easy solution is send him away for life and throw away the key. That's probably what I think this judge is going to do. That's what I think he's going to do. If he doesn't do that, okay, then I'll be very surprised. But I'll be very disappointed if he says, okay, I'm not going to give him life, but I'm going to give him 20 years, and then I'm not going to find some creative way to ensure that this young man gets the help he needs, because that is not a sentence that serves the community or society. And a life sentence, I think, is just lazy. It's lazy. It's like lazy parenting. It's like, and again, that's how I view when I've had discussions with people and said, okay, hey, you talk about the debate of corporal punishment things. Corporal punishment is lazy parenting, if that's all you're doing, right? I mean, because there's a lot that doesn't do anything. I mean, yeah, it gives a swift punishment. Maybe the kid says, I'll never do it again out of fear, but they haven't learned life skills. They haven't learned to be a better citizen. They haven't learned to be a better person. And most importantly, in that instance, they've learned a violent way to deal with anger, right? Whereas this is about saying we have to do better with what we do in this situation. And it is a heinous, terrible situation. And it's a public situation. We're all watching, but I think the judge, the problem, the weight on this judge is, all right, I give him 20 years. I give him less than life. So then what do we do to deal with this young man? Because we cannot set this guy free in society in the current state that he's in. He's going to kill somebody. I mean, that's where this goes. He's going to kill somebody, and it won't be on him. It'll be on us. It'll be on that judge. It'll be on the system down in Florida, because the system in Florida will have failed to have dealt with this kid and dealt with this killer who almost did it. And he'll get the chance to do it again unless somebody kills him in prison. But that's not how we think about this, That's not how we deal with that problem. We have to deal with the problem head on, and we have to develop something. But the fact that the Florida correction system doesn't have the resources to deal with this is disturbing on its end too. But I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. So, anyways, it looks like I think they're getting ready to head back in. So let's go to the courtroom, guys, and let's see what this judge has in store for us. And hopefully, he comes up with a creative way to take care of us. We'll see.
State is present, defense is present. Are there any matters that we need to address before the court imposes a sentence from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense? No, Your Honor. Is there any legal reason why this court cannot impose a sentence at this time, Mr. Kaczargas?
No, Your Honor.
This court has given this case a tremendous amount of thought, not just today, but in the days and weeks leading up to this sentencing hearing. This is a difficult case. This court has faced several very difficult cases recently, and this one is no different. The defense in this case has filed a motion and requested for this court to depart below the guideline sentence. As previously stated, the minimum sentence based upon the guidelines is 227.25 months in Florida State Prison. In analyzing the defense's motion and request for the court to downward depart, the defense has presented throughout the course of this sentencing hearing evidence and testimony that would meet the preponderance of the evidence that would permit this court to deviate and downward depart. The court does find that the defense has met its burden, showing the defendant's capacity to appreciate the criminal nature of the conduct, and that he does require some specialized treatment for a mental disorder that is unrelated to substance abuse or addiction or for physical disability, and the defendant is amenable to treatment. I don't know that I agree that this was an unsophisticated manner. I'm not going to find that as to that factor. And I do believe that the defendant is old enough to appreciate the consequences of the offense. So the only factor that the court does find that the defense has met is the fact that he does require some specialized treatment for a mental disorder that is unrelated to substance abuse or addiction or for physical disability. That does not, the analysis of downward departure does not stop at the defense's meeting the threshold and establishing by preponderance of the evidence that there are mitigating circumstances that would permit this court to deviate below that guideline sentence. The second prong of that analysis is whether or not the court should. June 3rd of 2023, the events that unfolded on that afternoon were horrific. This defendant launched a vicious attack on a 17-year-old girl who had done nothing but show him love, and only weeks earlier had done her part to try to save his life when he attempted suicide. The same person that tried to save his life, he violently and viciously attacked. Many folks in this courtroom have declared Kennedy Armstrong a hero. This court has no quarrel with that assessment, Kennedy Armstrong is most certainly a hero. And but for his actions and the actions of Madison's mother, this defendant would have successfully killed Madison Schemitz. That crime, the crime that was described and shown here today, and the result of that crime, and the impact of this crime that it has had on all three of the victims in this case, leads this court to the conclusion that any deviation below the guidelines is inappropriate. So I'm declining and denying the defendant's motion for downward departure. I have considered the mitigating circumstances that have been well presented by the defense in this case. Mr. Kuchergis, you have done an excellent job in representing your client and providing this court with mitigation. And this court has carefully thought and weighed and considered your client's age, his lack of any prior criminal history, the fact that he was suffering from a depressive, clearly a depressive state of mind when this happened, and his age. This court does not impose a sentence based on vengeance, as was mentioned, that courts are not here to sentence out of vengeance. This court has carefully thought about all of the mitigation in this case. But the crime that was committed the impact that this crime has had on Madison, Jacqueline, and Kennedy it just far outweighs any of the mitigation that this court has considered. There are just certain crimes that are committed that merit the maximum possible sentence. And this court finds that this is one of them. Spencer Pearson, you have entered a plea of guilty to 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder with a weapon. As to counts 1 and 3 of the information, you are adjudicated guilty. You are sentenced to serve the remainder of your life in prison. As to count 5, you are adjudicated guilty. You are sentenced to serve 30 years in Florida State Prison. All sentences are to run concurrent with each other. Madam Clerk, please reflect that he has 536 days that he has previously served and imposed the standard felony court costs. Mr. Pearson, you have 30 days to appeal the legality of this court sentence. If you wish to appeal but cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. This court is adjourned.
Your Honor, I believe the state has an announcement.
Oh, that's true. Yes, as to the remaining counts.
State would announce an all cross.
One request. Can Mr. Pearson?
Come on, approach.
Yeah.
Well, I warned y'all the judge was a very, very difficult sentencer. He's a guy who, yeah, I've never seen that before either, Elliot. That was crazy. But I mean, I guess the judge understood. Listen, the young, at least he got that. He pled guilty. You know, I think what the judge doesn't understand here is this young man got the maximum sentence that he would have got if he would have put that family through a trial. And this is where I depart with the judge. So at this point, he pleads guilty. He should have gotten at least some consideration for the fact that he spared the family of a trial. He's getting life. No, he doesn't get a chance to get out. It's life, no parole, I believe. I'm pretty certain. I got to look this up because it's attempted. It's not, but I believe the judge gave him life, no parole, or if so, it might be 30 years, but I think it's life, no parole. I mean, listen, I saw this coming because this judge, I've watched him in other cases. He does not have any, like, I'm shocked. I'm shocked that his attorney advised him to go before the judge and not have a worked out sentence in this instance. I would have never done that. I mean, obviously this attorney made a hell of an argument, but the fact that they didn't work this out beforehand and let him plead guilty on the mercy of the court. I mean, I've just watched him in a few cases that have come across my screen, and I already kind of had a feeling this guy wasn't going to go less than life. That was just in my gut because I've seen him. I mean, he went wild on a guy for, DUI with that case. I'm thinking, okay, that's a case that, this is a guy who stabs 3 people. I'm like, you're done. Wildly harsh sentence. Obviously what he did was terrible, but I'm saying, I told you that there was 2 ways that you go here. Either find a creative way to help make sure this guy isn't a threat to society or throw him away for life. This judge went the easy way, the lazy way, the headline way, and he told you he was doing it for vengeance. I'll tell you why. Because when he commented on that and he said, this court doesn't sentence out of vengeance, Judge, I disagree, and that's your prerogative. But you do. I've watched you do it before, and you did it here. Obviously, from a perspective of protecting people, this is probably best for society because this young man, I think, without proper supervision, it was going to get worse if he got out after serving 12, 20, 30. I mean, that defense attorney is probably sick to his stomach right now because he encouraged this young man to plead guilty. He was arguing for a 12-year sentence, did a hell of a presentation, and this judge basically gave him a finger and didn't even say, hey, all right, we'll do 20. I thought the judge, honestly, what I thought was going to happen was I thought the judge was going to come up with some thing where he might do 20 on the attempted and 30 on the other charge and do like a 50-year sentence. I did not believe he was going to send the kid away for life. But I think the way he saw it was he had no choice but to do so because the kid that's on the other side of that sentence is 10 times worse than who's standing in front of him right now. Just unbelievable. But it is what it is. But I told you, he's a judge that just doesn't have compassion for people. But he's the type of guy that, at some point in this judge's life, he'll have something come up. And, how you show somebody in their worst, that's how it would be. But, you could tell that the judge is sensitive to people thinking he's harsh because he knows he is. He knows that's his reputation, and that's why he made a comment about it. But, wow. That's all I could say is wow. Just unbelievable. But I really didn't see it going any different than this. I'm going in here. So Florida. Oh yeah. So it's life without possibility because it's up to 30 years, a life sentence without the possibility of parole. So yeah, that's what he decided to go with. Unbelievable, man. It's just such a, I'm not excusing what this young man did, but I'm saying, my concern is this kid pled guilty. He spared the family, right? And there was a way to give him a sentence that the parole board would have been involved in and made sure he did what he needed to do to make sure he didn't get out without. There was a way he could have done this differently. And I'm disappointed in the judge because this judge, really just, there will be another family who will go and have to go through a trial because this judge will be the one in front of them and they're seated a sentence and the defense attorney will say, we might as well take it to trial. Because this guy's going to throw the book at you, Yep. Well, duping, I was thinking 20 and 30. This guy, the guidelines was 20. The probation department didn't recommend a sentence. They opted not to recommend a sentence. They recommended mental health stuff. This judge, man, I expected better. There was a way to meet all of this. There was a way to make a huge statement, and he absolutely showed that he did not give this case much consideration at all. He just went and did what he did. Yeah, absolutely, Hippie J, they did. And this judge failed the mental health community in the way he treated this young kid. But I understand the impact of this young man's actions are absolutely terrible. But it's like these victims will see one day down the road, if something positive can come out of this, then you get better. Throwing this kid in a box, he survived for a reason, right? That's the way I would think of this. He survived for a reason. Says somewhere upstairs says, hey, this kid's around for a reason. Oh, he's just around what? To go to gladiator camp and just become nothing? I mean, this was an opportunity here that we missed. It's unbelievable. I mean, this judge is he struck out here. But I have no belief it'll be overturned on appeal in Florida. Florida does not make a habit of doing that. They're going in total opposite direction. Remember, Florida is trying to change the amount of votes needed for a guilty verdict. They'd like to go 10-2 or 9-3. They were trying to. They're trying to expand the death penalty. I mean, look, they're extremely harsh in their sentencing and the way they want to deal with criminality. And I think that's a mistake. But, that's duping delight. I think, honestly, we're going to hear about that. That's exactly what's going to happen. And that's why I think the judge probably kind of knows that. And the defense attorney knew that. I think his family knows that. I think what you saw there was they had never had a chance to see their son since this happened. That was the first time they had physical contact with their son. They went, and that was their last moments with their son. Because listen, if he doesn't end himself, he will be ended. I don't think they're wealthy, like super wealthy, but they've got money. They've got resources. Let's put it that way. They paid that attorney a pretty penny for this. And I guarantee you right now they want a refund for every dime. Because look, they would have been better off, in my opinion, putting forth a mental defect defense. And this attorney convinced them not to do that and go ahead and throw yourself at the mercy of the court, saying and instead, and instead they just this judge gives them a life sentence. I mean, what the hell? And not only that, but, when the judge gave all of 15 minutes consideration, this judge knew exactly what he was doing the entire day. I knew what he was going to do. I mean, go back. I have shorts of this guy's sentences. I mean, he's an extremely harsh sentencer. And like I said, you know what? The amount of empathy and compassion you show people in their worst moment in their life will come back to haunt you, because you're going to have a moment where you need it, and it won't come to you. Oh, it was a huge mistake, but this was a strategic situation from the attorney who, I don't know. I think the attorney was probably like, it's going to be tough for a jury to get past it, but not necessarily. Not necessarily. There's a lot more steps to all of that. But I think probably what the attorney was trying to say to the family was like, hey, you know what? We can get through this quicker and faster, spare them of I think the attorney probably thought this judge was going to do something better than what it was. I don't know. I think his parents paid for the attorney. I think so. I don't know. Maybe it was court appointed. I don't know. I guess I'll have to go in the case file and see if there's a court appointed list, because you could see everything in Florida. But with the amount of experts, I mean, maybe, I don't know. Maybe because he was over 18, he would be considered indigent. So perhaps his parents didn't. But I mean, with the support of us they were in court, I would imagine that they would have potentially helped him. But maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. I think that maybe that's the answer here. Maybe that's why they went the route they did, because we all know the public defender system and again, remember also too, the court appointed system in Florida is broken as hell. They get topped out at $15,000, and they break that down among many attorneys. He's going to self-harm, I think. Look, he was already on that road. He doesn't want to. He doesn't have a capacity to survive prison. And I'm telling you right now, guys, the Florida prison system is one of the worst, one of the toughest to survive, and he has no capacity to survive. And he'll be in, I guess the system's going to take steps, but it's a tough one. So there we are, guys. Been going now with this for like 9 hours. I think we were late to the party, so it's been going on for longer than that. Interesting day for sure. Remember, we're in the middle. I don't know if there was a verdict in the case we're following, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone if there was, but. We've got the court, the police officer case. We're going to have days 3. I was looking at day 3. I'm going to see if I can put days 3 and 4 together. I don't know. It might be too long, but we're gonna keep following that one. I'm not sure what next week holds as far as new cases, but I know we're coming into kind of a slow time. So this is what I like to revisit old cases, and we're definitely have content going on, so whether or not it's fresh or not. We will do it. Absolutely. I agree with that, Ellie. I don't always get the chance to talk as much. And when we're watching, I don't like to talk during the trials because it's important to me. When I'm on another channel, it's like, I don't necessarily want you talking while I'm trying to listen, because you can only do, you can only listen to one thing at once. So if I'm talking while you're trying to wish, you're going to miss parts. And sometimes I miss parts anyways, but as somebody who's got kind of a touch of attention deficit, it's difficult when I'm watching a trial and hear another voice coming. So, yeah, he was, Deborah. He was. He came across a little bit. He came across as a little bit arrogant. I agree with that. Let's see where our poll came in at. So it ends up 46% people are still voting. They're probably cheating, driving up the life. But we had less than 50% thought life was the correct thing here. Now that's only with 35 votes, so not a great sample size. But man, oh man, I'll tell you what, disappointed in this judge. I think we have to expect a lot more out of our judges, and this fell way short. There was definitely much more that could be done for this young man, and it's just a shame. It's a shame. I also want to apologize, guys. I did not realize I had the watching on mobile sign in front of my face during the last segment, so I apologize. Next time I have that happen, let me know, because I couldn't see it on my end because I had accidentally clicked on myself and brought myself above it. So, it was a mistake, so I apologize for that. But it's really the words that are important, not necessarily seeing me, so it's all good. I didn't think. Oh, yeah. I am very surprised, duping. I am very, very surprised. I mean, I am and I'm not. I'm surprised because it's like I didn't want to see that happen, but I was expecting it from the judge. So I guess I'm really not surprised. I can't say I'm surprised, but I am kind of surprised. Like, I'm just like, did that just happen? Like, I got an 18-year-old kid with mental health problems, pleads guilty, throws himself on the mercy of the court, and boom. I agree with you under your scars. I think we need to lead. I think we do need a sentencing panel. I think putting it on a judge is difficult. Now you got to remember, for a while, judges did, in the federal system, and then they brought it back to the judges. They tried to do the sentencing guidelines, and that became a mess because you're trying to regulate human stuff. But I think a panel would be great. So it is definitely an area that needs attention and needs some creativity, and we need to have some fairness inside of that. I mean, some states let juries do it, but I think I don't think there's a perfect way here because we have human beings, but doing this stuff, emotion's going to play in. This judge's emotions got in. He's a very emotional judge when he sentences people. Goes absolutely buck wild on them. Well, I don't know. I think she will. I think with all the hell she put that court and that judge through, I think she absolutely gets life. But we never know. We'll see. I don't know. If she doesn't and he got life, man, I mean, just insane. But it's what happened. So anyways, guys, listen, I appreciate everybody who watched, who tuned in, who hit the like button. Duping delight under your scars. I don't know. I need to go in here and see everybody we've had. We've had a lot of people come in and out. I really appreciate it. All the support. Deborah, Ellie, Hippie J, Colleen K. Appreciate all of you commenting, adding to the discussion. Like I said, I'm not sure if I have some things to do tomorrow, so I don't think it's going to be a good day to be running the trial because I want to be present for the cop trial or for the police officer trial that we're running. I think we're going to try to maybe do it on Sunday. That way I can be around even if I'm lurking in the background. Tomorrow I have a funeral and stuff to go to, so I'm not going to be able to be in the pocket, and I don't think it's appropriate for me to be trying to do anything with a stream while I'm paying respects for somebody's life. So tomorrow will probably be a break day, and then we will move into Sunday or maybe Monday. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what trials are coming up because I normally have stuff in the pipeline, but I don't see anything out there that I have besides monitoring. If a verdict doesn't happen, we'll hopefully get caught up and then monitor. But there'll be other stuff. There's going to be other trials that come down the pipeline. So we'll be on the lookout, and we will be watching them, and we will be covering them just like usual. There's also a sentencing hearing that I'm going to be putting up. It's an interesting one. It's a gentleman who had a big sentencing hearing today for a four-person fatality DUI case. So be on the lookout for that. That'll be coming your way. It's not quite as long as today's. It's a couple of hours, but it's an interesting one. So be watching for that. We'll be putting that up as well, and we'll go from there. So anyways, guys, with all of that said, I don't think this was necessarily justice in my opinion, but you know what? Hopefully we'll see what the appeals court does in Florida. Till we talk again, guys, let justice prevail, and I'll talk to you soon.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof.